Tomoya suddenly floated through an empty space after losing consciousness. Memories of the truck crash returned while he checked his unharmed body and untouched suit. Soon a mysterious goddess appeared before him in a strange white world. Shock replaced his fear as he understood death had brought him there. Regret overwhelmed the goddess, causing her to bow deeply before him. He listened carefully while the goddess prepared to explain the situation. The goddess calmly explained that Tomoya had died because of a mistake during her management of different worlds. Silence filled the room after he learned returning to his old life would disturb the balance of the universe. Frustration burst from Tomoya as he struggled to accept such an unreasonable explanation. Panic soon replaced his anger when he heard the waiting time could last millions of years. Desperation pushed him to seek another solution. The goddess introduced a fantasy world where magic and abilities determined a person's strength and status. She offered Tomoya a chance to live safely in that world, while granting him powerful cheat skills for survival. Thoughts of his empty future on Earth made the new opportunity seem more acceptable to him. Although he agreed to reincarnation, further explanations about his future shocked. Before Tomoya could fully understand everything, the goddess hurried to complete the reincarnation process. Tomoya noticed the goddess acting strangely, and began suspecting she was still hiding important information from him. Nervousness quickly spread across her face while she tried avoiding his questions with awkward excuses. Her sudden apology confirmed that another serious problem existed behind the reincarnation plan. The goddess finally revealed that the Demon King had repeatedly destroyed the fantasy world through endless battles. He realized the goddess wanted his help to restore balance there. Tomoya accepted the goddess's request to help save the fantasy world. Without warning, the goddess transferred powerful cheat skills to him through a sudden kiss. Moments later, she proudly revealed that he had become one of the strongest people in that world. Embarrassment mixed with confusion as Tomoya struggled to keep up with her strange behavior and endless explanations. After calming down, he prepared to learn about his new abilities by opening his status window, examined his status screen, and discovered the goddess had granted him overwhelming abilities and rare blessings. Surprise quickly turned into relief after he realized those powers would greatly improve his chances of survival. The goddess happily guided him through the final steps, despite his lingering doubts. Suspicion returned when Tomoya questioned whether she was still hiding more information from him again. Suddenly sent Tomoya into the new world while remembering one last important detail. Tomoya arrived near a quiet town surrounded by smoke and destruction. Chaos spread through the streets as orcs attacked villagers and dragged frightened women away by force. An orc general gathered captives for the Demon King's army, while terrifying the remaining townspeople. A wounded wolf girl named Lucia regretted her weakness after losing her brother during the attack. Despair filled the village as the orcs carried Lucia away, while another terrified girl begged for help nearby. Lucia struggled desperately, while the orc general dragged her across the ruined village. Fear spread across her face after the orc noticed her rare white wolf race. Ignoring her resistance, the orc general claimed Lucia for himself and ordered the other orcs away. Before the attack continued, a sudden voice interrupted the demons and declared their deaths. Tomoya appeared instantly and defeated several orcs with overwhelming speed. He stepped forward calmly and protected Lucia while warning the orcs that none of them would survive. But Tomoya instantly defeated him with a single effortless strike. Shock spread across the battlefield as several enemies collapsed before they could even react to his strength. Orc General quickly realized Tomoya was far more dangerous than an ordinary human fighter. Fear slowly replaced the orcs' confidence as they prepared to face an overwhelming opponent. The Orc General confidently stepped forward after deciding to personally defeat Tomoya in battle. Tomoya secretly checked the enemy's combat levels, while hiding his true strength. Confidence filled him as he activated a battle support ability, and provoked the orcs into attacking together. A single sweeping strike instantly cut through multiple enemies, and shattered their formation. Orc General ordered the remaining orcs to attack Tomoya with magic instead. He calmly absorbed the enemy magic and instantly gained new elemental abilities through the goddess's blessing. After checking his updated skills, he realized he could freely use several powerful magic attributes at once. A massive wind attack swept across the battlefield and crushed multiple orcs within seconds. Confusion spread among the enemies as Tomoya's hidden combat power far exceeded their expectations. Standing confidently before the surviving orcs, Tomoya finally revealed the terrifying extent of his true strength. Tomoya defeated several enemies with overwhelming strength. Fear spread through the battlefield as the monsters realized they could not measure his true abilities. A group of demons prepared a summoning spell, hoping their final plan could change the battle. He calmly watched the ritual while judging the creature's level as insignificant compared to stronger foes he had seen before. Dark energy gathered above the battlefield, as the demon summoned a zombie dragon to face him. The zombie dragon appeared before the warrior, revealing far greater strength than an ordinary monster. He erased the summoner's control and turned the undead creature into his servant. Silence filled the battlefield as the dragon calmly accepted his command without resistance. Confusion spread among the demons when the massive creature suddenly attacked their side instead of the warrior. Zombie Dragon prepared to leave while the surviving enemies watched in complete disbelief. The warrior defeated the remaining enemy and prepared to reward the girls who supported him during the battle. One girl stepped forward after noticing he could store many weapons through a special ability. Soon, countless swords and spears poured onto the ground, surprising everyone nearby. He allowed the girls to freely choose any weapon while the defeated enemy watched helplessly from the side. One girl tested her new weapon and struck the ground with excitement. She accepted the weapon he gave her and bravely defeated the surviving enemy for her fallen brother. A large fire rose across the village as the warrior quietly reflected on the battle and the lives that were lost. Later that night, one of the girls thanked him for protecting the town. He noticed her resemblance to someone important from his past life. As he prepared to leave, another familiar face suddenly appeared, leaving him completely shocked. The warrior realized the cat-eared girl was actually Sayaka. Although shocked by her appearance and reincarnation, he slowly accepted that the girl before him was truly her. They moved to a quieter place and spoke about how much time had changed them both. Embarrassment quickly appeared when he noticed how different her body looked compared to the past. Later, the two sat together inside a room while she carefully confirmed his true identity once again. The two reunited after many years and slowly confirmed each other's identities. She handed him a mirror, allowing him to finally see how young his new appearance looked. Surprise crossed his face when he realized he had become far younger. Their conversation continued as she explained her wolf ears, new life, and the return of memories from the past. Despite losing her adoptive family, she remained grateful for the kindness she received while listening to his difficult situation. Tomoya explained that he had only arrived in the world recently. He decided to continue traveling until he discovered the reason behind his reincarnation. She asked him to escort the women safely to the city because the ruined town could no longer protect them. Dangerous monsters and starving thieves filled the forest. Wanting to protect the villagers she cared about, the girl offered him a reward in exchange for his help. The girl offered herself as his reward, leaving the warrior completely confused by her sudden decision. Without hesitation, she embraced and kissed him while he struggled to understand her feelings and intentions. She confessed that her affection had grown beyond friendship after meeting him again. Tears formed in her eyes as he carefully considered her feelings. Faced with her sincere confession, the warrior realized he could no longer avoid making a difficult choice. Explaining that he did not want her feelings to come from obligation alone, she asked to become his wife and revealed how much she already understood about his interests. Her affection only grew stronger as she insisted on staying beside him and serving him in the future. Placing her under his command and leaving both of them completely confused, Tomoya understood that her devotion had become far more serious than before. The girl happily accepted their new bond and believed they would remain together from that moment onward. Under the quiet night sky, the pair spent their first night together before their journey continued. Morning light entered the room while he realized his new life in another world had already changed greatly. After checking his abilities, he discovered powerful skills connected to his companion. Later, he traveled across a rocky land while a dragon suddenly chased him from behind. Fear quickly spread as he tried escaping the flying beast. During the chase, Tomoya slipped on the rough ground and noticed blood beside him. Shock filled Tomoya as the dragon suddenly blocked his path. At the same time, the goddess's blessing finished installing inside his body. Moments later, emergency magic activated automatically and strengthened his physical abilities. Without hesitation, Tomoya released a powerful flame attack toward the monster. After surviving the explosion, he rushed forward and awakened a sword aura skill during the battle. Soon afterward, the creature collapsed, while Tomoya's analysis ability activated on its own. Tomoya discovered the monster's weak point and attacked its body with full force. Even after the strike, the dragon continued moving while his skills increased his attack power during the battle. The emergency combat state ended once the system confirmed its death. Additional experience points rapidly raised Tomoya's level beyond his expectations. New abilities healed his wounds completely and left his body far stronger than before. After defeating the dragon, Tomoya finally understood that the mysterious voice truly came from a goddess's gift. Soon afterward, the system introduced itself as a helper created to guide him safely through the unfamiliar world. An image of the goddess appeared and explained that only her knowledge Later, Tomoya asked whether the support system had its own name. Since no designation existed, he started thinking of a simple name for his new companion. Tomoya decided to give the support system the name Isis because its voice sounded feminine. Afterward, Isis officially recognized Tomoya as her master and promised to continue supporting him in the other world. Curious about her abilities, Tomoya asked how much assistance she could provide. Instead, she advised him to first understand his current situation and surroundings. Soon afterward, Isis revealed that they were standing near Dragon Mountain on the Castral continent. Isis explained that the dragon came from one of the most dangerous dungeons in the continent. Tomoya realized the goddess had accidentally placed him in a deadly location far beyond his current strength. Despite criticizing the goddess's careless decision, Isis still focused on helping Tomoya survive the harsh environment. She advised him to collect materials from the defeated dragon before more monsters appeared nearby. He activated a skill and generated resources directly from the dragon's body. Tomoya learned that defeated monsters could be converted into crystals, containing valuable materials and magical energy. Isis explained that adventurers often sold demon materials, or restored them later through regeneration techniques. After storing the crystal, Tomoya wondered how far the nearest human settlement might be. Unfortunately, Isis estimated the closest town was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from their location. Before he could react further, multiple hostile creatures suddenly surrounded the area. Several powerful dragons suddenly appeared around Tomoya, each possessing terrifying combat strength far beyond ordinary monsters. Among them, a sacred dragon emperor revealed itself as the strongest enemy in the area. Tomoya stayed calm while Isis noticed fear still had not fully controlled his mind. Rather than retreating, he stepped forward with determination and refused to abandon the fight. Moments later, the surrounding dragons closed in and trapped Tomoya from every direction. After the battle ended, Tomoya unknowingly activated a hidden luck ability connected to his special title. Soon afterward, his level rose dramatically, while the goddess blessing multiplied the experience he received from the dragons. Questioned whether his current strength was truly enough for the dangerous continent, she warned that unprocessed monster bodies could eventually revive as violent undead creatures. Before leaving, Tomoya stored the corpses safely inside Isis's special storage space. Tomoya discovered an ancient ruin after Isis sensed a faint magical reaction nearby. Inside the ruin, a dragon statue suddenly spoke and thanked Tomoya for defeating the monsters outside. Statue explained that it allowed communication through a magical effigy connected to its creator. The dragon then revealed that demons had attacked the sacred dragon emperor and slaughtered his companions across the mountain. Defeated dragon rulers had accepted death proudly while protecting their territory. The dragon spirit rewarded Tomoya for protecting its fallen companions. Before disappearing, the sacred dragon emperor introduced himself to Tomoya. While exploring deeper inside the ruin, Tomoya discovered a large collection of rare weapons and tools stored in ornate chests. He obtained an indestructible divine sword whose overwhelming power far exceeded ordinary weapons. Soon afterward, Tomoya analyzed a mysterious jewel that contained ancient knowledge and enormous magical potential. Tomoya gained several new skills and titles connected to ancient knowledge hidden inside the artifact. He found a strange skill description that left him completely confused about its true purpose. Soon afterward, Tomoya tested his newly acquired flying ability and traveled through the sky with Isis guiding his movements. Isis detected multiple life signs disappearing inside a nearby town and warned him to proceed carefully. Immediately changed course after learning that demons were attacking humans across the area. Tomoya finally reached the town after surviving dangerous battles and remembered the goddess responsible for sending him there. Later, he rested beside Sayaka after protecting her from danger during the difficult journey. The following morning, peace finally returned as Sayaka calmly welcomed the start of a new day. After leaving the forest, the group continued traveling toward the city with several wagons carrying supplies. Tomoya stayed awake at night to guard the camp while preparing monster meat gathered along the road. Later, Misha felt grateful for Tomoya's help and began staying close to him throughout the trip. Group discussed Misha's age and their growing bond during the dangerous journey. Soon afterward, Tomoya worried about his reputation while the others continued teasing him during the night. Misha asked Tomoya to train her after realizing how weak she had been during recent battles. Determination filled her mind as she promised herself to fight harder for the people she cared about most. He agreed to help and began teaching her combat skills every day. During one late night session, the training became awkward when they moved too close to each other. She steadily improved her abilities while continuing her intense practice beside Tomoya. Several days later, Tomoya sensed danger while the group rested near the forest on their way to Amrud. He warned everyone that a large force of humans and beastmen was approaching their camp. Meanwhile, the attackers prepared to raid the travelers after noticing the fire and supplies nearby. Hostile groups surrounded the area and demanded the travelers surrender everything they carried. Facing the threat calmly, Tomoya remained seated, while preparing himself for the coming battle. As the bandits approached the camp, Sayaka stepped forward and asked Tomoya to let her handle the fight alone. Enemy laughed at her appearance and believed a single girl could never threaten their group. Sayaka suddenly attacked and eliminated one of the bandits before the others understood what happened. Fear quickly spread through the group after witnessing her overwhelming strength and cold expression. The remaining attackers realized they had challenged someone far stronger than expected. After suffering heavy losses, the remaining bandits abandoned the fight, back at the camp. Sayaka proudly explained that Tomoya's training helped her become much stronger than before. Groups safely arrived at the city of Amrud, despite the dangerous attack on the road. Lisha reunited with Sayaka and apologized for worrying after hearing rumors about the incident. Later, the ruler of Amrud welcomed the travelers while introducing himself as the city's protector. City leader welcomed Tomoya's group and promised them safety during their stay. Later that night, Tomoya quietly sat awake while thinking deeply about his future and growing responsibilities. Although the city felt peaceful, he believed staying there permanently would only delay his real goals. He decided to continue traveling and planned to join the Adventurers Guild in another town. Sayaka became worried that their journey together might soon come to an end. That night, Sayaka confessed that she could never leave Tomoya behind because her feelings for him had grown too strong. Tomoya decided they should continue traveling together across the world. He became suspicious after noticing strange behavior around the breakfast prepared for him. Tomoya discovered that the food contained a dangerous poison strong enough to kill ordinary people. Later, he realized someone in Amrud wanted to separate him from Sayaka by secretly targeting him. After exposing the poisoning attempt, Tomoya thanked Lutar for the hospitality before leaving the mansion with Sayaka soon. Afterward, the pair headed through the city streets with plans to officially become adventurers. At the guild building, Tomoya requested registration for both himself and Sayaka as new adventurers. The receptionist then asked him to place his hand on a crystal used to examine personal abilities and records. Guild confirmed that Tomoya possessed no criminal history and completed his registration. Inside the guild, the receptionist explained that adventurer registration required identity checks. Afterward, Tomoya listened carefully while learning how adventurers advanced from the lowest rank to the strongest level. A powerful veteran adventurer suddenly approached the counter and interrupted the conversation. He became shocked after sensing the overwhelming magical pressure surrounding Tomoya. Realizing Tomoya was far stronger than expected, the veteran immediately questioned whether he was truly a beginner adventurer. After noticing Tomoya's hidden strength, the veteran adventurer requested a private meeting with him. The pair entered a quiet office where guild staff prepared drinks while the discussion began. Veteran explained that Tomoya's true combat ability was far beyond the level of a normal rookie adventurer, although Tomoya tried lowering his visible power. In response, the veteran revealed that he possessed a rare skill capable of accurately sensing another person's real strength, compared Sayaka's strength to an A-rank fighter, and admitted Tomoya's power was beyond imagination. After sensing his aura, the man confessed Tomoya reminded him of the Demon King from the Old War. Although shocked by the comparison, Tomoya listened carefully as the veteran offered him a special reward. First, the guild promised advance payment for future missions, if he accepted dangerous requests. In addition, Tomoya received luxury accommodation while staying in Amrud. The guild offered Tomoya a rapid promotion, money, and special travel privileges in exchange for difficult missions. However, the veteran explained that only someone with Tomoya's hidden strength could complete the dangerous request. After thinking carefully, Tomoya considered whether accepting the mission would help his future journey. Soon afterward, the veteran decided to introduce Tomoya to another important person connected to the guild. Moments later, a maid quietly entered the room to welcome the visitors. Tomoya became surprised after a mysterious young woman entered the room, drawing everyone's attention with her calm appearance. Tomoya met Sonyal after receiving her as a temporary battle slave for upcoming missions. Information from Isis's library revealed different slave types. Soon after, the group learned about a goblin raid gathering near Mitra City. Although she doubted the mission's difficulty, Tomoya calmly decided to reveal his hidden abilities. From the hill, the party finally spotted the goblin battalion waiting across the plains. Tomoya asked Sonyal to demonstrate her abilities while the others watched from behind. Electric energy quickly formed around her body as she prepared a defensive spell against the approaching enemies. Lightning attacks struck the goblins one after another, forcing the monsters into confusion while Sonyal moved with precise control. She adjusted the strategy and chose a support role for the short battle ahead. He prepared to confront the enemy group directly alongside his companions. Tomoya decided to fight directly, instead of relying on large magic attacks against the goblin forces. Alongside Lucia, he rushed into battle and defeated several enemies with fast sword movements. From behind the battlefield, Sonyal quietly observed his unusual combat style and reactions. Soon after, the group cleared most of the goblin battalions scattered across the plains. Sonyal noticed Tomoya's stiff movements as he struggled to keep control during combat. She warned the group that the mission had become far more dangerous than expected. After hearing her concerns, Tomoya finally decided to reveal the true extent of his hidden abilities. Soon after, a massive goblin force appeared across the plains with hundreds of enemies approaching together. Tomoya calmly viewed the overwhelming numbers as the perfect opportunity to act. Explosive magic then rained across the battlefield, instantly destroying large sections of the advancing goblin army. Explosive magic continued tearing through the battlefield, leaving the remaining goblins unable to resist the attack. Shock quickly spread across Sonyal's face as she witnessed the overwhelming destruction caused in only moments. Group gained experience and their combat abilities increased from the successful mission. Although Sonyal questioned Tomoya's advanced fire magic, she realized his true strength exceeded her expectations. Before leaving the area, the party suddenly sensed another powerful disturbance rising from the center of the battlefield. The surviving Goblin Emperor appeared from the battlefield, revealing himself as the leader of the entire raid force. Monster suddenly released violent energy while Tomoya observed the dangerous change carefully. Goblin Emperor transformed into a far stronger Atlas-type creature, with overwhelming combat power. Sonyal explained that defeating too many goblins too quickly had triggered the abnormal evolution process. Despite knowing the enemy had become extremely dangerous, the group still prepared themselves to continue the fight together. She warned that the evolved Goblin Emperor could threaten the nearby city if left unchecked for too long. Ignoring the danger, Tomoya stepped forward alone and prepared to end the battle with his own strength. He asked the others to judge whether he truly deserved the mission reward. Concern spread across the group as they watched him approach the massive monster, without hesitation. The Goblin Emperor then charged forward furiously, beginning the decisive clash against Tomoya. Charged forward with tremendous force, attempting to crush Tomoya in a direct attack. Without showing fear, Tomoya stopped the monster's punch using only one hand. Surprise spread across Sonyal's face as Tomoya effortlessly pushed the massive creature backward during the clash. He activated a powerful skill and prepared a decisive strike against the transformed Emperor. A blazing slash then cut through the battlefield, severely damaging the Goblin Emperor in a single attack. After defeating the Goblin Emperor, Tomoya's level and combat power increased dramatically. While the others praised him, Tomoya calmly asked Sonyal for her honest evaluation of the completed mission. Hesitation filled her expression before she finally decided to reveal a personal request to him. Gathering her courage, Sonyal asked Tomoya to purchase her and keep her by his side permanently. Soon after, the group returned to the trading company to settle the matter officially. She formally requested permission to become Tomoya's permanent battle slave, instead of remaining a temporary rental. Tomoya admitted he had no objections after hearing praise about Sonyal's abilities and reputation, explained that purchasing her contract would require an enormous amount of money through a future auction. Group learned that a wealthy diplomatic minister intended to buy Sonyal for personal reasons, refusing to leave her with such a cruel man. Tomoya immediately accepted the challenge to save her, shocked everyone by declaring that Sonyal deserved far more than the expected auction price. The company owner reacted with disbelief after hearing Tomoya promise to prepare 30,000 gold pieces within a month. He confidently confirmed his decision and settled the agreement without hesitation. As the meeting ended, the owner quietly realized why Sonyal had become attached to Tomoya so quickly. Tomoya admitted that helping Sonyal was also something he genuinely wanted for himself. Promised Sonyal that he would definitely purchase her contract and protect her from the coming auction. Lucia invited Sonyal for a private discussion while the group rested together peacefully. She admitted she had misunderstood Sonyal's closeness with Tomoya and suspected a romantic relationship. Embarrassment quickly spread across Sonyal's face as she apologized for creating unnecessary misunderstandings within the group. Meanwhile, Tomoya remained unaware that his growing reputation was slowly attracting more attention from those around him. Lucia encouraged Sonyal to support Tomoya together, while strengthening their bond as companions. Embarrassment filled Sonyal's expression, but she still accepted Lucia's feelings sincerely. Soon after, both women agreed to stand beside Tomoya equally and treat each other as trusted partners. Their handshake marked the beginning of a powerful alliance that would later become famous across the kingdom. Tomoya quietly enjoyed his meal and watched the calm atmosphere around the streets. He headed to the guild headquarters to receive an urgent mission from the Grand Guild Master. Reports revealed that an intelligent wolf tribe had started a war against the capital for unknown reasons. The kingdom struggled to respond because the queen could not manage the growing crisis alone. Ordinary citizens continued their daily activities without realizing the danger moving closer to the city. Tomoya realized the citizens still remained calm despite the troubling situation spreading across the capital. A weak old woman suddenly collapsed near him, and hunger appeared to be the cause of her condition. After receiving food from Tomoya, she quickly regained her strength and continued eating without hesitation. She insisted on repaying his kindness before leaving the street. Her strange repayment involved offering herself as his future wife instead of giving money. The strange woman suddenly offered to solve any problem troubling Tomoya after receiving his kindness. Another man appeared and revealed that the woman actually held great authority within the country. Before leaving, she continued teasing Tomoya and promised they would meet again in the future. Tomoya returned home still confused about the unusual encounter from earlier that day. Not long after resting, two girls unexpectedly visited him and questioned his strange behavior. Two girls suddenly approached Tomoya and tried to attract his attention with bold actions. Although he became confused by their behavior, one of them remained determined to please him in her own way. Other girl explained that her companion truly wished to devote herself completely to Tomoya. As the strange situation continued, both girls carefully attempted to satisfy him despite his awkward reaction. Tomoya noticed something unusual about one girl before the atmosphere finally settled down. After spending more time together, one of the girls openly promised her loyalty and became deeply attached to Tomoya. He noticed a strange skill had activated because of the growing relationship around him. Several officials gathered to prepare for the dangerous operation against the coming threat. During the meeting, tension increased as important members continued arguing over risky decisions and responsibilities. Another leader arrived at the hall, causing everyone nearby to shift their attention toward the meeting. An influential minister welcomed the gathered officials before the strategic discussion officially began. Tomoya realized the same minister was connected to the auction involving Sonyal. Soon afterward, the group learned that the Spirit's Forest contained an unexplored dungeon tied to the Fenrir conflict. Because of the rumored treasure hidden there, several powerful elites decided to travel into the dangerous forest together. Members introduced themselves properly as the expedition team prepared for the upcoming mission. During the journey, Ariel apologized for speaking too formally and promised to support Tomoya from then on. Embarrassed by the situation, Tomoya tried to respond casually while Ariel adjusted her manner of speaking toward him. Ariel praised his growing sword skills and asked him to call her more naturally. Meanwhile, Sonyal defended her loyalty to Tomoya after Ariel questioned her unusual devotion toward him. Lucia warned that bringing Sonyal along could become dangerous during the mission ahead, apologized for his son's earlier behavior, and greeted Tomoya respectfully once again, rather than becoming offended. Tomoya calmly dismissed the issue and treated the incident as youthful immaturity. Luther noticed Tomoya's unusual maturity despite his young appearance and growing experience. Soon afterward, the atmosphere around the forest suddenly changed, causing Tomoya to become cautious. Sonyal confidently stepped forward and volunteered to handle the situation herself. Deep inside the forest, several Fenrir surrounded the group and blocked the path with clear hostility. Remaining calm, Lucia stepped forward and attempted to speak peacefully with the Fenrir leader on behalf of everyone. He suddenly gained the ability to understand the language spoken by the beasts. The Fenrir leader demanded the return of a stolen treasure and refused to leave without it. Tomoya interrupted the tense exchange and questioned the truth behind the missing treasure. Fenrir leader carefully questioned the inconsistencies between both sides of the conflict. Trying to calm the situation, Tomoya suggested exchanging information first before making any harsh decisions. To everyone's surprise, Lucia discovered that Tomoya could now understand and speak the Fenrir language fluently. Meanwhile, the group realized they lacked enough time to fully investigate the truth behind the accusations. Team divided their roles while Lucia and Tomoya stayed behind to continue negotiating with the Fenrir. As the discussion became more dangerous, Lucia's companion refused to let her remain near the Fenrir negotiations alone. Lucia harshly criticized him for doubting both her judgment and abilities. Tomoya decided to handle the negotiations himself to reduce the risks around Lucia. Without warning, Lucia suddenly struck him across the face after losing patience with his stubborn behavior. Meanwhile, the others stood in complete shock while Lucia continued scolding him for ignoring everyone's concerns. After losing her temper, Lucia pinned the knight down and warned him to stop treating her carelessly. Meanwhile, Tomoya remembered how Lucia once punished children who bullied Sayaka during the past. Wanting to calm the situation, He stopped Lucia before the knight suffered even more damage from her anger. Once the argument settled down, the group finally resumed preparing for the Fenrir negotiations together. Lucia became mentally unstable. Ariel stayed behind while the boy continued traveling through the kingdom with her. Although she could not understand the language well, Ariel slowly trusted his actions. During their journey, Ariel admitted she still lacked maturity despite trying to act like an adult woman. Soon, the boy revealed he was only 10 years old, leaving Ariel shocked by his appearance. Later, Ariel explained her developed body often caused others to mistake her age. Ariel felt insecure about her future because she could not improve her sword skills or behave like other adults. Meanwhile, the boy encouraged her by saying she already looked mature and adorable despite her worries. Soon after, he helped Ariel stand and guided her toward Fenris, while calming her embarrassment. She became flustered when he promised to properly support and protect her. By the end, Ariel's feelings deepened quickly, leaving her completely overwhelmed by his kindness. Ariel admitted her mistakes and asked for punishment, while her strange skill caused her body to move on its own. Before the situation grew worse, a silver wolf suddenly appeared and interrupted their private moment. Instead of fighting, the boy calmly chose negotiation and lowered the tension between both sides. Group prepared to meet the Emperor while Ariel remained embarrassed by earlier events. Deep inside the cave, they finally stood before the Silver Wolf Sovereign. Tomoya questioned the Silver Wolf Sovereign about the Fenrir treasure and the sacrifice connected to it. Explained the treasure was a crystal jewel left behind after the previous emperor's death. Although Ariel knew little about the jewel, she recalled hearing stories connected to its mysterious power. Soon, another figure revealed the jewels could grant strength greater than anything in the world when gathered together. Absorbing even one jewel already provided enormous power beyond normal human ability. Explained that Emperor jewels were extremely rare treasures created only by Emperor species before death. While discussing the dangerous Apex jewel, the boy revealed knowledge about the Dragon Emperor jewel hidden within the sacred mountain. He shocked everyone by admitting he already possessed all three legendary jewels. The wolf immediately connected his claim to the defeated Sacred Mountain Emperor from the past battle. Silver Wolf Sovereign finally acknowledged the boy as someone far beyond an ordinary human, admitted he never planned to use the powerful jewels despite understanding their danger. Silver Wolf Sovereign decided to temporarily return the clan's jewel to him. Although worried about the future of the clan, the wolf trusted the boy to protect the treasure properly. Soon, the boy promised to recover the remaining jewel before enemies invaded the capital. Meanwhile, two small wolves approached them, surprising Ariel with their adorable appearance. The Silver Wolf Sovereign introduced the playful pups as the next generation of future emperors. Later, the group reported their meeting to the kingdom, while explaining the wolves only wanted their treasure returned. However, confusion spread after officials questioned why the wolves had secretly demanded the Fenrir jewel. He explained the answer could only be found through the Silver Wolf Emperor jewel. Another elder admitted he knew nothing about the jewel, despite hearing rumors about it. Tomoya revealed he possessed several Emperor jewels, but considered selling them because he could not use their power. Elder desperately offered enormous amounts of gold in exchange for the rare treasures. Soon, the old man realized the jewel's true value far exceeded ordinary wealth or common trade. Without hesitation, he paid everything he had just to finally obtain the legendary jewels. The elder celebrated happily while the boy still lacked information about the Silver Wolf Emperor jewel, gathered every Emperor jewel but failed to activate their hidden power. Suddenly the boy floated into the sky as the jewels reacted strongly to his presence. Realizing the Silver Wolf Emperor jewel was genuine, he quickly took control before anyone could steal it. After securing the jewel, the boy prepared to return it to the Fenrir clan without delay. However, the Silver Wolf Emperor jewel suddenly merged into his body and greatly increased his power. Panicked after realizing the Silver Wolf Emperor jewel had fused into his body without permission, although he searched for a way to remove the jewel, he learned the process could not be reversed easily. A dangerous atmosphere spread through the forest, causing the boy to become cautious. Moments later, several wolves surrounded him and blocked every possible escape route. Before he could react properly, one of the wolves suddenly lunged toward him with hostility. The wolves suddenly attacked, forcing the boy to heal his injured arm while retreating carefully. The wolves were fighting with coordinated tactics instead of reckless attacks. Soon after, several powerful strikes exploded around him as the surrounding wolves closed the distance. Tomoya continuously recovered his wounds, and realized his combat power kept increasing during battle. Meanwhile, surrounding him with overwhelming pressure from every direction, Silver Wolf Emperor released an overwhelming aura while revealing his true strength. Emperor explained the wolves had been cursed and forced to attack by their own instincts. Although the curse could never be removed completely, The emperor accepted the painful truth calmly. Tears fell from the emperor's eyes as he confessed the wolves had committed an unforgivable sin. Tomoya silently accepted the emperor's final feelings and understood their suffering. He activated his fighting spirit aura and prepared to end the wolves' suffering peacefully. The Silver Wolf Emperor charged forward fiercely, accepting the boy's final attack without hesitation. A powerful slash cut through the darkness as the boy released all of his strength at once. Soon after, the wolves collapsed silently across the forest, while rain poured over the battlefield. Standing beside the fallen emperor, the boy quietly mourned the tragic end of the cursed wolves. Tomoya completed the magic crystal analysis and walked through the quiet forest with guilt filling his mind. Several wolf cubs were found dead on the ground, causing him to stop in shock while anger and regret overwhelmed him. Realizing innocent lives were lost because of his actions and reckless power, despite possessing unmatched strength and limitless magic. The truth revealed the cubs had absorbed the Silver Wolf Emperor's orb long before he arrived. Tomoya collapsed in grief as a strange tidal skill reacted to his sorrow. Crystals suddenly returned from storage and surrounded him while a new spirit skill awakened. A massive crystal formed before his eyes after the synthesis process finished. Energy gathered around the dead wolf cubs, leaving him frozen in confusion. Bright light covered the forest before a mysterious lion-like spirit finally appeared. The summoned Wolf Emperor revealed its overwhelming power while the surrounding wolves gathered before it. Spirit crystals responded to the Emperor's presence and created a connection with Fenrir's spirit. Tomoya watched silently as the crystal reacted and the sacred field filled with light. The Wolf Emperor recognized him as the new inheritor of the ancient title. Fenrir's spirit thanked Tomoya for ending the curse that had driven the wolves into madness. Explained that the curse had already doomed the wolves long before Tomoya arrived. The Wolf Emperor admitted its remaining consciousness would soon disappear forever. Before fading away, Fenrir entrusted the spirit crystals and the surviving pups to Tomoya. Tomoya accepted the responsibility while the Emperor expressed gratitude for carrying their will. With a final howl, Fenrir vanished peacefully, leaving the young wolves to follow Tomoya's path. Morning arrived as Tomoya continued traveling with the young wolves through the quiet forest. Mysterious man observed Tomoya through a magical crystal while showing great interest in his strength. After learning Tomoya had defeated the Silver Wolf Emperor, the stranger decided to make him a future target. A dark smile appeared across the man's face as dangerous plans slowly formed in his mind. Meanwhile, another figure reacted violently inside a distant castle after receiving unexpected news. The nobleman panicked after hearing every magical orb in his possession had become worthless. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared inside the room and interrupted his frustration. She revealed that the Silver Wolf Emperor's true orbs had already been stolen by someone else. After examining the remaining spheres, the woman confirmed they were authentic, despite their impossible power. Suspicion filled her mind as she realized only a being close to the divine could create such extraordinary artifacts. The mysterious woman mocked the nobleman and reminded him that his only value was obedience. Boredom consumed her thoughts as she considered destroying the entire kingdom without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tomoya traveled toward the Silver Wolf territory after receiving guidance from the former emperor's family. Gigantic wolf suddenly appeared before the group, leaving Tomoya stunned by its enormous presence. The great wolf welcomed Tomoya calmly and acknowledged him as the new Silver Wolf Emperor. Giant Wolf revealed that its child had spoken about Tomoya before dying from the madness. Tomoya listened carefully and admitted he still did not fully understand the situation around the curse. After hearing the details, the wolf realized the disaster was caused by the Calamity Star Curse. Many wolves had already suffered from the curse after witnessing its effects countless times before. The terrifying power slowly consumed victims with endless bloodlust until their consciousness completely disappeared. Wolf explained that the curse was created long ago after a demon consumed madness within itself. Tomoya learned the Silver Wolf Emperor could never escape the curse once it fully took hold. Before parting, the wolf accepted the spirit crystal and finally found peace without regrets. Soon after, the wolf asked Tomoya to fulfill one final request involving an old companion. Name of Princess Hildegard from the Dorum Kingdom was quietly revealed before the meeting ended. Giant Silver Wolf asked for help reaching the palace where the queen remained trapped inside its massive body. After hearing the request, the young man learned the wolf no longer had enough strength. Soon, the girl accepted a glowing sphere containing the Silver Wolf Emperor's soul. Meanwhile, the young man realized the sphere would allow the wolf to possess Lucia's body. In the end, the wolf explained its consciousness would disappear once the sphere broke. Lucia understood the wolf's wish to meet its beloved once again, even if the reunion could never truly happen. With sympathy in her heart, she accepted the sorrow of losing someone important. He realized Lucia's soul had already vanished after reincarnating into another world long ago. After receiving the wolf's gratitude, Lucia suddenly felt a powerful change spreading through her body. Overwhelming energy erupted from Lucia, greatly increasing her strength beyond anything she had experienced before. Silver Wolf linked its consciousness to Lucia and warned her to use the borrowed power only when necessary. Lucia stopped because she still had unfinished business to handle first. Together, they visited the remains of Lucia's village, where only broken graves. Although sadness filled the area, Lucia thanked him sincerely for bringing her there one last time. At that moment, both of them quietly shared the same grief over lives that had already ended. Lucia kissed the young man and thanked him sincerely for helping her regain a second. Warm emotions filled her heart as she confessed her love, while hearing the name Sayaka, once again after so long, accepted her feelings and promised to spend more time with her under the name she treasured most. They returned to the castle where an important warrior had been waiting for their arrival, he for reaching a level of strength powerful enough to surpass ordinary silver fenris. The old warrior believed the young man would continue growing stronger and eventually rise far beyond his current rank. During their conversation, the young man revealed he had purchased a slave girl from a merchant earlier. Warrior officially transferred ownership of Soniel to the young man after the cancelled auction. Soniel happily accepted staying by his side as her new master. Before the discussion ended, the warrior suddenly brought up the mysterious disappearance of the godman once again. Reports revealed that the godman disappeared shortly after battling the Fenrid and was never seen again, later. Investigators uncovered evidence connecting him to illegal trade routes. Old Warrior admitted the investigation had failed to uncover any mastermind working behind the scenes. Everyone gathered inside the royal hall as the queen finally arrived before the assembled group. Tomoya looked surprised when the queen calmly welcomed everyone and asked them to raise their heads. She revealed she had been waiting for the young man and immediately recognized him upon his arrival. Shock spread across the hall when the young man realized the queen resembled someone he once knew before reincarnating. Queen calmly approached while the others wondered about his strange behavior. Afterward, the young man apologized for hiding information about the recent battle. In the end, he thanked the queen for avoiding war with the Silver Fenrir race. She became emotional after learning the Silver Wolf Emperor had delivered Lucia's final message through the young man. Lucia confirmed that the queen had always held a special place in her heart despite the passing years, formally introduced herself as the current vessel linked to the former Silver Wolf Emperor. Tears filled the queen's eyes when Lucia approached her and revealed her true identity from long ago. Embraced warmly after finally reuniting again following many years of separation, the queen admitted how lonely life had become after Lucia disappeared from her side many years ago. Meanwhile, Lucia explained that time and fate had separated them into completely different worlds that could never truly reconnect. Queen still wished to spend more peaceful moments together like the past. Sadly, Lucia apologized because their reunion only lasted long enough for a final farewell, before another separation arrived. Quietly wished they could continue seeing each other, despite the painful reality between them. The queen begged Lucia to deliver a proper farewell before leaving once again after their long-awaited reunion. She slowly admitted she no longer intended to return to her previous life anymore. Violent tremors shook the castle while Lucia sensed an approaching danger from outside the city walls. Guards discovered something enormous had crashed into the inner district and caused massive destruction nearby. Gigantic wolf appeared within the city, towering over the surrounding buildings and spreading panic everywhere. The queen immediately recognized the giant wolf outside the castle and understood the danger surrounding the city. Tomoya knelt before the queen and prepared to escort her away from the collapsing area. He carried the queen through the air while the enormous wolf moved below the damaged buildings. She recalled happier days spent beside Charna before royal duties forced them apart. Charna admitted she avoided staying together because the queen would suffer for protecting a demonic beast. Spoke warmly about building peaceful homes together again if the army's power could still be used freely. Soon afterward, Charna quietly admitted the time for their final farewell had finally arrived at last. Tomoya thanked Charna sincerely for protecting him and promised to honor the debt carried within Lucia's body. Meanwhile, Hildegard tearfully exchanged final words with Charna while wishing for her friend's happiness and safety. Hildegard gently touched Charna's face and bid her a peaceful final rest. She honored the fallen wolf while celebrating the hero who protected the kingdom. Tomoya received the noble title Delta from the queen after protecting the kingdom from danger. Although worried about future threats, he accepted the responsibility to keep the country stable and prevent disorder. To avoid political problems, careful management of his land became his main duty. Later, he revealed his true origin from another world, surprising the queen. Meanwhile, ancient records connected his world to forgotten names from the past. The queen officially declared Tomoya as the Delta nobleman and prepared another reward for his service. Soon after, Ariel Soldat Ragustein pledged loyalty and requested permission to serve under his family. Unexpectedly, her royal position was removed, turning her into Tomoya's personal knight and servant. Without hesitation, Ariel abandoned her royal status to dedicate herself fully to him. Later, Tomoya accepted her decision and began working with her as his trusted companion. Late at night, Tomoya woke after hearing someone call from outside his room. Standing at the door, Ariel visited him because she could not sleep and wanted to stay nearby. During their conversation, she decided to reveal details about her painful past and former homeland. Long ago, the island kingdom of Markafork was destroyed after the Demon Lord's army invaded its territory. After escaping the disaster, Ariel survived for years by working as a mercenary and rental slave. Ariel explained that her uncle arranged her work through a slave trading house after her homeland collapsed. Regret filled her thoughts as she blamed herself for failing to protect her country and people. Slowly, she lowered herself before Tomoya and expressed complete loyalty toward him. With deep gratitude, Ariel promised to devote her life to serving and supporting her master for many years. Finally, Tomoya reached out his hand while she bowed respectfully before him. Tomoya noticed Ariel's strange condition, while his special skill affected both of their bodies and emotions. Under the influence of the skill, Ariel completely devoted herself to him without resistance. The next day, Tomoya visited a trading company to discuss Ariel's background and future care. Company owner revealed connections to the fallen Markafork kingdom through his family history. Surprisingly, the man later admitted that he had already lived for more than 100 years. The merchant explained that Markafork had been destroyed by demons long ago, despite sharing the same bloodline. After testing Tomoya's intentions, the old man apologized and showed respect toward Ariel's royal heritage. Tomoya then offered a large payment to officially secure Soniel's freedom and future safety. Meanwhile, Ariel questioned why such a successful breadwinner had ever been sold away from the company. In the end, Tomoya decided to focus on business matters, while recognizing Soniel's true value. He decided to inspect the slaves available in the trading company before making any purchases. Merchant gathered everyone together and prepared to introduce each candidate one by one. Soon, the first slave entered the office while the group quietly observed his appearance, introduced himself with strange confidence, and displayed an overwhelming physical presence, disturbed by the scene. Tomoya quickly ignored the first candidate and moved on to the next selection. A young beastkin girl suddenly rushed toward Tomoya and happily embraced him inside the office. The merchant explained that she was a rare species recently purchased from another noble family. Curious about her background, Tomoya listened as the merchant shared details about her unusual abilities and race. Her strength would greatly increase after reaching maturity, despite her small appearance. After finishing the introduction, the merchant prepared to send the girl back while she remained attached to Tomoya. Michelle stayed close to Tomoya while showing strong affection toward him inside the trading company. Unexpectedly, her feelings rapidly increased, causing Tomoya to become confused by the sudden attachment. Soon after, the merchant introduced another rare slave that had not appeared for many decades. A quiet ancient elf entered the room and calmly stood before everyone during the introduction. When asked about her age, the elf revealed she was over 700 years old, leaving Tomoya speechless. Ancient elf explained that only someone recognized by her race could become her true master. Tomoya used his appraisal skill and agreed to test her reaction through physical contact. Moment they touched hands, Tinalina reacted strongly and immediately clung closely to Tomoya in excitement. After seeing her feelings become genuine, Tomoya decided to purchase both Michelle and Tinalina together. Soon afterward, the two girls officially joined Tomoya and introduced themselves as his new companions. Tomoya arrived at a huge mansion after entering the new world. Inside the estate, a maid named Marianne welcomed him and guided him through the residence. Soon after, Marianne introduced herself as Tomoya's personal maid and caretaker. During their walk, the group learned Marianne had once been an adventurer before retiring from active missions. Later, Tomoya discovered Marianne was formerly an S-ranked adventurer, known for her outstanding combat strength. Maria continued guiding Tomoya through the mansion, while the others listened to stories about her reputation and past achievements. During the discussion, Tomoya learned Maria once protected the imperial court. Although Maria possessed overwhelming strength, she chose to devote herself to serving Tomoya, after witnessing his courage during the recent incident. Later, Maria sensed the Dragon Emperor's power flowing inside Tomoya. She remained at the mansion to support Tomoya and supervise the maids during his absence. Maria explained her loyalty to Tomoya, and viewed serving him as more important than status or rewards. Tomoya placed its management under Maria's supervision while the others quietly observed. Soon after, Maria requested a formal slave contract to strengthen her connection with Tomoya and remain by his side. Although surprised, Tomoya accepted the agreement and completed the contract without hesitation. Following the ceremony, Maria felt an unfamiliar warmth while Tomoya's special ability continued growing stronger. His special ruler ability strengthened Maria and connected her power directly to his growing influence. Maria then explained that every maid serving Tomoya would work together under her guidance. Several girls from Lucia's village arrived at the mansion and officially joined the maid group under Tomoya's authority. The newly hired maids expressed gratitude for receiving protection, training. Meanwhile, Maria continued organizing the mansion while preparing the inexperienced maids for future duties. Tomoya listened as the maids thanked him for changing their lives and giving them a safer future inside the mansion. Later, he learned several girls had suffered after losing their home and being separated through slave trading. Lucia reacted angrily after hearing the painful details behind the girls' past experiences and hardships. Maids formally pledged themselves to Tomoya, while he accepted responsibility for protecting everyone under his care. That night, Tomoya spent private time with the newly accepted girls inside the mansion. Tina nervously approached Tomoya and hoped to create a memorable first experience with him inside the mansion. He calmly encouraged Tina to relax and act according to her own feelings and comfort. Gradually, Tina became less tense after realizing Tomoya intended to treat her gently, although Tina looked young because of her race. Tomoya understood her true age and listened carefully to her worries. Tomoya reassured Tina and remained considerate toward her emotions throughout the night. They grew closer during the night as they slowly shared their feelings and deepened their trust in each other. Tina asked Tomoya to continue treating her gently while remaining close beside him. Soon after, Ariel nervously entered the room and prepared herself for her own private time with Tomoya. He encouraged Ariel to relax and speak honestly instead of forcing herself to act mature. Ariel felt relieved after Tomoya accepted her feelings and allowed her to proceed comfortably, became embarrassed while Tomoya comforted her and praised her appearance without making fun of her insecurities. Later, the girls gathered around Tomoya inside the mansion and rested peacefully beside him. After the long day, Tina quietly relaxed against Tomoya and felt comforted by the warmth. Another girl happily rested on Tomoya's lap while enjoying the calm atmosphere inside the mansion. Girls remained close together and appreciated the peaceful life they had finally gained. Tomoya's peaceful days with the girls began changing his life and making his adventures far more meaningful. Meanwhile, Tomoya realized his new life in another world had finally become stable and fulfilling. A man crashed into a strange world after a bright light struck the mountains. After checking the area, he realized the world had weak magic and clean air. Soon he prepared a potion and decided to stay hidden while waiting for help. From a rocky hill, he sensed demonic creatures nearby and carefully observed the forest. Large ants appeared before him, revealing the dangerous wildlife living in the region. The man used the giant ants for an experiment and planted dangerous seeds among them. Soon after, far away, the guild headquarters became the center of many new requests after recent events increased activity across the city. A receptionist rewarded successful missions with crystal materials collected from completed jobs. Adventurer accepted stronger requests and prepared to sell the gathered crystals. Later he entered the forest again and hunted fierce hellhounds during another material collection task. A damaged dungeon stood open after another dangerous raid shook the underground ruins. Tomoya and his party defeated trolls and lizardmen before safely returning from the mission together. Receptionist informed Tomoya that the guildmaster wanted to meet him soon. She revealed that an S-rank request might appear while proudly mentioning her recent promotion. Later, Tomoya checked his growing abilities and realized his combat power had already surpassed 1 million. Tomoya reviewed his special skills and discovered that many hidden bonuses greatly increased his combat strength. Connected to him continued raising their own power as their abilities steadily improved each day. Several members still had not reached their limits despite gaining massive experience from repeated battles. Later, one companion suggested that Tomoya should finally take a break after handling constant missions. He realized he had spent almost all his time working since the Fenrir incident. Tomoya briefly joked about his old working habits while discussing the idea of taking a rest from missions. Soon after, he decided to finish Oldwin's urgent request before thinking about a vacation. Together with his companion, Tomoya visited the guildmaster's office and politely entered the room. Inside, the guildmaster confirmed Tomoya's recent success against trolls. After hearing the report, the guildmaster prepared to discuss an important matter that required Tomoya's attention. explained that a town near the spirit forest had recently fallen into danger because of monster activity. Large groups of killer ants appeared across the grasslands east of the town. One companion warned that the ants became dangerous because they multiplied quickly. Although similar incidents happened every few years, the townspeople usually prepared before the attacks began. This time, however, the killer ants had already built nests near the town, causing fear among the local residents. Guildmaster explained a strange theory claiming that the Demon Lord's appearance had influenced the recent monster outbreaks. Soon after, Tomoya learned that the Demon Lord was considered a terrifying existence, connected to chaos. Tomoya realized his reincarnation might have been meant to stop the Demon Lord, decided to grow stronger first, because he still valued the peaceful life he regained with his companions. With that determination, Tomoya treated every battle as preparation for the final fight ahead. Tomoya learned that the recent monster attacks were caused by a powerful demon leader gathering nearby creatures. Kingdom prepared a large suppression army, while adventurers and scouts moved toward Soylent first. He realized ordinary groups would arrive too late to help the town quickly. Old memories from his previous life made him notice the exhaustion shown in the guildmaster's face. Because of that, Tomoya decided to head toward Soylent before the main army departed. The guildmaster warned Tomoya that the monster problem could grow far worse if nobody acted immediately. Although reluctant at first, Tomoya accepted the request after realizing the town remained in serious danger. Guildmaster thanked him and prepared everyone for the upcoming journey toward the village. Meanwhile, Tomoya's group discussed the yearly killer ant outbreaks. One experienced fighter explained that the ants became extremely dangerous whenever large nests formed near human settlements, explained that a powerful allied army barely defeated the killer ants years ago after suffering heavy losses. Another fighter recalled a similar disaster during the Goblin Raid, when the Grand Kaiser appeared too late. They discussed how intelligent Kaiser species had recently started transforming into stronger forms more often. Tomoya connected the strange changes to the Demon Lord's appearance. Before the journey began, one maid insisted on preparing breakfast while helping organize the trip. Maria asked Tomoya for a small favor while preparing supplies for the upcoming journey. Soon after, Tomoya explained his idea of making dragon meat sandwiches as travel food for the group. She carefully prepared several kinds of sandwiches, creating meals suitable for long trips and battles. He noticed Maria's feelings toward him had grown much stronger over time. So Tomoya decided to avoid rushing into romance and focused on treating everyone fairly. Before departing, Maria warmly saw Tomoya off while the travel carriage waited outside the mansion gates. Meanwhile, the other girls quickly noticed Maria's cheerful mood after spending time with him earlier. Group openly admitted that everyone already understood Tomoya's importance to them. With preparations complete, Tomoya finally began the long journey toward Soylent. A quiet road led towards Soylent City, while the area remained unaware of the danger nearby. Lord Fredane reported that killer ants had formed nests close to the town after many residents were already killed. Deep inside the caves, countless ants gathered as their colony expanded faster than expected. Meanwhile, the young adventurer planned to coordinate with the city forces instead of attacking alone. After reaching town, the group entered a crowded cafeteria before beginning their investigation. Inside the cafeteria, the adventurers introduced themselves while the group reacted with surprise toward Sonyal's presence. Hearing the famous berserker's name left the young woman overwhelmed and unable to hide her embarrassment. Excitement quickly spread across the table as the adventurers admired Sonyal like a legendary hero. They explained that her spear techniques had defeated many powerful enemies before. Later that night, the young man avoided revealing his true origin while listening to their admiration for Sonyal. Party headed toward the killer ant nest while discussing the dangers waiting ahead. Advice about the ants as acid attacks forced everyone to stay careful with their weapons during the approach. Before long, giant soldier ants emerged across the field and blocked the group's path. After checking the monster's strength, the young adventurer stepped forward to face the creature directly. At the same time, the elf launched a fire spell that struck the killer ant with explosive force. She rushed forward together as the elf struck the killer ant before it could attack again. Another warrior quickly followed with a sharp slash that forced the monster backward across the ground. Meanwhile, the young adventurer organized the team and ordered everyone to protect Tina from danger. Another ant suddenly targeted Sonyal from behind, while the group struggled to react in time. Tomoya instantly released a powerful slash to stop the incoming attack. Powerful slash cut through the killer ant and protected Sonyal before the creature could strike again. Tomoya discovered a strange new sword skill from the fallen enemy. While examining the weapon, he realized the technique could attack distant enemies by bending the blade freely. He activated a scanning ability to inspect the tunnels hidden inside the nest. Search revealed countless hostile creatures waiting deeper underground as the dangerous mission continued. the scan revealed hundreds of killer ants hidden inside the nest. After confirming the enemy positions, the young adventurer activated a marking skill to track every hostile target. Glowing markers quickly spread across the area while the group watched his strange technique with surprise. Intense magic surrounded his body as he prepared to launch a large attack against the colony. Using his new sword abilities, he unleashed countless strikes that pierced through the advancing killer ants. Group stood among the defeated ants, while the young adventurer confirmed their victory. He explained that everyone's abilities had increased greatly because of the intense fight. However, the discussion revealed that the killer ants possessed far greater strength than anyone originally expected. Information about previous battles made the situation appear even more dangerous for the surrounding region. Before leaving, the party gathered materials from the destroyed nest while preparing for future threats. After clearing the nest, the young adventurer recovered valuable materials. The group reacted with surprise after learning he had already collected all the enemy remains by himself. The others realized his unusual storage ability greatly exceeded normal methods. They confirmed that another nearby nest had already been destroyed during the operation. Following the mission, the party returned to the city and reported the successful extermination to the local lord. Local lord realized the rising ant levels could create a major threat for the region. Further discussion revealed that the defeated empress possessed strength far beyond ordinary monsters encountered before. Concerns continued growing as they compared the ants' dangerous numbers with the power of previous enemies. Group explained that killer ants hunted humans differently from goblins because they treated people as food. Lord ordered soldiers to continue searching nearby areas for additional nests. 1 week later, the young adventurer warned the others that provoking the killer ants would only increase casualties. Nervous noble saluted awkwardly while thanking him for the previous support. Although the noble apologized for his earlier behavior, the group noticed his attitude had changed completely. Before separating, the young adventurer reminded everyone to remain careful because the enemy possessed dangerous skills. He left the group and continued his activities while others watched from behind. While speaking with the veteran adventurers, the young man learned they had known each other for many decades. They explained that the army and adventurers planned to destroy the remaining ant nests separately. Tomoya realized a massive concentration of ants had gathered in one location. Feeling suspicious about the situation, he agreed to personally investigate the dangerous area with the others. Suddenly, an armored messenger arrived and warned everyone that 7 ant kaisers had appeared nearby. While investigating the battlefield, the group suddenly witnessed the 7 ant kaisers disappear at the same time. A violent explosion shook the ground as a strange figure emerged from the smoke and lightning. The terrifying creature revealed itself as an evolved empress, whose overwhelming power far surpassed every ant encountered before, causing everyone to panic while the older warrior warned them to stay back carefully. Soon after, Tomoya examined the enemy and realized its evolution ability was unknown to the others around him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and decided to face the creature alone, despite the danger nearby. Meanwhile, Tomoya analyzed the monster's combat strength while gathering information for future reference. Finally, he approached calmly and continued observing the creature to collect more battle data. Tomoya faced the creature directly and launched the first attack, while testing its reaction speed carefully. Unexpectedly, the enemy blocked the strike with ease before releasing a fast counterattack toward him. Soon after, dark energy surrounded the creature as its body began changing into a stronger form. The evolved monster moved quickly and defended itself against Tomoya's next assault. Its sudden increase in power shattered his defense and forced him backward in shock. Tomoya noticed the creature had focused all its strength into a single piercing attack against his defense. Monster consumed the flesh stuck on its arm while its appearance slowly began changing again. Dark energy spread around the creature as it evolved into a stronger humanoid form with greater power. Evolved Empress blamed Tomoya for harming her kind and prepared to retaliate immediately. Meanwhile, Tomoya healed his injured arm while carefully observing the enemy's overwhelming battle strength. Tomoya released a strong aura, causing the Evolution Empress to hesitate for the first time during battle. Soon after, he confirmed the analysis was complete and calmly prepared his weapon for a decisive strike. He unleashed a powerful thrust that pierced directly through the Empress's body. Although heavily wounded, the creature remained alive and realized Tomoya possessed overwhelming strength beyond expectation. After defeating the Evolution Empress, Tomoya gained a new evolution skill while his combat power increased greatly. Everyone realized how dangerous the Evolution Empress had truly been. Meanwhile, Tomoya arrived at the church and discovered a seriously injured man lying on the floor. Nearby, A girl cried helplessly while explaining they failed to escape during the attack earlier. Soon after, Tomoya learned ordinary recovery magic could no longer save the dying victim inside the church. In response, he gained divine resurrection magic and immediately prepared to save the injured man. Tomoya activated divine resurrection magic and poured powerful energy into the injured man's body. Victim regained consciousness, leaving everyone inside the church shocked by the miracle. Meanwhile, the girls admired Tomoya's overwhelming abilities while he quietly endured the exhaustion afterward. Soon after, his companions happily surrounded him and praised the incredible power he had displayed. Several days later, the group finally returned home safely after resolving the dangerous incident. Tomoya checked his status and noticed his magic power had increased significantly from the recent battle. Because his life force recovered completely, his overall combat strength also rose to an extremely high level. Meanwhile, a maid welcomed him back and informed him that everyone had been waiting for his return. He asked Maria about events that happened during his absence from the estate. Maria explained several visitors had arrived earlier to personally express their gratitude toward him. She informed Tomoya that the queen had been waiting to meet him inside the guest room. After entering, Tomoya joked casually with the woman while she reacted calmly to his unexpected behavior. Meanwhile, the queen explained she already knew Maria and admired her cheerful personality greatly. During their discussion, Tomoya learned the queen belonged to a long-lived dragon race from the past. Soon after, Maria interrupted proudly and refused to let anyone compare themselves with Tomoya's greatness. Tomoya discussed noble matters with the queen, while she remained determined to support his position fully. Soon after, the queen invited everyone to continue celebrating together with luxurious food and drinks. He relaxed alone in a bath after dealing with several exhausting events. While resting quietly, he suddenly heard visitors asking permission to enter the bathing area nearby. Two girls appeared happily and prepared to return to their original forms again. Tomoya discovered the girls had transformed into succubi, after their sealed powers were finally released completely. Meanwhile, they explained the curse had disappeared and admitted their previous behavior was caused by mischief. Although worried at first, the girls asked whether Tomoya hated them for becoming succubi afterward. Hearing those words, the succubi thanked Tomoya sincerely and promised to remain loyal to him. 4 years earlier, two women appeared together and tried to understand their strange situation. Memories returned, revealing their final moments before death and their connection to Tomoya, but were granted reincarnation instead of remaining in the world of the dead. Further details revealed that Tomoya already existed in their destination world, though his location remained unknown. Determined to reunite with him, the pair accepted the challenge and prepared to begin their search. The pair accepted reincarnation but requested stronger bodies, divine protection, and faster growth. Their demands surprised the god, yet he agreed and prepared their transfer. Moments later, both were summoned into another nation and assigned as heroes against the Demon King. After sending them away, the god realized their friend had already been reincarnated years earlier. Meanwhile, one of them arrived in Soylent Town and discovered her first mission had already been completed. Years of searching left the two women exhausted, hungry, and without money after losing their wallet. Doubts began to grow as they questioned whether their long journey had been for nothing. While discussing ways to earn travel funds, they overheard a nearby young man. The stranger casually mentioned Sato Shima, the person they had been seeking for years. Shock immediately replaced their frustration as they rushed toward him, desperate to learn more. Two women rushed toward the young man after hearing a familiar name and demanded answers. Realizing their excitement had caused trouble, they apologized and introduced themselves as adventurers. Their identities quickly drew attention, as they were recognized as famous rank heroes. Meanwhile, a week earlier, Tomoya relaxed after a series of major events and achievements. His companions received rewards and gifts, while life continued peacefully following their recent success. After recent battles, Tomoya distributed powerful legendary weapons to his companions to prepare them for future threats. Attention then shifted to the estate, where plans were made to train the maids and improve security. The maids gladly accepted greater responsibilities and promised to support the estate more effectively. Later, Tina approached Tomoya with a personal request involving her home village. Without hesitation, he agreed to help and prepared to leave as soon as she was ready. After hearing Tina's request, Tomoya decided to accompany her to the Forest of Spirits and search for her friend. To save time, he carried Tina and flew directly toward their destination. During the journey, Tina admitted she did not know the exact route to her village. Fortunately, Tomoya used one of his skills to determine the village's location. Relieved by his confidence, Tina trusted him completely as they continued their flight. Near the Forest of Spirits, Tina explained that a magical fog protected the hidden village from outsiders. Concerned about the barrier, Tomoya wondered whether they could pass through safely. Instead of hesitating, he tested the fog and searched for a way inside. Soon, a hidden path revealed itself, allowing them to move beyond the barrier. Ahead of them stood Tina's village, concealed among enormous trees and untouched by the outside world. After entering the village, Tomoya confirmed that the residents were safe and began gathering information. While he and Tina walked through the settlement, familiar faces quickly noticed their arrival. Soon, Tina reunited with an older elf who warmly welcomed her back home. The reunion brought relief as the villagers shared news and invited their guests inside. Later, the village representative expressed gratitude to Tomoya and formally introduced herself before discussing village matters. Tomoya was surprised to learn that Tina's older sister was centuries older, despite their youthful appearances. Moments later, the sisters shared an emotional reunion after spending many years apart. Typhemia then revealed that their village had once been attacked by a powerful serpent, forcing the elves to use a risky spell. The spell saved the village but accidentally transported Tina away. As the discussion continued, Tomoya learned that Typhemia had become the village's chief during Tina's absence. Village barrier continued to weaken, allowing monsters to approach more frequently, despite temporary repairs. Typhemia believed Tina's return could restore the barrier and reunite the village. However, Tina explained that her lost power prevented her from taking on that responsibility. After inspecting the barrier himself, Tomoya realized the situation was far worse than expected. She proposed evacuating the villagers and asked Tomoya to shelter them at his estate. Typhemia pleaded with Tomoya to protect the villagers, believing they would be safe under his care. Trying to strengthen her request, she even offered an unreasonable condition that embarrassed her sister. Tomoya admitted that his estate had enough space to shelter everyone. Meanwhile, several elves worried about leaving their homeland and becoming dependent on an outsider. Caught between responsibility and uncertainty, Tomoya struggled to decide how he should handle the villagers' future. Suddenly, a powerful disturbance interrupted the discussion and drew everyone's attention. Without wasting time, Tomoya rushed outside and used his search ability to identify the source. To everyone's shock, the mana-eater had returned and evolved into a far stronger monster. Fear spread among the elves as they realized defeating this new threat would be far more difficult. Meanwhile, leaving Tomoya frustrated despite the danger before them. The elves' suspicious looks left Tomoya feeling increasingly uncomfortable as tensions rose around him. Although he insisted he was helping others, the situation continued to make him appear questionable. Meanwhile, the evolved mana-eater remained strangely inactive. Soon, the true threat revealed herself when a winged woman arrived and took interest in the elf village. She focused on Tomoya's presence and approached him with curiosity after spotting a human deep within the forest. A winged woman named Riru appeared before Tomoya and revealed herself without hesitation. Soon after, her true identity was exposed as one of the Demon King's 7 Stars generals, raising the threat facing the village. Tomoya encountered Lyrule, a high-ranking general of the Demon King's army, while 2 giant snakes watched from nearby. Instead of showing caution, he calmly examined the situation and considered the powerful creatures surrounding him. After assessing their strength, Tomoya made a decision and prepared to eliminate the snakes without hesitation. Doubt briefly appeared on Lyrule's face as she realized his confidence was genuine. Standing between the monsters, he released overwhelming power. The massive snakes could not resist and were instantly destroyed. Broken remains scattered across the area, shocked by the outcome. Lyrule stared at him while Tomoya remained composed after ending the threat. After defeating the giant snakes, Tomoya approached Lyrule and asked about her next move. She confidently relied on a special ability that had never failed before. Activating her charm skill, Lyrule expected the usual result. Tomoya appeared affected for a moment, causing her to lower her guard. The situation quickly changed when he revealed that he had only been pretending. His sudden reaction left her startled and completely vulnerable. A powerful subjugation skill spread its influence to nearby women, filling them with overwhelming devotion toward him. Soon afterward, the affected women gathered around Tomoya, accepting their new status while praising him without resistance. Lyrule and another woman completed the subjugation process. Both felt the effects immediately, and their loyalty toward Tomoya deepened as the skill took hold. Later, Tomoya gathered the women under his control. They accepted his authority without resistance and devoted themselves entirely to serving him. Their bond grew stronger, while every member fully embraced the influence of the subjugation skill and their new role at his side. Tomoya flew through the sky with several winged girls, testing his newly acquired angelic abilities while leading the group across the open air. After learning the spell from Lululu, he successfully copied and improved it, allowing everyone to travel freely above the land. Meanwhile, one companion reflected on past mistakes and accepted the consequences awaiting her, choosing to follow him willingly. Later, Tomoya thanked Isis for her support, realizing her assistance had helped overcome a temporary weakness in his abilities. Noticing he was near the Drimlock's royal palace, he changed direction and decided to pay the kingdom an unexpected visit. While flying near the border, Tomoya spotted a large battlefield where soldiers from Drumlu Kingdom and the Alorade Empire were locked in fierce combat. Recalling the long-standing conflict between the two nations, he quickly realized the gathering below was not a military exercise but a real war. From what he knew, disputes over territory and royal succession had pushed both sides into open confrontation, leaving him frustrated by the situation. Examining the map, he searched for a safe route to avoid the fighting and keep his companions away from danger. After considering his options, Tomoya decided to visit the queen first and learn more before choosing his next move. Upon arriving at the mansion, Tomoya and his companions were welcomed by the staff, who had already prepared everything for their return. As everyone settled in, he learned that several new girls would soon be joining the household, making the residence even livelier. Before long, two unexpected visitors entered the hall, drawing his attention with their familiar appearance. Recognition struck immediately when he realized the visitors were people he had encountered before, leaving both sides visibly surprised. A brief moment of thought, Tomoya identified them as Misaki and Shizune, two of the legendary heroes whose presence raised many new questions. The moment Tomoya confirmed their identities, Misaki and Shizune rushed toward him, overwhelmed by relief after their long separation. Tears filled their eyes as they clung to him, unable to hide the emotions they had carried for so long. Although surprised by the reunion, Tomoya welcomed them warmly and expressed his happiness at seeing them safe again. Once everyone calmed down, the group moved to a sitting room where they could finally talk in a more relaxed atmosphere. During the conversation, Tomoya explained that his appearance had changed, while the two heroes remarked on how much more mature and impressive he now looked. Tomoya learned that Misaki and Shizune had spent 2 years in this world and had continued searching for him the entire time. Hearing their story, he realized they had also been summoned as heroes, though their playful attitudes showed they had grown comfortable with their new lives. Soon afterward, the two explained that they served different nations, each carrying the responsibility of a kingdom's chosen hero. Another surprise followed when Luca revealed her true identity, prompting Tomoya to recognize a familiar connection from his previous life. As introductions continued, the group discovered several unexpected relationships, making the reunion feel even more remarkable. Sonil revealed her position as the second head maid, surprising the visitors with how much responsibility she now carried. Soon afterward, Tomoya noticed the collars worn by several girls and learned they had willingly chosen to stay by his side. Attention then shifted to Lululu, who explained that she had transformed into an angel after being rescued and accepted into the group. To clear up the confusion, Tomoya briefly summarized Lulu's past and the events that had changed her life completely. Rather than being shocked, Misaki became excited by the unusual story and jokingly imagined herself becoming part of Tomoya's growing circle as well. While the conversation continued, Misaki finally revealed that the feelings she carried from their previous world had never disappeared. Without hesitation, she made an outrageous request that caught Tomoya completely off guard and left him struggling to respond. Rather than stopping there, she began imagining an unlikely future in which she would remain close to him and support him in every way possible. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, turning her own fantasy into an elaborate dream that nobody could easily interrupt. Watching the scene unfold, Tomoya could only wonder how the discussion had drifted so far from its original topic. Misaki continued pushing her strange idea, imagining a future that left Tomoya completely overwhelmed and eager to end the discussion. Meanwhile, the others listened with amusement, casually encouraging the fantasy instead of helping him escape the situation. Not satisfied yet, Misaki expanded her plan even further, insisting that staying close to Tomoya was the natural outcome she preferred. Shizune took a more practical view, reminding everyone that promises and responsibilities still mattered despite the emotional reunion. Changing the subject, Tomoya turned the conversation toward the ongoing demon threat, hoping to focus on a problem that required immediate attention. Once the topic shifted to the war, Tomoya asked for details about the Demon Lord and the damage caused by the demon forces across the continent. In response, describing the powerful leaders who commanded the demon army from the shadows. Despite years of conflict, the Demon Lord's location remained unknown, while only a few elite commanders had ever been identified. Lululu then shared what she knew about previous battles, including the defeat and capture of several high-ranking demons during earlier campaigns. Looking back on those events, she admitted that her desire for revenge had driven many of her actions and helped her understand why others fought so desperately. As the discussion deepened, Tomoya learned that the attack on the Merfolk Kingdom had not been carried out by the Demon King himself, but by another powerful figure. The culprit turned out to be one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, a ruthless commander whose actions had caused widespread suffering. While Tomoya tried to keep the conversation focused, Lululu calmly accepted responsibility for events connected to that tragedy. Determination filled her voice as she declared that the sins committed by the demon army could never be ignored or forgotten. Stepping forward, she vowed to face any accusation directly and accept whatever judgment others wished to place upon her. Unable to hold back any longer, the Merfolk princess suddenly confronted Lululu, forcing everyone in the room to watch the tense exchange. Rather than resisting, Lululu accepted the reaction in silence and listened to the pain that had been carried for so long. After expressing her feelings, the princess admitted that her hatred had finally faded, leaving only the memories of what had happened. One by one, the others shared their thoughts, and agreed that holding on to old grudges would only create more suffering. Relieved by the outcome, Tomoya encouraged everyone to move forward together and leave the bitterness of the past behind. With the tension finally gone, Lululu thanked everyone for listening and admitted how frightened she had been of facing judgment for her past. Before the mood could become too serious, Sonyal eagerly shifted the conversation toward helping Tomoya with matters of the heart, leaving Lululu embarrassed. Moments later, Sonyal dragged the princess away, insisting she was simply carrying out her duties while Tomoya watched in confusion. Once the room settled down, Misha asked Tomoya to explain what he meant when he mentioned his previous life. From there, Tomoya began describing reincarnation and the gifts granted by the gods, helping everyone understand the source of his unusual abilities. As the discussion continued, Tomoya explained that the blessings he received after reincarnation had given him a tremendous advantage from the very beginning. Before he could elaborate further, a maid entered the room and informed him that an unexpected visitor had arrived. Soon afterward, a royal messenger delivered a request from the queen, who wished to meet both Tomoya and the summoned heroes. The atmosphere changed immediately when the messenger revealed that the Alaradel Empire had officially declared war. Hearing the news, the group questioned why a nation that once relied on heroes would choose such a reckless path, realizing the conflict was growing more serious. The queen explained that tensions between the Empire and Drumro had existed for years, gradually turning border disputes into a larger conflict. Over time, trade routes became increasingly dangerous as raids and attacks disrupted travel between the two nations. Reports from the front lines eventually revealed that enemy forces possessed detailed knowledge of military supply routes and operations. After reviewing the evidence, the kingdom's leaders concluded that someone had been leaking confidential information to the opposing side. Tomoya then learned that suspicion had fallen on a noble named Godman, whose territory had become the center of several suspicious incidents. After hearing the accusation against Godman, Tomoya questioned whether a noble truly had the power to push two nations toward war. Faced with the queen's warning, Tomoya began considering whether he could really stand aside as the crisis continued to grow. Tomoya attended a meeting where the kingdom's leaders discussed moving the country's treasury to a safer location. The ruler withheld key information, fearing that revealing the truth would cause valuable allies to leave. After hearing the situation, Tomoya made it clear that he had no desire to take part in the nation's war. Although unwilling to join the conflict, he insisted that he would not tolerate being dragged into it against his will. Recognizing his strength, the leaders hoped for his support. Tomoya instead argued that the country's problems should be solved by those responsible for protecting it. Tomoya listened, as Charlotte explained the kingdom's danger and the threat posed by a powerful invading force. Rather than showing sympathy, he remained calm and questioned whether emotional appeals were meant to change his mind. Charlotte then shifted her approach and suggested that proper compensation could persuade him to support the country. Even so, she admitted that neither wealth nor authority was enough, leaving her with only a sincere plea. After reflecting on her determination, Tomoya softened his stance and acknowledged her feelings. Charlotte felt relieved when Tomoya finally agreed to help. With the decision made, he prepared to leave and handle matters in his own way. Before departing, Tomoya requested a reward for Charlotte's closest companion. At the same time, his abilities grew significantly through the Empress's support. Meanwhile, a report arrived describing fierce battles near the border, with enemy forces steadily advancing toward the capital. Without wasting time, Tomoya organized his companions, assigned preparations, and planned a journey to strengthen their group. Rather than heading directly to the battlefield, he chose to explore dangerous mountains first, intending to divide experience among his allies and increase their overall power. Before leaving, Tomoya assigned Misaki and Shizune to reinforce the border defenses, while he focused on other preparations. 2 days later, the pair returned with good news after helping the kingdom's forces repel enemy attacks at the front lines. Although the immediate threat had eased, Tomoya questioned why the empire had not completely withdrawn from the conflict. In response, his companions described a cruel nation whose rulers oppressed both neighboring lands and their own people. After hearing their account, Tomoya concluded that the country posed a danger to everyone around it. Tomoya checked on his companions and ordered the maids to take a well-deserved break from their duties. Meanwhile, the group continued training in the sacred mountain, gaining enormous amounts of experience and growing far stronger than before. To help them adapt to their newfound power, Soniel and Maria guided the maids through intensive combat practice. Concerned about their condition, Tomoya decided to give everyone a day off so they could recover from the sudden increase in strength. While the group rested, news arrived from the queen. As Tomoya prepared to hear the message, Maria happily expressed her gratitude for being able to support him. Reports arrived stating that the enemy had suddenly requested negotiations and compensation. Rather than accepting the offer immediately, Charlotte questioned whether such a greedy nation would truly surrender without another motive. Attention soon shifted to an abandoned palace where unusual activity suggested that a larger scheme was unfolding behind the scenes. At the same time, enemy leaders confirmed that Tomoya's allies were staying nearby, strengthening their interest in the situation. Elsewhere, Gozart viewed the development as more than coincidence and began considering how it could be exploited in his next operation. Gamma prepared for the next operation, while assuring his allies that he would provide support if the situation became dangerous. Although he expressed confidence, the other leaders questioned whether he could handle the mission alone, without assistance. Dendel pointed out Gamma past failures, while Hannibal quietly listened to the growing disagreement among the 4 heavenly kings. Instead of arguing further, Gamma explained that his concerns were focused on Gozart and the risks surrounding their allies' actions. The discussion ended with Hannibal choosing to move against Drumrocks, personally, while the others remained behind to observe how events would unfold. As the enemy leaders debated their next move, a powerful figure named Akuma appeared and immediately drew everyone's attention. His arrival changed the atmosphere of the meeting, as the Demon King Army's second war admiral carried immense authority and influence. Without delay, Akuma assigned Gozart a special mission to capture 2 heroes in Drumrocks and bring them back alive. Gozart accepted the order at once. Meanwhile, Akuma revealed that the army required a powerful specimen to advance a dangerous magical project. After hearing the explanation, Gozart realized the heroes would likely become subjects for further experiments, all connected to the creation of an even stronger being receiving Akuma's orders. Dendel pledged his loyalty and prepared to begin the mission without hesitation. Meanwhile, Akuma reviewed information about Tomoya and concluded that his rapid growth could eventually threaten even the Demon King. To ensure success, Akuma secretly arranged additional support, unwilling to rely entirely on his subordinates for the operation. Dendel requested permission to take Bahamut with him and was assigned to lead the assault on Drumrocks alongside Hannibal. With the plan finalized, Dendel departed to make preparations, while Akuma ordered him to destroy Drumrocks and eliminate any obstacles encountered along the way. Far from the battlefield, Akuma watched his plans move forward and expressed confidence that his subordinates would succeed. Several peaceful days passed without any action from the Empire, allowing Tomoya and his companions to relax outside the city. During the outing, Misaki gathered the courage to admit her true feelings and apologized for hiding them for so long. Caught by surprise, Tomoya listened carefully as she openly revealed her desire to stay by his side. After receiving a positive response, Misaki became part of his growing circle of companions, though she could not resist teasing him about how easily he attracted girls. Misaki walked away from the conversation with a bright smile, feeling happier than she had expected after finally expressing her feelings. Meanwhile, Tomoya responded with light-hearted humor, easing the tension and making the atmosphere more comfortable for both of them. Seeing Misaki's success, she encouraged Shizune to stop hiding her emotions and be honest about what she truly wanted. Faced with that encouragement, Shizune struggled to gather her courage, knowing that delaying any longer would only leave her with regrets. At last, she confessed the feelings she had carried since childhood and sincerely asked Tomoya to accept her love in return. Tomoya accepted Shizune's confession, bringing joy to the group, overcome with excitement. She immediately embraced her new place among his companions. Not wanting to be left behind, Misaki jokingly reminded Tomoya to treat everyone fairly, while the others laughed at the unusual arrangement. As the conversation continued, The group discussed a special blessing that could only be granted once and required careful consideration. Their peaceful moment was suddenly interrupted when a strange noise echoed across the area, drawing everyone's attention. Moments later, aircraft appeared in the sky and launched attacks in the distance, realizing a new threat had arrived. As the distant attacks continued, Sonyal immediately transformed and prepared for battle, unable to ignore the growing threat any longer. Noticing her agitation, Tomoya asked Shizune to escort Sonyal back to the estate while he assessed the situation. Meanwhile, Misaki and Shizune concluded that the demon army had finally begun a large-scale offensive against the region. Refusing to remain idle, the two set out on horseback, determined to confront the enemy before more damage could be done. At the same time, reports flooded the capital describing massive airships attacking civilians. Reports revealed that countless monsters were advancing toward the city, with defenses collapsing and powerful creatures joining the assault. Back in the capital, the kingdom's leaders realized the attack had been carefully timed and immediately began organizing evacuations and emergency measures. As preparations continued, suspicions arose that the demon army might be cooperating with Auroradale to weaken their enemies. Meanwhile, in Arrodale, enemy commanders watched the invasion unfold and anticipated Drumrox's destruction from a safe distance. Despite supporting the operation, one leader questioned the next objective, wondering whether the attackers would strike Arrodale as soon as Drumrox fell. While observing the battle from afar, an enemy commander criticized Gozart's absence and claimed the invading forces should have already finished the mission. On the battlefield, Sonyal charged into the monster horde and unleashed devastating attacks, cutting through enemy ranks with overwhelming force. The surviving monsters watched in shock as entire groups were wiped out within moments, unable to understand who they were facing. Driven by anger, Sonyal continued her assault and scattered the remaining enemies, preventing them from advancing any farther. After clearing the area, she searched the battlefield for Gozart, determined to confront the enemy commander responsible for the attack. As the monsters retreated, Sonyal recognized an enemy banner and realized the commander she had been searching for was nearby. Moments later, she cut down the remaining monsters before a familiar figure stepped onto the battlefield and drew her attention. Shock quickly turned to anger when Sonyal recognized Gozart. Seeing her strength, he acknowledged her growth as the long-awaited confrontation finally began. A winged girl charged toward the demon warrior with her spear, hoping to strike first. Midway through the attack, she noticed the vast difference in strength and hesitated. The demon remained calm and mocked her reckless move. Meanwhile, she regained her footing and prepared herself for another attempt. Rather than finishing the battle immediately, the demon decided to spare her life and intended to take her captive, refusing to surrender. The girl gathered her resolve. Determination filled her heart as she moved forward to restore her family's honor and protect her people. Without wasting another moment, she launched a sudden strike, aiming directly at the demon's back before he could react. Her surprise attack failed when the demon instantly caught her weapon. A moment later, he lifted her into the air and mocked her lack of strength. While hanging helplessly, the girl refused to give up. Hatred and determination remained clear, despite the overwhelming disadvantage. An opening finally appeared. Using all her remaining strength, she drove her spear forward and struck the demon at close range. Blood burst from the wound as the attack severed his arm. Pain forced the demon to his knees, and his confidence vanished. Soon afterward, her master arrived and cast healing magic on her injuries. Embarrassment replaced her battle spirit as she apologized. After the battle, Sonyal and her master compared their strength with the wounded demon. The numbers revealed a huge gap. Concern filled her expression as her master considered another solution, rather than relying on brute force. Soon, he proposed using a sealed power hidden within her. The plan carried great risk, but it offered a chance to overcome the stronger enemy. Carefully, he explained the dangers involved. Unstable magic could overwhelm her mind and drive her into a violent state. Despite the warning, Sonyal remained calm. Remembering her past struggles, she believed she now possessed enough control to handle the power. Even so, her master reassured her that he would remain by her side no matter what happened. His confidence eased her fears. Trust gradually replaced her hesitation as she accepted the risk ahead. A smile returned to her face, and gratitude filled her heart. Encouraged by his support, she prepared herself for the next step. Meanwhile, the wounded demon watched from a distance and demanded time to recover. Rather than backing down, he mocked their efforts and challenged them again. Without delay, her master began removing the magic seal. As the spell took effect, Sonyal's body weakened briefly while the hidden power started to awaken. As the seal broke apart, overwhelming power surged through Sonyal's body. Pain spread across her entire being, while a dark transformation slowly began. Moments later, the energy stabilized. A faint smile appeared as she adjusted to the newly awakened strength flowing within her. Horns emerged from her head, and her personality shifted under the influence of the unleashed power. Without hesitation, she launched a devastating magical attack. The strike crashed into her enemy, forcing him back while she enjoyed watching his suffering. Laughter escaped her lips as the battle turned in her favor. Nearby, her master observed the change while the badly injured demon struggled to remain standing. At her master's request, Sonyal calmed down as the seal was restored. The overwhelming power faded, leaving her standing quietly beside him. Once the battle ended, she introduced herself with pride as the Princess of Mercafolk. A new responsibility now awaited her beyond revenge. Facing the defeated demon, Sonyal gathered her family's lingering hatred and sorrow into a single resolve. The final blow came down without hesitation. Already weakened and unable to resist, the demon met his end on the battlefield. Only then did the weight on her heart finally lift. Tears flowed as she realized her revenge was complete. With the battle finally over, Sonyal collapsed from exhaustion. Her master carried her while their companions hurried over to check on their condition. After assessing her state, he explained that repeated use of recovery magic had drained her strength further. For that reason, he asked the others to bring her back safely. Meanwhile, new information arrived from the battlefield. Although their commander had fallen, reports soon revealed that two heroes were still struggling against powerful opponents. Both sides had reached their limits, leaving the outcome uncertain. Without wasting time, the young man entrusted Sonyal to his companions and rushed toward the next battlefield. After sending him off, the angel unleashed a powerful spell to support the battlefield. Flames spread across the area. Meanwhile, the young man rushed toward the location of the two struggling heroes. A dangerous presence soon drew his attention before he could reach them. His advance was interrupted by a mysterious winged figure. The stranger introduced himself as one of the 4 heavenly kings and calmly blocked the road. Another heavenly king appeared beside him, revealing that they had come together to stop any interference. Rather than showing fear, the young man accepted the challenge. The enemy assessed his strength with interest. The young man launched a fire attack the moment the heavenly king stood in his way. Although surprised, the heavenly king quickly regained his composure. He tried to dismiss the attack, yet concern began to creep into his expression. Everything changed when the young man revealed his true strength. The overwhelming battle power shocked his opponent. Seeing no reason to waste time, the young man decided to end the fight immediately and prepared a decisive strike. Before the heavenly king could react, a swift slash tore through his body. Defeat came instantly, leaving him unable to comprehend what had happened. After defeating another heavenly king, the young man prepared to continue his journey. Believing the path ahead was finally clear, he turned his attention back to the two heroes. Suddenly, several dark pillars rose from the ground. The strange phenomenon forced him to stop and investigate. Moments later, 3 powerful figures emerged from the darkness. They praised him for overcoming the heavenly kings. Each of the newcomers carried the same appearance and identity. Their presence created an eerie atmosphere as they calmly introduced themselves. Rather than wasting time on explanations, the young man attacked at once. He struck one of them aside and immediately rushed forward. Elsewhere on the battlefield, 2 heroines suddenly found themselves knocked to the ground by a strange enemy. Proud of his success, the bizarre demon boasted about his clever strategy. Meanwhile, the 2 warriors quickly recovered and focused on the threat before them. As the fight continued, the demon revealed the true effect of his ability. The stronger his opponents were, the longer they would suffer from intense pain. Refusing to be intimidated, one heroine charged forward and unleashed a powerful slash before their eyes. The demon's body began regenerating, forcing the 2 heroines to realize that this opponent was far more dangerous than expected. The demon confidently revealed the secret behind his immortality. As long as his core remained intact, any wound he suffered would eventually heal. Growing more arrogant, he threatened the 2 heroines, and believed victory was already within his grasp. Despite their injuries and exhaustion, both girls stood firm and refused to let anyone else claim what was precious to them. Determination surged through their bodies as they prepared a final counterattack together. They gathered their strength and focused on breaking the enemy's advantage. Shock replaced his confidence when he realized an unfamiliar force had begun stripping away his greatest protection. The blessing's power surged through both heroines at once. Their strength increased dramatically. Realizing where the power came from, they understood that their ally had intervened from afar. Standing side by side, the 2 warriors prepared their final assault. Meanwhile, the injured demon struggled to recover, and could only watch in frustration. A relentless combination attack crashed down on him from both directions. Lightning and steel struck repeatedly, leaving no chance to escape. With his body broken and his advantage gone, the demon finally panicked. Desperate pleas replaced his earlier arrogance as the battle slipped completely out of his control. The group questioned a captured demon soldier and learned he knew a small part of the Demon King's army activities. Under pressure, the prisoner revealed that women were being kidnapped in large numbers for a specific purpose. Victims were used to generate despair energy, while the captive admitted he only followed orders without knowing much else. Information about the army's base finally emerged. Its location was hidden in a remote mountain region deep within the Great Gasca Plains. A curse prevented the prisoner from speaking about the Demon King directly. Using a dispelling skill, the girl removed the restriction and prepared to uncover the final secret. Hidden beneath the Demon King's castle, a secret labyrinth stretched through the innermost region of Death Skull Mountain. Anger quickly replaced sympathy. One of the warriors activated a powerful skill and struck the captive with a devastating blow before he could say anything further. The attack consumed the remaining strength that sustained his existence. His body collapsed and vanished, bringing the interrogation to an end. Tomoya returned after completing his task and reassured his companions that everything was under control. Soon after, new information emerged about the Demon Lord's strategy. The discovery caught the others by surprise and changed the mood. Moments later, the three looked toward the distant sky. An unusual sight appeared on the horizon, drawing their attention. Large warships advanced through the air in massive numbers. Their formation revealed the scale of the approaching force. Facing the threat, the group quickly assessed the situation. While concern remained, Tomoya stayed calm and prepared to confront the enemy army. Without hesitation, Tomoya rushed toward the approaching enemy force. His companions remained behind while he moved ahead alone. Soon afterward, powerful explosions erupted across the battlefield. The attack struck distant targets with unexpected reach. Meanwhile, Tomoya continued channeling magic at a relentless pace. Rather than relying on a single attack, he unleashed spell after spell without slowing down. From afar, his companions watched in disbelief. Such overwhelming power placed him far beyond ordinary warriors and mages. Before long, the enemy ranks collapsed under the barrage, surrounded by defeated monsters. Tomoya stood firm as the battlefield fell under his control. After watching Tomoya head into battle, the two companions remained behind and turned their attention to each other. Before long, both began reflecting on their feelings. Admiration for Tomoya had gradually grown into deep affection. Meanwhile, their thoughts drifted toward the future they hoped to share with him. Excitement and embarrassment mixed as they imagined it. Rather than competing, the pair reached an unusual understanding. Together, they accepted their shared feelings and strengthened their bond. Elsewhere, urgent warnings spread through the kingdom. As danger approached the royal palace, preparations for evacuation began without delay. At the royal palace, the queen remained confident that a single hero could protect the kingdom. Meanwhile, thoughts turned to Tomoya's countless achievements. One impossible feat after another had already proven his extraordinary strength. Far above the battlefield, he approached the enemy fleet alone. The final stage of the confrontation was about to begin. Without hesitation, Tomoya unleashed a devastating attack. Explosions spread across the sky as warships were destroyed in rapid succession. Moments later, the surviving vessels crashed and broke apart. Standing above the wreckage, Tomoya secured victory and ended the threat. After defeating the enemy fleet, Tomoya received countless rewards and new abilities. His power reached a level that surpassed ordinary limits, leaving even him surprised. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice praised his achievement and declared him ready for greater challenges. Soon afterward, he returned to his companions. The long battle was finally over, and the journey home could begin. Standing before him, the two girls hesitated for a moment. Their expressions revealed feelings they could no longer hide. Caught completely off guard, Tomoya could only stare in shock as they celebrated his return. The affection of his companions strengthened his abilities further, pushing his power to an unbelievable level. Soon afterward, he checked his status and discovered that his battle power had increased far beyond anything he had expected. Meanwhile, a mysterious destination drew his attention. Determined to investigate, he set his sights on a ruined estate connected to the Demon Lord's forces. Elsewhere, enemy researchers learned about his rapid growth. Shock spread among them as they struggled to understand how he had become so powerful. Fearing discovery, the demons abandoned their plans. Realizing Tomoya threatened everything they had built, they rushed to report the situation to the Demon Lord. Far within the Demon Empire, reports of Tomoya's overwhelming strength reached the rulers. Meanwhile, one of the Empire's leaders dismissed concerns about minor losses. Her attention quickly shifted from military matters to Tomoya himself. Rather than fearing him, she became fascinated by his achievements. Admiration steadily replaced caution as she imagined meeting him in person. Soon afterward, that fascination grew into a strong desire. convinced that Tomoya was unlike anyone she had ever known. She saw him as the ideal man. While the Empire worried about its future, she formed plans of her own. Determined to win Tomoya's favor, she prepared to approach him before anyone else could. While the Empire discussed its next move, one of the Demon Lord's highest-ranking commanders made an unexpected decision. Rather than continuing her duties, she chose to abandon her position. The title she once valued meant little compared to her new goal. From that moment forward, she devoted herself to pursuing the man who had captured her admiration. Determination replaced her loyalty to the army. Before leaving, she offered a final warning to the Empire's ruler. With her farewell delivered, she departed without looking back. Elsewhere, unaware of the chaos he had caused among his enemies, Tomoya finally returned home. After returning from battle, Tomoya distributed the enormous rewards among his companions. Meanwhile, the maids reported on a recent attack by the Demon Lord's forces. Their efforts had successfully protected the estate from harm. Later that evening, Tomoya gathered the two girls in his room. Dressed more casually, they listened closely to what he wanted to say. Rather than avoiding the topic, Tomoya addressed their feelings directly. The conversation allowed everyone to express their emotions honestly. By the end of the discussion, mutual feelings had been confirmed. Surrounded by those who cared for him, Tomoya promised to take their devotion seriously. After accepting the feelings of both girls, Tomoya allowed them to decide how they wished to move forward. Soon afterward, he spent private time with one of them while the other waited her turn. At the Demon King's palace in Gastroplanes, a horned official hurried through the grand halls with a clear destination in mind. Upon reaching Alicia, he explained that Tomoya intended to challenge the Demon King, causing her to question his motives. According to his assessment, Tomoya stood no chance against such an overwhelming opponent, despite his recent achievements. Confident in his judgment, the official insisted that Tomoya would fail and proposed sending him back to the human world before disaster struck. To support his plan, he revealed an earlier agreement and suggested helping Tomoya gain more power before any confrontation took place. The official argued that Tomoya pursued only raw strength and claimed his power could increase hundreds of times if the world's energy were properly harnessed. Rather than dismissing the idea, Alicia realized he intended to rely on Calamity Star magic, a forbidden method with enormous risks. Building on that point, he explained that the magic could counter the penalties affecting evolution, type beings, and restore lost potential. Evidence from past events was presented, revealing that creating the technique required rare Kaiser-class entities as a foundation. By combining energy gathered from half the world's population with power drawn from countless captives, he proposed awakening a force capable of rivaling the Demon King. Alicia revealed that she had chosen Tomoya over the Demon King, making it clear where her loyalty now belonged. Without hesitation, she accepted her feelings and decided to stand as Tomoya's woman from that moment onward. Caught off guard, the official abandoned his earlier assumptions and realized his calculations had completely failed. Despite his frustration, he admitted that Tomoya could still become useful in the battle against the Demon King if given enough time. Satisfied with her decision, Alicia dismissed any concerns about Tomoya's strength and calmly asked the official to step aside and let events unfold naturally. After leaving Alicia behind, the official opened a portal and accepted that Tomoya and the Demon King would eventually collide. A faint smile appeared on his face as he placed his hopes on the outcome and quietly wished for Tomoya's success. Meanwhile, Tomoya gathered his companions inside his mansion, drawing everyone's attention to an important decision. With firm determination, he announced his intention to defeat the Demon King and bring the conflict to an end. Rather than objecting, the group welcomed his resolve and pledged to support him in restoring peace to the world. Tomoya outlined the first stage of the campaign, declaring that Sonyal's homeland, the Merfolk Kingdom, would be liberated before confronting greater threats. After reviewing the situation, one of his companions warned that the enemy's military strength had likely recovered and that a direct assault could invite retaliation. Acknowledging the concern, Tomoya decided to leave part of his force behind while selecting Lucian and Misha to accompany him. A detailed formation soon took shape, with each member assigned a specific position to support the advance. Meanwhile, another ally accepted responsibility for protecting the capital, allowing the main group to focus entirely on the upcoming operation. As preparations continued, Tomoya agreed that Sonyal should remain behind, and announced that he wanted everyone to meet an important ally. Moments later, a support system named Isis introduced herself to the group, immediately drawing surprised reactions from those present. While trying to understand the situation, several companions sensed a strange presence and began questioning the true nature of Tomoya's abilities. Tomoya explained that Isis had been supporting him since his arrival in this world and possessed power without clear limits. Following the revelation, The group learned that Isis existed as information and consciousness rather than a physical being, further deepening the mystery surrounding Tomoya's strength. While introducing Isis, Tomoya explained that her role centered on analysis, guidance, and various forms of support that had aided him throughout his journey. Curious about her nature, one companion questioned Isis directly and learned that she existed primarily to assist Tomoya and fulfill that purpose. Another member raised a more important concern, asking whether Isis truly stood on the same side as the group. After a brief exchange, the women quickly reached an understanding and became convinced that Isis could be trusted completely. With the matter settled, Tomoya accepted their judgment, while Isis calmly expressed confidence that the world would eventually come to revolve around him. Before departing, Tomoya formally placed Isis in charge of supporting the remaining forces and overseeing the defense of the mansion. Once everything was arranged, he renewed his determination and declared that the time had come to reclaim the Merfolk Kingdom. 3 days later, the group finally crossed into Merfolk territory and began surveying the situation ahead. What they found was a ruined settlement where signs of destruction remained, while hostile forces continued to threaten the survivors. A cry for help suddenly echoed nearby, prompting Tomoya and his companions to rush forward as Sonyal moved ahead to rescue the victim. Rushing ahead of the group, Sonyal swiftly cut down the attacking monsters before they could harm the civilians any further. The rescued villagers looked up in disbelief as the winged warrior stood among the fallen enemies and ensured their safety. Recognition slowly spread through the crowd, and several survivors began to realize that they had seen her before. Moments later, the truth became clear when the villagers identified the rescuer as Princess Sonyal, long thought to be lost. Overcome with relief, the people gathered around her and expressed their gratitude, amazed that their beloved princess had returned alive and unharmed. Standing before the survivors, Sonyal apologized for her long absence and announced that she had finally returned to her homeland. Gathering her resolve, she vowed to free the Merfolk Kingdom from Demon King occupation and restore its future. Watching from nearby, Tomoya felt relieved as the villagers accepted her words instead of rejecting her return. Turning his attention to the battlefield, he requested a detailed report and quickly assessed the remaining enemy forces across the kingdom. After reviewing the information, Tomoya identified a powerful commander hidden within the palace. Tomoya discovered another point of interest and quietly considered his next move. Reaching a decision, he entrusted the liberation of the city to Sonyal and instructed her to reclaim her homeland while he dealt with the enemy commander. Although surprised by the order, Sonyal accepted it and prepared herself to face the painful truths waiting within the kingdom. Filled with gratitude, she thanked Tomoya sincerely before taking flight toward the occupied city. Once she departed, Tomoya assigned Lucia to support Sonyal's mission, while he moved to eliminate the remaining forces of the Demon King's army. Lucia encouraged Sonyal before leaving, promising to return immediately if trouble arose, while Tomoya confirmed the location of the remaining enemy forces. After reviewing the report, he concluded that eliminating the occupying soldiers would be enough to free the Merfolk Kingdom from their control. Without wasting time, Tomoya assigned the protection of civilians to his companions and ordered them to provide relief throughout the area. At the same time, he instructed Isis to distinguish enemies from survivors, so that attacks and healing could be carried out simultaneously. Once the plan was complete, Tomoya activated a large-scale spell and launched a coordinated assault against the occupying army. Tomoya unleashed a massive spell, sending countless beams of light across the battlefield while healing magic spread through the surrounding area. Guided by Isis's targeting, the attacks struck only enemy soldiers, cutting through the occupying forces with relentless precision. Nearby civilians watched in shock as their injuries disappeared and their strength gradually returned. Maintaining both spells at once, Tomoya continued eliminating hostile troops while restoring everyone caught in the conflict. As the operation progressed, his companions admired the flawless strategy, knowing that no enemy could escape the tracking magic now covering the kingdom. Tomoya continued his overwhelming assault, wiping out the remaining invaders, while ensuring the people witnessed the kingdom's liberation firsthand. With the battlefield under control, he quietly wished Sonyal success as she advanced toward the heart of the occupied city. Flying through the streets, Sonyal struck down every enemy in her path and pushed deeper toward the enemy stronghold. Before long, she reached a heavily guarded building, where the surviving defenders had gathered behind sealed doors. As the entrance opened, a mysterious figure welcomed her arrival, while Sonyal learned that 5 targets remained alive inside the chamber. Entering the chamber, Sonyal confronted the former minister, who had betrayed the kingdom, and discovered that he had survived in secret all along. Rather than denying his crimes, the old man proudly revealed that the ruler believed to be dead had only been a decoy. Shocked by the revelation, Sonyal demanded an explanation for his betrayal and the suffering inflicted upon his own people. Without remorse, he admitted that the kingdom had merely been a tool for achieving his ambitions and boasted about his actions. The former minister calmly prepared his next move, ready to demonstrate how he had carried out his scheme. Just as the former minister prepared to reveal more of his scheme, another figure appeared within the chamber and immediately caught Sonyal's attention. A demon girl stood before the royal couple, struggling to understand why her mother had died. Soon after, an elderly retainer revealed the truth. He had preserved Lady Sonia's remains by creating a flesh golem, hoping to keep her presence in the kingdom. Years earlier, his goal had been to make Sonia fall in love and become queen, but her heart already belonged to the king. Despite that failure, serving at her side as a loyal attendant fulfilled his deepest wish and gave meaning to his life. When the demon army threatened the kingdom, he saw an opportunity to finally reunite with Lady Sonia, and prepared himself for that end. The old retainer admitted that Sonia's death had never been part of his plan, as she had taken her own life before he could achieve his goal. Shock spread across the demon girl's face, while he explained that powerful magic had preserved Sonia's body and kept it from decaying. Anger quickly replaced disbelief. Without hesitation, she struck him and left a deep wound across his body. Pain overwhelmed the old man as she condemned his selfish obsession and the suffering it had caused. Fury continued to build within her, remembering her parents and the countless innocent lives lost. Overwhelmed by grief, the demon girl broke down in tears while her companions rushed over to comfort her. A sudden glow filled the hall. Before anyone could react, a familiar figure appeared before them. Recognition struck instantly as the woman revealed herself to be Sonia. Shock and hope spread across the room at the impossible sight. Unable to hold back her emotions, the girl ran forward and wrapped her arms around her mother. Their long-awaited reunion finally came to pass. Sonia apologized for leaving her behind and promised to remain by her side. Sonia's soul merged with her daughter, leaving behind a final message of love. Before her presence slowly faded away, tears streamed down Sonia's face as she accepted her mother's feelings and returned them with all her heart. The fusion completed successfully. As the light disappeared, Sonial gained a new power while the limits on her growth were removed. Nearby, Tomoya received praise for his quick thinking after using advanced spirit magic to make the reunion possible. Having analyzed the situation, he copied an ancient elven technique and awakened a new form of soul magic. After the battle ended, Tomoya spoke privately with Queen Sonia's soul and learned the reason behind her final decision. She explained that she wished to remain with Sonial forever, watching over her daughter instead of passing on alone. Using powerful soul magic, Tomoya fulfilled that wish, though he warned that the technique carried serious risks and could not be used carelessly. Accepting the warning, he promised to remember the dangers and avoid relying on such magic recklessly in the future. Once everything was settled, Tomoya and his companions gathered the survivors and informed the citizens that the kingdom had finally been liberated from the demon army. While assessing the aftermath, Tomoya noticed that most of the surviving citizens were young women, as many men had been killed during the demon occupation. Faced with the problem of housing and protecting the survivors, he began considering possible solutions for their future. Shizune proposed relocating 1,500 survivors to the Satojima territory. Although the idea divided the kingdom's population, she believed it was the most practical option. Further details followed as Sonial described the land, opportunities, and important positions available within the territory. As the discussion continued, Shizune revealed a unique ability that allowed her to influence the consciousness of those who listened. Standing before the survivors, Sonial delivered an emotional speech and asked them to help build a new home together. Soon afterward, plans were announced to establish a new kingdom in the Satojima territory, with Sonial chosen as its ruler. As the migration began, Tomoya used newly acquired mental abilities to ease the survivors' fears and help them recover from exhaustion. Among those he assisted were several girls traumatized by slavery and the horrors they had endured during the invasion. Although he disliked relying on such powers, Tomoya continued using his mental skills to protect and heal those who had suffered the most. Tomoya continued treating the former slaves, using his abilities to remove their fear and trauma so they could return to normal lives. After helping the survivors recover, he turned his attention to a new objective. Reports pointed to the Demon King's castle on the Gastra continent. Confident that the situation was stable, Tomoya focused on caring for the citizens, while waiting for further information about the enemy stronghold, far away. Activity began within a mysterious facility connected to the Demon King's forces, where a major operation was set into motion. Realizing the process required special assistance, they decided to seek help from Tomoya's group. Inside a hidden facility, A captive demon woman was ordered to wear a device designed to synchronize with Zahark's magical waves and break his trance. Although unwilling to cooperate, she accepted the procedure while the researchers assured her that freedom would follow once the task was complete. Chains tightened around her body as the experiment began, leaving her shocked by the sudden restraint. The lead scientist revealed his true intentions and explained that her immense demonic power was essential for a dangerous test. Their goal was to create a rational fighting force from Zahark's destructive nature, preventing him from becoming nothing more than a mindless monster if the experiment succeeded. Scientists revealed that the captive demon woman had once loved the man chosen to become Zahark, leaving her stunned by the truth. Soon after, he activated the device and prepared the experiment while she remained restrained in the chair. Without warning, powerful energy surged through her body. Pain overwhelmed her as the synchronization process began. Alicia completed a dangerous evolution and emerged with overwhelming power. Her new form marked a dramatic rise in strength, while confidence replaced any sign of weakness. Soon after, the researcher confirmed the experiment's success. Amused by the result, he welcomed her transformation. From that moment onward, Alicia received a new role. The researcher declared her his strongest soldier. Without hesitation, she accepted the situation. Understanding the conditions placed upon her, Alicia focused on the mission ahead. Meanwhile, the researcher ensured every safeguard remained active. Bound by those restrictions, Alicia stood ready to serve as a powerful weapon. The researcher trembled with excitement as his theory proved correct. Confident in his success, he prepared to awaken another powerful being for his grand plan. Soon afterward, energy surged through a massive chamber. The activation process began while he eagerly anticipated the next step of his project. Suddenly, the machine released an overwhelming glow. Confusion replaced his excitement as the unexpected reaction spread across the laboratory. Moments later, a crystal-like object emerged from the center of the device. Alarmed by the strange result, he demanded an explanation, but received none. Realization slowly crossed his face as he understood that the crystal had produced something far beyond his expectations. A strange figure emerged from the crystal and greeted the researcher as an old acquaintance. The unexpected appearance immediately shattered his confidence. Suspicion grew as he questioned what had happened to Zahark and how this arrival became possible. According to him, the crystal had become a key capable of crossing the boundary between the two realms. Furthermore, he explained that opening such a path required an unimaginable amount of energy. Even the strongest demons could never produce enough power alone. The researcher learned that his work had never been about Zahark's growth, but about creating the strongest vessel needed to achieve that goal. Visitor stepped closer and revealed the true purpose behind the researcher's lifelong work. Although the researcher resisted the claim, the visitor calmly pointed out that victory against him had always been impossible from the beginning. Next, he exposed the final stage of the project. The plan involved a supreme life form born from negative emotions and empowered by the world's strongest demonic energy. Meanwhile, another secret came to light. Special spheres existed across the world, carrying power far beyond ordinary understanding. Having gathered those spheres, the visitor announced his intention to tear open the barrier between worlds and bring through the beings waiting beyond the rift. The visitor revealed the final truth behind his plan. Ancient records spoke of powerful entities beyond the rift. Realizing the danger, the researcher immediately ordered Alicia to stop him. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and launched an attack. A powerful punch struck the visitor's body, yet he remained completely unmoved. The attack that should have crushed an enemy produced no result. Instead, he countered with overwhelming speed and force. Alicia's advance was broken before she could react. Moments later, she staggered backward in pain. Blood spilled from her mouth as the enormous gap in strength became impossible to ignore. The visitor dismissed Alicia's strength and approached her without concern. Reaching out, he seized her head and prepared to demonstrate the true use of power. Pain surged through Alicia as dark energy flowed into her body. Moments later, her resistance vanished. Watching the outcome, the researcher felt despair for the first time. Alicia's instant defeat proved that neither of them had any chance of winning. Although most preparations were complete, he still required additional energy before carrying out the final stage of his plan. With that decision made, he turned his attention to Zahark's crystal. The artifact was moved toward his laboratory. The researcher desperately tried to stop the visitor, but it was already too late. Ignoring the warning, the visitor activated the final phase of his plan. Across the laboratory, sealed chambers began to awaken. The beings hidden inside stirred as energy surged through the facility. Soon afterward, cracks spread across the boundary separating the worlds. A massive rift opened above the kingdom. Standing before the chaos, the visitor gave his command. The Kaisers were released and ordered to spread destruction throughout the world. Dark clouds gathered around the enormous breach in the sky. As the vortex expanded, disaster descended upon the kingdom below. Earlier that night, the young master reviewed the aftermath of the rescue operation. With the refugees safe, his attention shifted to an unusual condition affecting him. After hearing the report, he considered the problem carefully. The symptoms appeared linked to prolonged soul integration. Meanwhile, Sonia listened quietly before offering her thoughts. Concern mixed with affection as she searched for a way to ease his condition. Unable to suppress her feelings any longer, she confessed her devotion. Her desire to stay close to him had grown beyond what she could endure alone. A newly evolved ability had emerged, granting him complete control over the power connected to Sonial. Early that morning, a report revealed a massive energy disturbance near the demon castle. After issuing orders to continue monitoring the situation, he prepared to leave. Before departing, he instructed his allies to inform him immediately if conditions worsened. Determined to act before disaster spread further, he announced his plan. His next objective was to confront the Demon King and uncover the source of the disturbance. Soon afterward, he gathered his companions and explained the mission. The capital would remain under their protection while he carried out the operation. With preparations complete, leadership duties were delegated to trusted allies. Leaving the remaining instructions behind, he set off toward the battlefield. After leaving the capital, he traveled across the sky and arrived above the Gastra Plains. The vast region below showed signs that something unusual had taken place. Once there, he contacted his support system and requested an update. Reports revealed thousands of hostile creatures roaming the plains. With only a few currently active, further investigation raised even more questions. The Demon King and another important figure had vanished, and their locations could not be determined. Reviewing the available data, he learned that both individuals disappeared after a sudden magical surge. Meanwhile, new information pointed toward the visitor and Alicia, believing they held the answers. Strengthening the maids would improve the safety of those unable to fight during the coming crisis. Remembering that wish, he decided to help despite his reluctance. The growing threat left little room for personal preferences. Meanwhile, the angelic warrior continued enjoying her peaceful days at his side. For the moment, he allowed her to remain free from the burdens of battle. After settling those matters, he focused entirely on the mission ahead. Determination replaced hesitation as he prepared to confront the dangers waiting in the plains. Surrounded by crackling energy, he began gathering the strength needed for the battles to come. He poured enormous amounts of magic into a divine relic, using its unique properties to withstand power that would destroy ordinary weapons. As the energy continued rising, the surrounding air became saturated with magic. Gradually, the strain spread through his body, leaving his hands numb. Eventually, the required amount of power filled the entire Gastra Plains. Satisfied with the result, he prepared to begin the next stage. Without wasting another moment, he gripped the charged blade firmly. The operation finally began as he advanced toward his objective. Tomoya activated a powerful spell and released God's judgment toward the battlefield. Ahead of him, a large group of skeleton soldiers advanced under the bright sky, preparing to overwhelm their enemies. Moments later, pillars of divine energy descended from above and struck the undead army without mercy. Across the forest, countless beams rained down in succession, blasting the ground and erasing every target in their path. Thanks to its wide area effect, the battlefield was cleared before the remaining undead could mount any resistance. Divine pillars continued falling from the sky, crushing the last skeleton soldiers as the battlefield shook beneath the relentless attack. 10 minutes later, the destruction finally ended. Reports confirmed that 60,000 enemy units had been wiped out. Soon afterward, Tomoya received an enormous increase in battle prowess. The massive number of defeated enemies caused his strength to rise dramatically. As new rewards appeared, he gained a useful slave management skill that would help strengthen future followers. Another ability followed, allowing experience points to be stored and distributed later. With powerful new skills secured, Tomoya began considering his next move. After reviewing the battle data, Tomoya discovered a sudden surge of power from a distant location. Its value exceeded 200,000 points, far beyond what should have been possible. Because of that, he became certain that something was wrong. Further analysis revealed the source of the anomaly. The abnormal power was linked to the Calamity Star, explaining how an enemy attack had bypassed his defenses. Without wasting time, Tomoya decided to investigate both the mysterious force and the whereabouts of the twin fierce gods. Sans preparations were complete. He headed straight toward the Demon King's palace. A teleportation spell carried Tomoya across the sky at incredible speed as he rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Soon he arrived at the Demon King's palace and confirmed that one of the twin fierce gods was likely inside. New information revealed an even greater threat. The defeated 4 heavenly kings were somehow being revived one after another. Realizing the situation could worsen at any moment, Tomoya immediately decided to act before the enemy's plans progressed further. Beyond the palace doors, a group of powerful figures awaited his arrival. Standing before them, Tomoya finally faced the individuals connected to the growing crisis. Upon entering the chamber, Tomoya confronted a horned man who revealed himself as one of the twin fierce gods in demon form. Beside him stood Alicia, the demon goddess. Together, they were identified as the beings behind the title of twin fierce gods. Rather than listening to further explanations, Tomoya focused on the information he needed and demanded answers about the current situation. Keeping his weapon ready, he pressed them for the Demon King's whereabouts, while carefully watching their movements. Without hesitation, Tomoya launched a sudden attack. The strike pierced his opponent's body, forcing the demon to recoil in shock. Despite his injury, the demon remained alive. Tomoya pointed his blade forward and demanded the Demon King's location, making it clear that resistance would only lead to death. Instead of answering, the wounded enemy laughed and claimed that the Demon King had survived countless tragedies over the years. While the interrogation continued, a warning suddenly reached Tomoya. Sensing that something was wrong, he decided to end the matter quickly. Divine power gathered around his weapon as he prepared a finishing attack without hesitation. A moment later, the strike crashed down with overwhelming force, tearing through the area and aiming to eliminate his enemy completely. As the attack descended, the wounded demon urgently called for Alicia. Responding immediately, she rushed forward to protect him from the incoming strike. Alicia released her power and intercepted the attack before it could reach its target. For a moment, it appeared that the twin fierce gods had successfully stopped the assault. Without backing down, she advanced toward Tomoya and prepared a direct counterattack while shielding her injured ally. However, Tomoya had already anticipated the move. Exploiting a rare opening, he pierced through her defensive ability and struck with perfect timing. The overwhelming attack engulfed the battlefield, leaving both enemies severely wounded. After defeating the twin fierce gods, Tomoya watched the smoke settle and confirmed that both enemies had finally been eliminated. Immediately afterward, several remaining hostile units appeared within the palace. Target markers locked onto every enemy at once as he prepared another attack. Dozens of magic circles formed behind him. From them, countless prism lasers were unleashed toward the newly arrived targets. Brilliant beams struck throughout the chamber, causing a series of violent explosions that swept across the area. Once the destruction ended, every enemy unit had been erased. The battle concluded with another increase in Tomoya's already overwhelming power. Although the battle was over, Tomoya could not shake his uneasiness. The enemy reactions were fading, yet a sense of danger remained. Multiple enemy signals had been detected in the Dronzer Kingdom, and they appeared nearly identical to the ones he had already defeated. Thousands of evolved demonic beasts and the presence of the twin fierce gods and 3 war gods had all been detected in the same region. Confused by the unexpected development, Tomoya searched for an explanation as the situation rapidly escalated. Moments earlier, powerful figures had gathered together. The enemies he believed destroyed were standing once again, preparing to move as a united force. Elsewhere, the revived twin fierce god anticipated Tomoya's arrival. Confident in his preparations, he planned to destroy everything in Dronzer Kingdom and leave only despair behind. At the same time, he revealed that countless demonic beasts had evolved into far stronger forms. The results of years of research were finally taking shape. His goal was to recreate an even greater demonic existence and surpass his previous achievements. Suddenly, the jewel reacted violently. Uncontrollable energy erupted from within his body, causing intense pain. As the transformation continued, his power expanded beyond expectations. The twin fierce god evolved into a new form known as the Evolution Emperor, having evolved into a higher existence. The twin fierce god proudly declared that he was approaching the level of a true god. Through an apex jewel and knowledge obtained long ago, he had learned how to create powerful crystals and accelerate evolution. After finishing his explanation, he ended the discussion and ordered his companion to return to their preparations. Believing success was within reach, he continued gathering power for Zahark's revival and the creation of a composite demon god, capable of challenging Tomoya. With the 4 heavenly kings already resurrected, he prepared to unleash an even greater disaster upon the world. He intended to lure Tomoya into a battle against Zahark, while a separate attack was launched against Dronzer Kingdom. Certain that every detail had been arranged perfectly, he celebrated the plan and believed victory was already within reach. Around him, the revived 4 heavenly kings gathered alongside other powerful followers. Each of them eagerly awaited the coming conflict and the chance to prove their strength. Soon afterward, the 3 war gods joined the assembly. Encouraged by Tomoya's absence, the entire force prepared to advance without hesitation, standing before his army. The twin fierce god gave the final order. With overwhelming confidence, he unleashed the invasion. While hurrying to the capital, Tomoya was suddenly stopped by an unfamiliar figure who appeared before him. Moments later, the stranger released an overwhelming aura and challenged Tomoya directly. His appearance alone signaled that he was no ordinary opponent. At last, the man's identity was revealed. The powerful figure standing before Tomoya was Zahark, the demon king he had been searching for. A guardian detected unusual fluctuations in the dimensional walls surrounding the royal capital and warned that hostile forces were approaching. After receiving the report, the kingdom's defenders split into their assigned groups and prepared to protect the country from the expected invasion. Soon, several portals opened beyond the capital's outer walls. From them emerged thousands of powerful monsters advancing toward the battlefield. While observing the enemy army, the defenders confirmed that most were high-ranking evolved monsters with overwhelming numbers. Further inspection revealed an even greater threat, as every monster possessed terrifying combat power far beyond ordinary expectations. Several warriors expressed their determination to prove the results of their training and become more useful to their master during the coming battle. Meanwhile, thoughts of personal rewards and future recognition revealed how deeply they admired and trusted the man they served. Suddenly, one defender spotted a familiar enemy commander among the invading forces and immediately drew everyone's attention to him. Soon after, more notorious figures appeared beside the commander, confirming that multiple powerful enemies had joined the assault. Shock spread across the walls as the defenders recognized the unexpected arrivals, while a calm figure stepped forward and prepared to face the situation. The defenders regained their confidence and reminded one another that the strength granted by their master would help them overcome the coming battle. Standing before her companions, a young warrior swore to protect everyone and defend those who had once been unable to fight for themselves. Soon, movement spread through the enemy ranks as familiar figures appeared among the advancing forces, drawing immediate attention. Alarm quickly followed when another observer identified even more powerful individuals joining the invasion. Concern deepened across the walls after the defenders confirmed that several elite commanders and high-ranking generals had arrived on the battlefield. As the tension grew, several winged warriors appeared and playfully accused one of their allies of betraying their side, briefly lightening the atmosphere. Soon afterward, the commander dismissed the distraction and ordered everyone to begin their counterattack against the invading army. Following the command, the defenders spread out across the battlefield while maintaining proper distance and formation. At the front line, a group of warriors activated enhancement abilities and prepared to launch their assault. Without hesitation, one fighter charged forward and unleashed a powerful strike, cutting through the enemy ranks as the battle finally began. As the battle intensified, the defenders unleashed powerful magic and volleys of arrows, striking the advancing monsters from a distance. Moments later, the enemy attempted to retaliate, but the coordinated assault continued to pressure their front lines. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a former demon encountered familiar faces, triggering memories of her past and drawing attention from nearby allies. Meanwhile, the winged warriors teased her changed appearance, creating a brief distraction amid the ongoing conflict. The light-hearted moment ended quickly when she stepped forward with determination and prepared to eliminate a dangerous opponent herself. A powerful angel stepped onto the battlefield and released an overwhelming amount of holy energy, leaving even her former allies stunned by the display. Without delay, she launched a devastating combination of heavenly attacks that swept across the battlefield and crushed everything in their path. As the destruction spread, observers struggled to believe the scale of her power and realized it exceeded anything they had expected. Soon afterward, her true strength was revealed, confirming that her combat ability had reached an extraordinary level. She unleashed a final heavenly spell that engulfed the area and left her enemies overwhelmed by its terrifying force. One of the enemy leaders confidently declared that victory was certain, believing their increased numbers. In response, the maid commander remained calm and recalled how easily they had defeated similar opponents during their previous encounter. Determination filled her heart as she resolved to punish those responsible for countless victims, drawing strength from the power entrusted to her. Soon afterward, multiple magic circles appeared around her, releasing a massive spell that covered the battlefield with destructive energy. Fear quickly spread through the enemy ranks when she warned them of the suffering that awaited once her attack was unleashed. The maid commander condemned the enemy for their cruelty and crimes, refusing to show mercy as her overwhelming magic surrounded the battlefield. Although she struggled to express her emotions, she prepared to demonstrate the anger she had been holding back throughout the conflict. A devastating spell was unleashed moments later, engulfing the enemy forces in an explosion of destructive power that shattered their formation. Confusion spread among the surviving commanders as they watched their troops disappear under the relentless assault. At the same time, another warrior activated an advanced skill and struck down powerful opponents. The maid commander ordered her allies to focus all their strength on a powerful enemy whose abilities had been greatly enhanced beyond normal limits. Frustrated that she could not fight at full capacity, she released her true power and stepped onto the battlefield with overwhelming confidence. Without hesitation, she charged forward and struck the enemy leader before he could properly react to her sudden assault. At the same time, her companions launched coordinated wind-based attacks that cut through enemy forces and disrupted their advance. Witnessing the defenders' immense strength, the remaining enemies realized the battle was turning against them. 3 powerful enemy commanders stepped forward and proudly revealed themselves, believing their combined strength would turn the battle in their favor. In response, the defenders decided to stop holding back and demonstrate the results of the intense training they had undergone. Ariel moved first, unleashing a devastating strike that sliced through the enemy ranks while displaying her overwhelming combat ability. Immediately afterward, another ally joined the assault and summoned multiple copies of the kingdom's strongest warrior to support the attack. The battle escalated further as a massive explosion erupted across the battlefield, overwhelming the enemy forces and shattering their formation. Another elite defender stepped forward and declared her confidence before activating a powerful transformation granted by her master's training. Moments later, her body transformed into a massive lightning tiger, causing her combat power to rise to an extraordinary level. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed a devastating attack that struck the enemy commanders and left them shaken with fear. After the assault ended, the defenders confirmed that every enemy target had been successfully eliminated from the battlefield. Relief spread among the victors as they reflected on their success and credited their master's power for helping them overcome the invasion. With the invasion defeated, the commander stood before a mountain of fallen enemies and praised everyone for their efforts in securing victory. Far from the battlefield, a researcher reviewed the results of a secret project and expressed shock at the extraordinary strength displayed by the transformed subjects. Meanwhile, another experiment reached completion, as preparations were finalized to transfer a soul into a specially prepared vessel. The procedure succeeded without complications, allowing the soul to awaken within a powerful new body suited for its purpose. After confirming the success of the project, the researcher began considering a future plan involving Tomoya, believing it could produce even greater results. Inside a hidden laboratory, the researcher revealed that he had preserved Alicia's cells and developed a method to recreate her body whenever necessary. After restoring her memories, he awakened Alicia and informed her that a new mission awaited beyond the laboratory. Soon afterward, he ordered her to travel to the kingdom of Dronzer and carry out a task that he described as his final command. Shock filled Alicia as she learned the true objective, the complete extermination of all slaves connected to Tomoya Satoshima. With preparations complete, the researcher instructed her to use a transfer magic tool, while he remained behind to bid farewell to the world. Just as Alicia prepared to depart, she suddenly struck the researcher, bringing his plans to an unexpected end. Alicia stood behind Tomoya, while dark emotions consumed her mind. Blood stained her lips as she stared at him with an unsettling obsession. Without hesitation, she confessed her overwhelming attachment. Her fixation deepened, leaving no room for reason or restraint. Possessiveness replaced affection as she imagined a world where only the two of them existed. Meanwhile, the demon's influence became obvious. Her twisted thoughts and unusual behavior revealed how deeply corruption had taken hold. From the depths of despair, Alicia clung to Tomoya as her only source of hope. That dependence grew into an unhealthy obsession she could no longer control. Consumed by obsession, Alicia revealed her true ambition. She decided to eliminate every rival around Tomoya and claim him for herself alone. A cruel smile spread across her face as a new plan emerged. Gratitude quickly turned into greed when she realized she could seize powers beyond her own. Using the gift she had gained, Alicia began drawing strength from her target. Confidence filled her as the transfer started successfully. Rather than showing remorse, she embraced the transformation. The growing power only reinforced her twisted devotion. While her victim cried out in pain, Alicia absorbed the stolen power and moved one step closer to her goal. The immense power flowing through her body strengthened both her confidence and ambition. Excitement quickly turned into madness as the newly gained strength surged without limit. Declaring victory, she cast the weakened demon aside and celebrated her evolution. Across the chamber, the defeated figure collapsed onto the floor. Even while suffering fatal wounds, she refused to accept such a miserable end. Far away from the battlefield, Alicia's thoughts remained fixed on Tomoya. Her obsession endured despite everything, driving her forward with a single desire. Standing face to face, two figures prepared for a conversation that could shape the next stage of the conflict. Inside the Demon King's castle, Zahark examined Tomoya closely. The changes brought by his transformation were immediately obvious. Rather than wasting time on words, Tomoya prepared for battle. Determination filled his eyes as energy gathered around him. Without warning, he launched a swift attack. Zahark welcomed the challenge, eager to test newly acquired abilities. The clash unfolded in an instant. Expecting an easy exchange, Zahark was caught off guard when Tomoya's strike pierced through his defense. Before he could recover, Tomoya released another powerful technique, causing energy to erupt across the battlefield. A massive explosion shook the castle halls. When the smoke cleared, Tomoya calmly watched the aftermath. To his surprise, Zahark emerged from the destruction unharmed. Amused by the attack, the demon acknowledged Tomoya's strength while revealing his own resilience. Moments later, Zahark's wounds vanished completely. His recovered body and increased power made it clear that defeating him would not be simple. Recognizing the danger of endless regeneration, Tomoya reconsidered his approach. Meanwhile, Zahark challenged him directly, eager to continue the fight. Without waiting any longer, the demon rushed forward at full speed. The next exchange began as both fighters prepared to test their limits. Zahark launched a relentless assault, striking from every angle. Despite the pressure, Tomoya avoided each attack. Frustration began to build as every blow missed its target. Zahark pressed forward aggressively, determined to force a decisive exchange. Meanwhile, Tomoya received support from an ally who started analyzing Zahark's body. Knowing he needed more time, he focused on surviving the battle. Instead of continuing the clash, Tomoya changed tactics. He attempted to distract Zahark with questions while waiting for the analysis to finish. Zahark revealed his motivation. More than anything else, he desired the title of the strongest being in the demon world. While exchanging blows, Zahark revealed the source of his ambition. Years of humiliation had fueled his desire to stand above every creature in existence. Rather than dismissing those feelings, Tomoya listened carefully. He questioned whether endless pursuit of power was worth the suffering it brought to others. From his perspective, strength ruled everything, and only the powerful could escape oppression. As the battle continued, he challenged Tomoya's beliefs. To Zahark, seeking greater power was the only path to freedom and respect. Even so, he believed there was a difference between understanding the desire for strength and blindly surrendering to it. Tomoya admitted that he could not condemn Zahark's desire for strength, having received blessings himself. In the middle of their exchange, Tomoya struck decisively. The sudden attack caught Zahark off guard and forced him backward. Rather than praising his ambition, Tomoya pointed out the consequences of his actions. Countless innocent lives had been lost because of Zahark's pursuit of power. Memories of the people affected by the conflict filled Tomoya's mind. Their suffering strengthened his resolve to bring the battle to an end. With his decision made, Tomoya stepped forward confidently. No matter the cost, he vowed to defeat Zahark and protect those who remained. At last, the analysis was complete. Tomoya learned that every regeneration damaged Zahark's body further, and repeated healing would eventually lead to his death. Instead of relying on powerful attacks, he used smaller strikes to force Zahark to regenerate again and again. Each recovery weakened the demon more than before. Gradually, the accumulated damage began breaking down his body despite his efforts to endure. Soon Zahark's condition visibly deteriorated. His massive frame trembled as the strain of constant regeneration pushed him toward collapse. Desperately clinging to his pride, he continued proclaiming himself the strongest champion of the demon world. Refusing to accept defeat, Zahark gathered the last of his strength. His pride remained unbroken as he declared himself the true king of demons. Moments later, the accumulated damage reached its limit. A violent explosion consumed Zahark, bringing the long battle to its final conclusion. As the dust settled, Tomoya received confirmation of the demon's death. Along with the victory came immense rewards, causing his power to rise dramatically. New titles and abilities continued to appear one after another. Even Tomoya was surprised by the scale of the growth he had gained. With greater responsibilities waiting elsewhere, Tomoya decided to leave immediately and reunite with his companions. After the battle ended, Tomoya contacted his allies to learn the situation on the front lines. Far away, Maria delivered an update on the remaining threats. Aside from the missing twin war gods, the battlefield had largely been secured. Hearing that his companions were safe eased Tomoya's concerns. Although everyone had endured a difficult fight, with the crisis resolved, Tomoya announced Zahark's defeat and prepared to return home. He also made a simple request for a warm meal upon his arrival. Maria happily agreed and promised that everyone would be waiting for him. Soon afterward, Tomoya left the ruined castle behind and began his journey back. Just as Tomoya prepared to leave, Zahark rose once more in a monstrous form. Even on the verge of death, the demon refused to abandon his obsession with strength. Dark energy surged through the chamber as Zahark declared himself the true Demon King. His transformed body granted him one final burst of terrifying power. Realizing the danger of a direct hit, Tomoya carefully assessed the situation while avoiding a reckless clash. The monster's attack slammed into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Despite the destruction, Tomoya remained calm and uninjured. Having identified the creature's weakness, Tomoya drew his weapon and made his decision. Preparing for the final blow, Tomoya activated a powerful skill and charged forward. Even Zahark seemed surprised by the sudden change in momentum. Their attacks collided head-on, shaking the battlefield. Neither side backed down as both fighters poured everything into the clash. The strain quickly began affecting Tomoya's body. Despite the pain, he continued pressing forward while searching for the perfect opening. In a decisive moment, his attack tore through Zahark's defenses. The massive demon staggered as severe damage spread across his body. Although the skill came with a heavy cost, Tomoya refused to stop, knowing victory was finally within reach. To Tomoya's surprise, Zahark's body began changing once again. Instead of collapsing, the demon absorbed the remaining power and grew even stronger. Dark energy erupted throughout the chamber as Zahark completed his transformation. Reborn as a demon god, he reached a level of power far beyond his previous limits. Excitement consumed him as the new strength flowed through every part of his body. The overwhelming energy reinforced his confidence and ambition. Driven by a long-held dream, Zahark revealed his ultimate goal. He believed that devouring Tomoya would grant him enough power to dominate the world beyond the rift. With his desire finally within reach, the demon god charged forward without hesitation. Zahark attacked with overwhelming confidence, convinced that his new power had made him unstoppable. Even repeated blows failed to provoke the reaction he expected from Tomoya. Amusement slowly turned into confusion as his opponent remained calm. For the first time since his transformation, doubt crept into Zahark's mind. Without warning, Tomoya seized Zahark's arm and stopped his advance. The sudden restraint disrupted the demon's momentum completely. As Zahark struggled to break free, Tomoya quietly confirmed that the conditions for his plan had been met. A tremendous force erupted across the battlefield moments later, drawing upon the authority of the god of destruction. Powerful aura surrounded Tomoya as the god of destruction's authority awakened. Across the battlefield, Zahark realized the situation was becoming dangerous. Confident in his new form, Zahark launched another direct attack. The strike landed, yet Tomoya remained completely unfazed. Confusion spread across Zahark's face as his attacks lost their effect. Moments later, Tomoya countered with overwhelming force and drove him backward. Energy continued gathering around Tomoya as his transformation reached a higher stage. Faced with a power beyond calculation, Zahark finally understood the gap between them. A powerful reading revealed Tomoya as the god of destruction, but the displayed value exceeded all understanding and returned an error. As the overwhelming presence spread through the area, instinct warned her that confronting him would be impossible. Fear took hold. Darkness surrounded Tomoya while the horned woman collapsed in panic, unable to withstand the pressure radiating from him. After realizing the effect, Tomoya understood that a special skill had temporarily elevated him to the level of the god of destruction. Once the situation settled, he gained new rewards, including the god's apex jewel and a barrier ability that could nullify attacks weaker than his own status. After the terrifying surge of power faded, the horned woman slowly regained consciousness. Tomoya stood nearby while the effects of his skill disappeared, leaving the area calm once more. Reviewing the aftermath, he reflected on the battle and decided that relying on such a dangerous ability was not an ideal solution. With that in mind, Tomoya examined the rewards he had obtained from the encounter. New items and abilities appeared before him, offering fresh possibilities. Carefully activating one of the rewards, he began testing its functions and studying its potential uses. Meanwhile, the horned woman remained silent, observing him with caution as the tension between them gradually eased. Rather than taking revenge, Tomoya chose to spare the defeated warrior. The unexpected decision left her confused. Although given a chance to live, she rejected the offer and demanded an end to her suffering. Years of conflict had convinced her that survival held little value. Ignoring her protests, Tomoya activated a special power and placed her under his control. At the same time, her combat abilities began to disappear. The seal completed its effect, stripping away the strength she had relied on for so long and forcing a dramatic transformation. When the process ended, Tomoya discovered that the feared warrior had originally been a woman. After learning the truth, Tomoya tried to explain that he only wanted the former warrior to work under him. Attempting to help, he searched for spare clothing and urged her to get dressed before continuing their discussion. Instead of choosing practical attire, she appeared in an eye-catching maid outfit. The result surprised Tomoya, while she remained completely confident in her appearance. Their conversation quickly became chaotic, as she ignored his concerns and insisted on accompanying him wherever he went. Soon afterward, preparations were made for the next journey, and Tomoya left his companions behind while heading toward the city with a new objective. While Tomoya was away, his companions received a warning about an unprecedented dimensional disturbance. Moments later, space itself cracked open above the nearby forest. A dark rift emerged, spreading an unsettling presence across the area. From the distortion, a powerful woman known as Alicia Bartolona appeared. Her overwhelming aura immediately revealed that she was no ordinary visitor. The immense pressure radiating from Alicia stunned the group. Even experienced fighters struggled to remain calm in the face of her presence. Rather than attacking, Alicia looked over the gathered women and spoke with amusement. Her attention seemed fixed on Tomoya, suggesting that her arrival had a very specific purpose. Alicia approached the group with a friendly attitude and greeted one of the angelic women as if they had known each other for a long time. Without warning, Alicia struck the angel and sent her reeling. The sudden attack shattered any hope that the encounter would remain peaceful. Enraged by the assault, several companions rushed forward together. Their combined attack aimed to stop Alicia before she could harm anyone else. The counterattack failed completely. One after another, the defenders were knocked aside and collapsed onto the ground, standing alone at the center of the battlefield. Alicia looked down on the defeated group. Their strongest efforts had accomplished nothing. After defeating the group with ease, Alicia revealed that their strength should have been enough to challenge powerful enemies. Determined to uncover the truth, her focus remained fixed on he, and she showed no intention of backing down. As her aura intensified, Alicia openly declared her desire to remove every rival and claim Tomoya for herself. Rather than hiding her feelings, she calmly imagined a future at his side. The possibility of becoming his wife seemed more important to her than any battle. For the first time in ages, Alicia allowed herself to dream again, picturing a wedding that she had long believed would never happen. Realizing that direct combat was hopeless, the women quickly formed a plan. Each member accepted a role, hoping teamwork could create an opening against Alicia. The attack began at once. One fighter launched a powerful strike while another prepared to exploit any weakness that appeared. Instead of retreating, Alicia rushed forward through the assault. Her speed allowed her to avoid the incoming attack, without losing momentum. Before the plan could succeed, she closed the distance and seized her target. The sudden counter left the group shocked as their strategy collapsed. Even so, she remained completely in control, proving that skill alone was not enough to overcome her. After capturing her opponent, Alicia tightened her grip and attacked directly. The painful strike forced the maid to the ground before the others could react. A nearby ally immediately rushed in to help. Taking advantage of the distraction, she launched a counterattack aimed at forcing Alicia away from her target. The effort achieved little. Alicia avoided the assault with ease and continued treating the battle as if it were nothing more than a game. Moments later, she retaliated with a powerful kick that sent another challenger flying across the battlefield. Refusing to surrender, the remaining fighter unleashed a devastating technique. The shattered remains of the attack scattered around her, proving that even a powerful technique could not stop her. Another warrior charged forward and continued fighting despite the hopeless odds. The desperate assault ended with her being thrown back once again. As the battle dragged on, Alicia's strength continued to rise. The growing gap in power convinced the defenders that victory was becoming impossible. Unable to contact Tomoya and lacking any reinforcements, the group struggled to decide how to respond to the crisis. At last, the head maid stepped forward. Accepting responsibility for everyone's safety, she ordered the others to retreat and prepared to face Alicia herself. Alicia mocked the exhausted defenders and pointed out the overwhelming gap in strength. To her, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Despite the hopeless situation, the head maid refused to retreat. She instructed the others to recover while preparing to confront Alicia alone. After confirming that the wounded companions were moving to safety, she quietly accepted the burden of protecting everyone until Tomoya returned. Drawing on every remaining ounce of strength, the maid unleashed a hidden power. The sudden surge of energy even caught Alicia by surprise. For the first time since arriving, Alicia was forced to directly receive an attack from her opponent. The head maid continued her relentless assault, forcing Alicia to acknowledge the unexpected power behind the attacks. Drawing upon the blood of the dragonfolk, she pushed her body beyond its natural limits. The dangerous technique converted her own lifespan into overwhelming strength. For brief moments, the ability granted power rivaling that of a true dragonfolk. Alicia was repeatedly driven back as the attacks landed one after another. However, the price steadily accumulated. Every activation shortened the maid's remaining life and brought her closer to exhaustion. Determined to protect her companions, she continued attacking despite knowing that each blow pushed her nearer to death. The head maid's body finally began to fail. While her companions desperately begged her to stop, one final strike landed against Alicia. The attack lacked the overwhelming force of earlier blows, but it carried the maid's remaining determination. With her strength exhausted, the maid could no longer remain standing. Her body collapsed as the battle reached its limit. Alicia quietly watched the fallen defender. Instead of mocking her, she acknowledged the courage and devotion that had driven the maid to fight so fiercely. Remembering the struggle of Tomoya's companions, Alicia felt something unexpected. For the first time since arriving, admiration. As she looked at the injured defenders, Alicia briefly showed regret. Deep inside, she never intended for things to go this far, but a dark influence continued pushing her actions forward. The hesitation vanished moments later. A surge of sinister power overwhelmed her mind, dramatically increasing her strength. While Alicia embraced her obsession with Tomoya, another of his companions struggled to stand. Clinging to her faith, the young woman declared that neither she nor the others could afford to die. Her determination remained unshaken even against impossible odds. Remembering Tomoya's kindness and courage, she held firmly to a single belief, no matter how desperate the situation became. Hope remained alive as Tomoya finally answered the desperate call, arriving just before Alicia could strike again. A horned woman was suddenly struck by a powerful attack, leaving a massive wound in her body. Shock spread across her face as the unexpected blow disrupted the battle. Meanwhile, a hidden skill activated automatically. A new body began to form, while emergency conditions removed previous restrictions to ensure survival. Soon afterward, a large magic circle appeared in the sky. Under its influence, a mysterious object descended toward the waiting group. From the object emerged a small girl connected to mechanical wings. Strange energy surrounded her as several figures watched in silence. Without hesitation, the newly arrived being moved into action, marking the beginning of a powerful intervention. After confirming the battle was over, the mechanical girl praised everyone's efforts and announced the start of a recovery program for the fallen. Her first target was Marianne Victoria, whose life had been lost during the conflict. The group watched closely as preparations began. With several systems activated, a powerful resurrection spell spread across the battlefield and surrounded its target with light. Moments later, signs of recovery appeared. Relief grew among the gathered companions as Marianne slowly regained her condition. Although her lifespan could not be fully restored, the process succeeded. Soon afterward, Marianne returned to life, bringing hope to everyone present. A sacred resurrection spell ignited across the battlefield. Powerful divine energy gathered around the fallen woman as the revival process reached its final stage. She regained her form while the surrounding magic slowly faded away. Shortly afterward, the mechanical girl informed her that her exhausted lifespan had been restored with an additional 1,000 years. Realizing what had happened, Marianne approached her savior and expressed deep gratitude. Respect replaced her confusion as she accepted her second chance at life. Moved by Marianne's loyalty and determination, the mechanical girl acknowledged her noble spirit and urged her to value the life she had regained. After accepting the advice, Marianne promised to treasure her restored life. The mechanical girl then shifted her attention toward another unfinished matter. Standing alone on the battlefield, the small guardian prepared to deal with the horned woman whose condition had been left unresolved during the recovery efforts. Suddenly, the demon woman revealed her overwhelming strength and declared her confidence. Rather than showing concern, the mechanical girl calmly explained that she had simply chosen not to appear earlier. The demon woman responded with suspicion and frustration. As tensions rose, the guardian introduced herself as an AI support system created to assist life in another world. Facing the horned woman directly, the mechanical girl revealed that she had been watching events from the very beginning. Instead of accepting the offer, the demon woman mocked the claim and prepared for battle. Without warning, she launched a fierce attack. The mechanical girl avoided serious harm and responded before the assault could continue. A strange ability activated and began absorbing the darkness within her opponent. Agony spread through the demon woman as the process took effect. Gradually, the corruption buried deep inside her heart started to break apart. Forced away from the battlefield, she struggled to understand the unfamiliar change. As the corruption was pulled away, Alicia suffered intense pain. Rage and confusion overwhelmed her, while the dark force resisted being separated from its host. Observing the reaction, the mechanical girl concluded that stronger measures were necessary. She calmly prepared the next stage of the purification process. Meanwhile, Alicia's body continued to be consumed by the accumulated darkness. The realization confirmed that the corruption had grown far beyond normal limits. Determined to save her, the mechanical girl unleashed a harsher method. Powerful energy restrained Alicia, while extracting the source of the corruption from within. Strange visions appeared as the extraction advanced, bringing Alicia closer to freedom from its control. As the extraction continued, countless undead warriors suddenly emerged from the darkness. Their appearance transformed the battlefield into a dangerous sea of enemies. Several companions prepared to fight, alarmed by the overwhelming numbers. Despite their concern, the mechanical girl remained completely calm. Without hesitation, she activated multiple high-level spells. At the same time, vast magical energy gathered around her as she targeted the undead army. Moments later, a devastating attack swept across the battlefield. Brilliant power erupted outward and engulfed the advancing horde. The spectators watched in astonishment as the mechanical girl continued displaying unimaginable magical abilities. The final wave of destruction struck the battlefield, leaving a massive crater behind. With the undead army eliminated, attention returned to Alicia's purification. Deciding the process had gone on long enough, the mechanical girl prepared a direct solution. In an instant, she unleashed a precise martial technique and struck Alicia at close range. Alicia collapsed in pain while the mechanical girl calmly assigned her companions to watch over her condition. Drawing upon multiple combat records, the small guardian began the final purification stage, determined to remove every remaining trace of darkness from Alicia's body. Drawing on multiple abilities at once, the mechanical girl merged several powerful spells. The gathering energy shocked even the experienced observers watching nearby. Once the preparation was complete, she unleashed the attack without hesitation. Brilliant streams of magic surged forward toward the trapped target. At the same time, a multi-layered barrier sealed Alicia inside a restricted space. Escape became impossible as the purification entered its decisive phase. An overwhelming lance of holy power pierced through the darkness surrounding her. Every remaining trace of corruption was struck by the concentrated assault. Soon afterward, a massive explosion consumed the battlefield. Thick clouds and raging energy filled the sky as the final purification reached its climax. As the explosion faded, the mechanical girl declared the purification complete. The remaining darkness finally lost its hold, leaving the battlefield silent. Without wasting time, she prepared one final divine procedure. Complex magic circles formed around her as the restoration process began. Sacred energy flowed into Alicia's body and repaired the damage caused by the corruption. The final traces of darkness vanished under the overwhelming holy power. Moments later, Alicia collapsed peacefully onto the ground. For the first time, her expression showed neither pain nor hostility. The companions gathered around her in disbelief. Realizing that Alicia had truly been saved, they decided to bring her back to the mansion and continue her recovery there. Back at the mansion, Alicia was placed in a room to recover while the others watched over her. During the discussion, Isis explained that strict conditions had prevented her from intervening sooner. Further details revealed that the rules were created by her creator to prevent interference before critical situations reached a certain level of danger. Despite the complicated regulations, Isis admitted she found them amusing. The unusual circumstances had allowed her to participate at the perfect moment. Later attention returned to Alicia as she rested on the bed. The group quietly checked on her condition and awaited her recovery. While recovering in the mansion, Alicia questioned why she had been saved, despite being an enemy. Those words broke through Alicia's remaining doubts. Overwhelmed by emotion, she finally released the pain she had carried for so long. Soon afterward, the discussion shifted to Tomoya. Isis revealed that she could not meet him yet, because certain circumstances still prevented their encounter. Before leaving, Isis asked that the truth remain secret for the time being. The others reluctantly accepted her request and kept the matter to themselves. To protect future relationships, she suggested presenting the outcome as Alicia's own decision to surrender and change her path. Just as the situation seemed settled, Isis made an unexpected announcement. Alicia listened in confusion as the small guardian revealed her next plan. Without hesitation, Isis began removing Alicia's demonic traits. The sudden process startled Alicia and left her completely unprepared. Although frightened by the unexpected change, Alicia quickly realized no harm was intended. The dramatic reaction drew attention from far beyond the room, bringing the peaceful atmosphere to an abrupt end. While flying toward the battlefield, Tomoya learned that Maria and the others had already captured Alicia, the demon goddess of war. Concern crossed his face as no report had arrived. Without any news, he assumed the battle must have been difficult. Meanwhile, Zahark remained close to him during the flight. Her weak condition forced her to rely on his support to stay steady. Rather than seeing her as a burden, he accepted that he could never defeat her no matter how hard he tried. At the same time, Zahark's feelings deepened rapidly. Admiration turned into affection, as she completely opened her heart to his strength. As Zahark stayed beside him, Tomoya learned that the divine power within his body had evolved. Soon afterward, the group returned home. Several companions gathered to welcome their master's safe return. Nearby, Alicia lay restrained on the ground. Her battered condition showed the fierce struggle she had endured before capture. After hearing the report, Tomoya discovered that his allies had subdued Alicia and brought her back for questioning. Even so, her unusual behavior raised concerns. Unable to understand the emotions linked to her spirit, Tomoya decided to question Alicia later. Seeing Alicia's weakened state, Tomoya used his restoration magic to heal her injuries and remove the damage left by the battle. The moment she recovered, overwhelming emotions surfaced. Unable to hold them back, Alicia rushed toward him and clung to his side. As he listened to her feelings, Tomoya realized that her devotion had already reached its peak, though the cause remained unclear. Soon afterward, his divine power began purifying Alicia completely, surrounding her body with a radiant light. When the transformation ended, Alicia emerged as an angel. Her demonic nature vanished, replaced by immense holy power that astonished everyone present. After returning home, Tomoya gathered everyone together. Curiosity spread among the group as he prepared to introduce their newest companion. Standing confidently before them, Zahark revealed her identity. She explained that she had once been known as the Demon King. Shock immediately swept through the room. The unexpected revelation left everyone speechless for a moment. Seeking confirmation, the others questioned whether the former Demon King truly stood before them. Tomoya calmly confirmed the truth. Rather than denying her past, Zahark accepted responsibility. She explained that demons had manipulated her actions and vowed to atone for the suffering caused by her existence. After hearing Zahark's confession, Tomoya acknowledged her right to choose how she would live from that moment onward. Without hesitation, Zahark pledged her life to him. The declaration reflected her complete trust and unwavering loyalty. Alicia stepped forward and revealed that she shared the same resolve. Both women were prepared to sacrifice everything for their chosen lord. Memories of countless deaths and ruined lives weighed heavily on them. The burden of their past actions remained impossible to erase. Even so, Alicia believed redemption could begin through sincere effort. Standing together, she and Zahark sought a way to atone for the world's suffering. As Zahark and Alicia knelt before him, Tomoya sensed their true feelings through the spirit link. After giving it some thought, he concluded that neither woman would return to their former ways. Regret still remained. Although the past could never be erased, he believed people should be judged by who they chose to become, rather than seeking death as punishment. Tomoya argued that such an ending would solve nothing and bring no comfort to those who suffered. Instead, he urged them to create happiness. Their path to redemption would be helping others smile more than they had ever caused tears. Tomoya encouraged Zahark to stop dwelling on the past. Instead of seeking punishment, he urged her to use her strength to protect people and bring them happiness. Hearing those words, Zahark accepted a new role. Rather than ruling through power, she agreed to support the group with her knowledge and experience. Beside her, Alicia and Zahark pledged their loyalty once more. Both vowed to remain at Tomoya's side and serve him wholeheartedly. Their devotion soon became obvious to everyone. Constant attention from his followers left Tomoya feeling slightly overwhelmed. With a faint smile, he advised them to relax and live more freely. The two women gratefully accepted his guidance. Sometime later, Tomoya reported the outcome to the queen. With the Demon King defeated, the long conflict threatening the world had finally come to an end. Although relieved by the news, the queen struggled to believe that the demon army had truly been defeated. To avoid future misunderstandings, Tomoya privately informed her about Zahark and Alicia. Even so, he insisted that their fate remained his responsibility. Across the world, traces of war still remained. While the demon army had been nearly destroyed, scattered battles continued in distant regions. With his promise fulfilled, Tomoya looked toward the future. Free from his original mission, he decided to live peacefully and choose his own path forward. Later, Zahark boldly proposed becoming Tomoya's future marriage partner and insisted that he take the lead despite her confidence. Questions about her maid outfit quickly followed, yet she admitted she simply liked wearing it and felt comfortable in it. As the conversation continued, Tomoya openly praised her appearance. His honesty caught Zahark off guard and left her flustered. Encouraged by the growing closeness between them, the pair shared a tender moment together. Soon afterward, their relationship became even more affectionate, with both enjoying the warmth and trust they had built. The warmth she felt beside him gradually eased the tension that had followed her for years. A short while later, Tomoya called for Rinka and entrusted her with supporting Zahark as she adjusted to her new life. Rather than focusing only on herself, Zahark worried about the others. She asked Tomoya not to neglect the companions who had always stood by him. Soon afterward, a divine blessing removed the last traces of hostility within her. At the same time, her sealed combat abilities were fully restored. Although peace now filled her heart, she remained ready to fight whenever the need arose. The next day, Tomoya complimented Alicia's appearance. Though embarrassed by the praise, she happily accepted his kind words. Their conversation soon grew more personal. Alicia expressed her desire to remain by his side, while Tomoya reassured her that he would never abandon her. As their bond deepened further, a new transformation occurred. Alicia evolved into a powerful demonic, winged angel, gaining immense strength and new abilities. Later, Tomoya watched over her as she rested peacefully. Seeing the content expression on her face, he felt relieved and accepted the outcome with a quiet smile. Near Drumrow, the magical kingdom of Blumeld stood peacefully behind its towering walls. Far above the kingdom, Tomoya's divine vibrations reached a goddess who eagerly watched events unfold from the heavens. Following a fierce battle against the Demon King's army, the royal forces worked tirelessly to restore order across the capital. Meanwhile, countless demons suddenly appeared, leaving widespread destruction and causing heavy losses to the Sadojima family. Later that evening, Tomoya focused on his studies in the library while the recovering kingdom slowly returned to normal life. Concerned about Maria's condition after the recent battles, Tomoya checked on her while noticing the lingering effects left by Alicia's techniques. In response, Maria appeared energetic and assured him that her health had improved significantly, despite her confidence. Tomoya remained worried and continued expressing concern for her well-being. Hearing those words, Maria was caught off guard as she realized how deeply her master valued and cared for her. Warm feelings filled her heart while Tomoya gently invited her closer, strengthening the bond they shared. Maria accepted Tomoya's request and stayed by his side during the meal. Her unusual behavior and appearance quickly caught his attention, leaving him visibly flustered. Trying to regain his composure, Tomoya dismissed the reaction as a result of the intense battle they had recently endured. Soon after, he used his create item skill to craft a special gift, carefully preparing something he believed would suit Maria. Upon receiving the red ribbon, Maria's face brightened with joy as she treasured the thoughtful present from her master. Overwhelmed by happiness, she embraced Tomoya and devoted herself even more deeply to serving him. Inside the royal palace, Tomoya was summoned before the queen to receive recognition for his achievements and service to the kingdom. As the ceremony proceeded, the queen formally promoted him to legendary X rank for defeating the demon lord and protecting the realm. Rather than celebrating the title, Tomoya pointed out that little had changed for him despite reaching a rank unseen for centuries. After acknowledging his contributions, the queen sought a way to further reward the hero for everything he had accomplished. Instead of requesting wealth or status, Tomoya wished for lasting peace, so the people could live safely without fear of future conflicts. The queen publicly praised Tomoya's achievements and promised to restore peace and happiness throughout the kingdom after the war. Later, a private discussion followed, as she explained that governing the realm required more than good intentions and simple promises. Although uninterested in rewards, Tomoya listened, while the queen prepared to offer something she believed would be useful. Rather than granting treasure, she presented a royal ring linked to the kingdom's authority and economic system. With that symbol of trust, Tomoya gained the ability to create official currency and hold influence across the entire nation. Tomoya hesitated after receiving the queen's offer, but Maria confidently assured him that she could help manage the responsibility. Rather than handling everything alone, he was encouraged to leave the complicated task to those capable of supporting him. During the discussion, an unusual proposal emerged, creating a peaceful nation where Tomoya and his companions could live freely after the war. After giving the idea serious thought, he concluded that building a new country could become a worthwhile goal in the absence of the Demon King's threat. Several days later, Tomoya focused on the practical side of the plan, beginning with ways to generate resources and foreign income. As plans for the new nation progressed, Maria suggested establishing a trading company and placing Tomoya at its head to attract attention and business opportunities. Although the idea sounded excessive, Tomoya found himself unexpectedly presented as the company's president. To strengthen commerce, the group considered using rare attractions and unique resources that neighboring countries would find valuable, while others volunteered to handle daily operations. Additional proposals continued to arrive from Tomoya's companions. Soon afterward, another ambitious project emerged when they proposed creating an adventurers' clan with Tomoya serving as its leader. As preparations for the new adventurers' clan continued, the group reviewed the major organizations that already dominated the Drumrow Guild. Attention soon shifted to female adventurers, many of whom struggled to gain fair treatment and opportunities within existing teams. Because adventuring was largely controlled by men, women who tried to establish their own groups often faced resistance and prejudice. Drawing from years of experience, the companions explained that this problem extended beyond one city and affected many regions. After hearing their concerns, Tomoya approved the creation of a new clan that would welcome and support female adventurers without discrimination. Approval for the new clan, one of Tomoya's companions thanked him for supporting the idea and helping make it possible. A short while later, Maria stepped forward with a suggestion of her own regarding the growing number of visitors arriving at the estate. Since people came every day seeking opportunities and guidance, the group began discussing ways to better organize and assist them. Drawing from her observations, Maria proposed recruiting promising newcomers who could contribute to the expanding business association. Hearing this, Tomoya realized that many people had developed remarkable loyalty toward him, even without any magical bond connecting them. As the discussion continued, Maria explained that trusted companions could help prevent conflicts and strengthen the foundation of their growing enterprises. Rather than being surprised by their loyalty, the group believed it came naturally from the way Tomoya treated those around him. Listening carefully, Tomoya came to understand that trust and security were especially important to people who had faced difficult lives in the past. In response, he promised to support everyone whenever they needed help, and encouraged them to approach him without hesitation. Seeing their dedication, Tomoya felt satisfied knowing that each member was working hard toward their shared future. As the organization took shape, Maria proposed naming it the Sadojima Trading Company, believing the name would attract trust and recognition. Although Tomoya found the choice slightly embarrassing, the others quickly expressed their approval and support. Once the name was settled, attention shifted toward identifying products that could benefit both nobles and ordinary citizens. Drawing on knowledge from other worlds, Maria introduced a mana recovery potion that could become a valuable commercial product. After reviewing its potential, Tomoya realized the potion would be highly profitable due to strong demand and their ability to produce it independently. While discussing the mana potion business, the group realized that producing each bottle required costly materials and large amounts of magic crystals. Instead of accepting those limitations, Maria proposed an alternative method and handed Tomoya a bottle of ordinary water for a test. Following her instructions, Tomoya infused the water with magical energy and successfully transformed it into something entirely different. To everyone's surprise, Maria explained that a more effective mana potion could be created using pure magic power rather than expensive materials. From that discovery, the group began studying the world's spiritual nature to better understand how the new method worked. Maria explained that the new potion-making method demanded an enormous amount of magical power, making it impossible for ordinary people to reproduce. After hearing the requirements, Tomoya confirmed that only individuals with exceptional magic reserves could perform the process successfully. Because of his overwhelming abilities, he gained the advantage of producing large quantities of mana potions in a very short time. Rather than ignoring potential risks, Tomoya considered how competitors might react once the business entered the market. To strengthen their position, Maria proposed selling the potions under an officially approved brand while preparing additional products for future demand. While discussing future products, Maria revealed a new item she had been secretly developing and presented it to Tomoya. After examining the design, he learned that creating the product had required a great deal of effort and careful experimentation. Rather than targeting ordinary customers, Maria planned to introduce the luxury item to noblewomen first. Confident in her strategy, she expected fashion-conscious nobles to spread interest quickly through their social circles. Unlike the mana potions, this exclusive product could not be mass-produced, allowing it to remain rare, valuable, and highly profitable. After reviewing the new product plans, Tomoya found himself surrounded by his companions and quietly enjoyed the rare moment of peace and happiness. By the end of the day, Tomoya felt optimistic about the future, knowing his companions were fully committed to helping their ambitious plan succeed. A gentle voice reached Tomoya while he drifted through a strange white space, barely aware of his surroundings. Drawn by the sound, he moved forward as the voice repeatedly called his name and guided him closer. Before long, a goddess appeared and tried to wake him, carefully observing his confused state. Hearing her use an embarrassing nickname instantly snapped him awake, and his calm expression vanished in frustration. Once he recognized the goddess, Tomoya wondered if another mistake had brought them together. However, she explained that her visit was not an accident. The goddess bowed her head and thanked Tomoya for defeating the Demon King and restoring balance to the world. Although surprised, he felt the gratitude came much later than expected. Rather than accepting the praise immediately, Tomoya joked about the strict rules that seemed to govern even divine beings. Curious, he questioned why a creator god could not simply ignore those restrictions and act more freely. As the discussion continued, Tomoya also wondered whether the blessings she had granted him were far too powerful. Calmly, the goddess revealed that those abilities depended on the user's own strength and virtue, making their true potential different for every individual. The goddess explained that Tomoya's blessings responded to the strength of his desires, remembering a desperate moment on a dangerous mountain. That explanation also helped him understand why he had appeared in such an unusual location after arriving in the new world. According to the goddess, Tomoya's strong determination allowed many of his skills to develop far beyond normal limits, when she pointed out that his desire to make others happy counted, as a wish for someone else's sake. Finally, the goddess noted that his victories and the happiness surrounding him were possible because his actions had consistently placed others before himself. The goddess informed Tomoya that his mission in the world was complete. Having restored peace and brought happiness to many people, he had fulfilled the purpose entrusted to him. Before ending the discussion, she thanked him for making full use of the abilities she had granted. Further explanation followed, as she described the universe's endless cycle of creation, maintenance, stagnation, and destruction. With that vacancy approaching, the goddess announced her decision to select Tomoya as the next successor and awaken his divine authority. Rather than feeling honored, Tomoya reacted with confusion, struggling to imagine himself holding such an overwhelming title and responsibility. The goddess clarified that becoming the next god of destruction was only one possible future. Rather than forcing an immediate decision, she encouraged him to enjoy the rest of his life first. His soul would have plenty of time to mature before entering true godhood. Tomoya listened carefully as she explained that becoming a god ultimately depended on personal choice. She then revealed that she had recognized his qualifications from the beginning, although fate had unexpectedly placed them together. With Tomoya's awakening, the future of the world had become increasingly uncertain. As a result, many possibilities now lay beyond even the goddess's ability to foresee. When Tomoya asked whether another great threat would appear in the future, the goddess refused to give a direct answer. Although he only wished for a peaceful life, she confidently assured him that he would find that peace in time. Without warning, the goddess suddenly embraced and kissed him, leaving Tomoya completely stunned by the unexpected gesture. Afterward, she strengthened her blessings upon him and encouraged him to continue living normally. Before departing, the goddess reacted playfully to Tomoya's request for honesty. Meanwhile, his frustration grew as he realized she was still keeping certain things hidden from him. After their conversation ended, the goddess opened a portal beneath Tomoya and cheerfully sent him back. 2 months passed after the Demon King's defeat. During that time, Tomoya focused on helping rebuild the kingdom, while receiving regular reports on its progress. One report revealed that abundant funding and stable management had successfully transformed many former refugees into productive workers. Despite those achievements, a major issue remained. Thousands of immigrants had settled in the region, creating a growing demand for resources and infrastructure. Reviewing the situation, Tomoya learned that transportation posed the greatest challenge, with rebuilding efforts consuming manpower and materials. Since only Tina and Tifa could communicate with spirits, the problem had remained unresolved for some time. After hearing the details, Tomoya considered supplying additional magical power himself. However, the forest residents explained that they were unable to negotiate directly with the spirits. Confident in his vast magical reserves and recovery abilities, Tomoya believed he could handle the burden if more energy was required. Understanding the situation, everyone agreed that meeting the ruler of the spirits was the best solution. Guided by Tina and Tifa, the group prepared to travel deeper into the forest toward a sacred gathering place where spirits assembled. Tina and Tifa argued over accompanying Tomoya into the spirit forest, while he watched their rivalry with amusement. Soon afterward, a guild request arrived asking for an investigation of ancient ruins hidden within the forest. Seeing an opportunity to handle multiple tasks at once, Tomoya organized the party, planned a visit to the elven village. Tomoya prepared to leave for an important trip and entrusted the mansion to the girls. After assigning responsibilities, he departed the next morning with confidence that everything would be managed properly. Soon afterward, he traveled alongside Tina, the princess of the High Elves. Their journey began as they headed toward their destination. Among his companions was Zahark, the former demon king. Beneath her calm appearance, she often revealed a softer side when relaxing. Despite her innocent look, she possessed a mischievous and unpredictable nature. Having regained the magic she once held as a demon, she carried herself with grace and supported Tomoya throughout the journey. While traveling with his companions, Tomoya decided to test one of his transfer magic abilities. During the flight, he reflected on Miseri, his former girlfriend, reincarnated into the same world she had spent years searching for him, and the memory deeply moved him. Along the way, Tina's fellow elves from her village gathered and joined the expedition. Their numbers increased as more companions arrived to support the mission. After assembling the group, Tomoya guided everyone above the Forest of Spirits and headed toward their target location. Soon he sensed a powerful reaction near a lake, determining that it came from a Spirit King and carried no hostility. Following the Spirit King's reaction, Tomoya and the others descended beside a quiet lake, hidden within the forest. Upon reaching the shore, they noticed the area felt different from the outside world. A calm atmosphere surrounded the lake. To communicate with the Spirit King properly, Tina removed her clothing and explained that nothing should interfere with spirit power. After hearing the plan, he felt relieved and entrusted the task to her. Tina then stepped forward to begin the ritual. Moments later, she entered the lake and released her power. A bright presence emerged from the water, signaling that the Spirit King had responded to the summons. A mysterious space opened before Tomoya and Tina after the summoning succeeded, realizing they had entered a realm where conscious spirits existed. Soon, Tina respectfully requested an audience with the Spirit King. In response, an ancient presence acknowledged her lineage and recognized Tomoya's unusual power. As the conversation continued, the Spirit King introduced itself as the ruler overseeing the spirits that governed the forest. It then asked the purpose of their visit. Tomoya questioned the relationship between the Spirit King and the many spirits under its command. After sensing Tomoya's extraordinary nature, the Spirit King recognized that he existed on a higher level than ordinary humans. The Spirit King found it difficult to believe that a human had reached such a high level of existence. After hearing the explanation, the Spirit King suggested a direct comparison of power. Tina encouraged the test, believing it would reveal the truth more clearly than words. Accepting the challenge, Tomoya released a portion of his divine energy. Waves of immense power spread through the realm. Almost immediately, he realized the display was overwhelming the Spirit King. Concern crossed his face as the pressure continued to build. Unable to withstand the force, the Spirit King panicked and desperately tried to stop the demonstration. Surprised by her appearance, Tomoya learned that she had not expected a god to descend into the forest personally. As they continued talking, she explained that she now possessed a physical body within that realm. To demonstrate her strength, the Spirit King unleashed a portion of her power. Violent energy swept across the area, showing that she could easily devastate an army alone. Rather than demanding tribute, Tomoya simply asked for the forest's blessing. The request surprised the Spirit King. Impressed by his generosity, she gladly granted access to everything within the forest. In return, Tomoya offered some of his own magical power, completing the exchange peacefully. After completing the agreement, Tomoya discussed the use of forest resources. For the time being, he chose to gather only the plants needed for construction. Concerned about disturbing the ecosystem, he asked whether harvesting the plants would cause problems. Looking over the vast woodland, Tomoya learned that his magical energy alone could restore the entire spirit forest within a week if necessary. Hearing that the spirits could quickly regenerate any consumed resources, he realized there was no risk of damaging the forest. Satisfied with the arrangement, Tomoya informed his companions that building materials would no longer be an issue. After resolving the material shortage, Shizune pointed out another benefit. The forest could also provide edible plants. While discussing reconstruction plans, Tomoya mentioned the need to wait for selected crops to mature. Curious about Shizune's confidence, he asked about a crop she had been keeping secret. Rather than explaining immediately, she promised that the discovery would surprise him. Her certainty convinced Tomoya that the hidden crop must be something valuable. The possibility sparked his interest and raised his expectations. With that matter settled, he shifted his attention back to the main objective. The group then decided to continue their investigation of the ancient ruins. Tomoya assigned Alicia and the elves skilled in transfer magic to continue investigating the forest while he organized the rest of the group. As the teams separated, one companion noticed Alicia staying unusually close to him, giving the impression of a devoted wife. Hearing the remark, the angelic woman calmly admitted that Alicia's behavior resembled that of a married partner. Although Alicia denied the comparison, she still chose to remain near Tomoya as the discussion continued. Meanwhile, a maid stepped forward with a suggestion, directing Tomoya and Misaki toward the ruins, while showing careful attention to the mission. After assigning the investigation teams, Tomoya accepted the maid's proposal and entrusted her with managing the remaining work while he headed for the ruins with Misaki. Watching him prepare to leave, the maid quietly wished for a different outcome but kept her thoughts to herself. Before departing, Tomoya offered a few words of encouragement, causing her to become flustered despite trying to maintain her composure. Once he was gone, Alicia noticed the maid's reaction and gently explained that the girl had always wanted the chance to explore alongside him. Alicia speculated that the maid might be trying to overcome her feelings while reassuring herself that the dungeon expedition would proceed without trouble. While flying toward the ruins, Tomoya eagerly suggested going on an adventure together and asked Alicia to teach him proper dungeon exploration. Meanwhile, another companion observed the situation and concluded that Misaki seemed jealous of Alicia's close relationship with him. Rather than rejecting the idea, Misaki reflected on the customs of the world and considered that such relationships were not entirely unreasonable. For a brief moment, she imagined a future where all the girls remained by Tomoya's side, sharing a peaceful life together. Returning to reality, Tomoya wondered what Misaki truly thought while preparing for the next stage of their journey. After a long flight, Tomoya and Alicia finally reached the ruins and found an ancient structure standing alone on a massive rocky platform. Excitement filled Tomoya as he asked Isis to watch over him, determined to enjoy the exploration while relying on her support. With his preparations complete, he stepped forward confidently, trusting his companions as they approached the mysterious site together. Reaching the entrance, the pair discovered that thick vines had completely covered the building and blocked their way inside. Ready to clear the obstacle, Tomoya considered burning the plants away, but Alicia quickly pointed out that the old pillars depended on those vines for support. Ignoring Alicia's warning, Tomoya unleashed a powerful fire spell and engulfed the vine-covered entrance in flames. As the fire spread across the structure, Alicia quickly realized the situation was becoming far more dangerous than expected. Rushing to stop him, she explained that the plants were supporting the ruins and that excessive damage could bring the entire building down. After receiving a stern scolding, Tomoya apologized and listened, while Alicia reminded him to think more carefully before acting. Accepting the lesson, he agreed to be more cautious, while Alicia advised him to rely on Isis and pay closer attention to his surroundings. After clearing the entrance, Tomoya and Alicia finally stepped into the ancient dungeon and began exploring its interior. Without hesitation, Alicia rushed forward and cut down a stone monster with a swift strike before it could threaten them. More creatures emerged from the shadows, yet she continued fighting calmly, defeating each enemy while Tomoya observed from behind. Watching the battle unfold, he realized how much stronger and more skilled Misaki had become through her combat experience. As the dungeon grew quieter, Misaki explained that her unique ability allowed her to wield any weapon effectively, making it easy to adapt to different battles. While watching Misaki fight, Tomoya remembered the weapon she had lost and wished he had a way to restore it. Unexpectedly, a new blessing activated, granting him abilities related to item creation and weapon evolution. Realizing the opportunity, he decided to recreate Misaki's favorite weapon later and planned to surprise her with the gift. After advancing deeper into the dungeon, the pair took a short break and enjoyed a meal while recovering their energy. As they rested near a long corridor, Tomoya turned his attention to the ruins themselves and began wondering why such a massive structure had been built in the first place. Tomoya recalled information about a similar dungeon connected to the dragon's sacred mountain and its powerful magical environment. Drawing from his experience, he explained how the overwhelming concentration of magic had nearly prevented him from progressing through that dungeon. Meanwhile, Alicia's investigation of a defeated researcher uncovered documents containing extensive information about demons and their activities. Reviewing the findings, the group concluded that a dangerous experiment involving demonic magic had triggered the tragedy that destroyed the sacred mountain dragon tribe. After piecing everything together, Tomoya compared the situation to completing a difficult game, feeling as though he had reached the end of one chapter. As the conversation continued, Misaki reflected on their long history together and wondered why someone as kind as Tomoya had disappeared from her previous life. Just before they moved on, Tomoya suddenly stopped and activated his newly acquired creation and evolution abilities. Using the skills he had recently obtained, he carefully recreated a weapon and presented it to Misaki as a surprise. The moment she recognized the restored golden axe, gratitude filled her expression as she gladly accepted the treasured gift. With the matter settled, the two resumed their exploration, carrying the recreated weapon deeper into the ancient ruins. After exploring the lower levels of the ruins, Tomoya and Misaki arrived before a massive sealed door, believing they had reached the deepest section of the dungeon. Expecting a powerful enemy beyond it, the pair prepared their weapons and cautiously pushed the door open. Stepping inside, they entered a silent chamber and advanced carefully through the darkness while remaining alert. Moments later, the heavy door suddenly slammed shut behind them, causing both adventurers to stop in surprise. Without warning, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the room, identifying them as intruders and announcing the activation of the dungeon's counterattack system. As the dungeon's defense system activated, a massive magic circle spread across the floor and began summoning a guardian. Moments later, a mechanical dragon emerged from the light, revealing itself as the ruler of the ancient facility. Rather than retreating, Tomoya and Misaki readied their weapons. Excitement replaced caution as they prepared to challenge the powerful construct. Without wasting time, the mechanical dragon unleashed a fierce roar and charged straight toward the intruders. Reacting immediately, the two split apart to avoid the attack, seizing an opening. Tomoya rushed forward and struck the guardian, beginning the battle in earnest. Misaki rushed into close combat and struck the mechanical dragon repeatedly, but its armored body endured the assault with little damage. Recognizing that her current weapon was ineffective, she withdrew and asked Tomoya to hold the guardian's attention while she switched to her axe. Taking over the fight, Tomoya unleashed a series of attacks and magic blasts, forcing the dragon to focus entirely on him. The guardian responded with a sudden charge, yet he narrowly avoided the attack and maintained his position. Finding an opening at last, Tomoya lunged forward and drove his weapon into the dragon's body, pressing the battle into its next phase. Keeping the mechanical dragon occupied, Tomoya unleashed a powerful thunder attack that staggered the guardian and exposed an opening. Seizing the chance, Misaki rushed forward with her restored axe and prepared a decisive strike. With a single precise swing, she cleaved through the dragon's weakened body, splitting the massive construct apart. As the guardian collapsed, the battle finally came to an end. Misaki credited Tomoya's careful fighting style for creating the opportunity to defeat it. While discussing the victory, Tomoya explained that his movements had felt almost instinctive, as though the experience. After defeating the mechanical dragon, Tomoya and Misaki examined the fallen guardian and concluded that victory had come through strategy, rather than overwhelming force. Studying its appearance, they noticed similarities to the dragons of the sacred mountain and began questioning the creature's true origin. Drawing on her knowledge, Misaki compared the guardian to powerful bosses from games. Continuing their investigation, the pair discovered additional clues linking the dungeon to the dragon spirit peak and its ancient civilization. As they explored deeper, the materials and architecture revealed striking similarities, leaving Tomoya increasingly excited about uncovering the secrets hidden within the ruins. After finishing their investigation of the battle chamber, Tomoya led Misaki toward the treasure room. The moment the doors opened, a vast collection of treasure filled their view. Mountains of valuables confirmed that the room had served as a storage vault for the ruins. Surrounded by countless riches, Misaki became fascinated by the enormous pile of ancient gold coins and eagerly examined the treasure. Although Tomoya warned her to stay alert for hidden traps, she remained focused on the glittering rewards scattered across the chamber. A quick scan revealed no immediate threats, allowing the pair to relax slightly while continuing their search through the treasure-filled room. Embarrassed by her excitement over the treasure, Misaki quickly regained her composure and returned her attention to the exploration. Meanwhile, Tomoya teased her reaction before shifting his focus back to investigating the treasure room. Believing the ruins followed a familiar pattern, he asked Isis to wait while he searched for anything hidden nearby. Soon afterward, Misaki noticed another chamber beyond the treasure hall, prompting both of them to head deeper into the ancient ruins. Tomoya examined a special weapon that could change form according to its owner's will and emotions. After reading the details, he learned the weapon perfectly matched his straightforward personality. The discovery reminded him of a similar sword he had used before. Meanwhile, Misaki teased him about his simple way of thinking. Rather than arguing, he accepted the remark and reflected on the familiar feeling it brought back. Soon afterward, Misaki appeared noticeably more relaxed and cheerful as they continued together. Unexpectedly, a hidden condition was fulfilled, causing a secret passage to open before them and revealing a new opportunity ahead. Tomoya asked Misaki to take the newly discovered weapon. However, the item immediately attached itself to her. While examining the situation, Tomoya became curious about why everyone addressed her with honorifics. At the same time, Misaki agreed to help after hearing his request. Suddenly, a message announced that the hidden door had opened and would remain accessible only for a limited time. Realizing the urgency, they prepared to move. Without wasting another moment, both headed deeper into the area toward the newly revealed path. Before long, Tomoya noticed a strange display ahead. Resting on a pedestal was the Apex Jewel MK2, a treasure that immediately caught his attention. After obtaining the Apex Jewel MK2, Tomoya received a flood of skill upgrades. Instead of useful improvements, several strange abilities evolved into even more troublesome forms, leaving him frustrated. A closer look at the changes only deepened his concern. Some of the newly enhanced skills carried effects he never expected and would rather not have gained. Eventually, he accepted that the upgrades could not be reversed and decided to move forward. Meanwhile, Misaki happily called him over and asked him to come closer. With a playful smile, she explained that the jewel's effects had increased her sense of happiness and excitement. Tomoya suggested returning home. As he prepared to leave, Misaki hesitantly stopped him before they could depart. Gathering her courage, she asked if they could remain there a little longer. The unexpected request immediately caught his attention. After a brief pause, Misaki admitted that they rarely had time alone together. More than anything, she wanted to enjoy a quiet moment with him before heading back. Rather than refusing, Tomoya explained that certain customs existed among the group. In the end, Misaki clarified that it was not a strict rule anyway. Hearing that, Tomoya agreed to stay, allowing the two to spend a little more time together. Accepting Misaki's request, Tomoya decided to spend more time with her, wanting to make the moment special. A playful remark left Misaki flustered for a second, though her smile quickly returned as she followed his lead. Soon afterward, Tomoya carried her away and headed toward a place where they could relax without interruptions. Curiosity replaced her confusion as they moved. Moments later, they arrived beneath a breathtaking star-filled sky, surrounded by endless lights and a glowing moon. Both admired the peaceful scenery. Resting comfortably in his arms, Misaki felt completely at ease. Far from everyone else, the two quietly enjoyed their private time together. While gazing at the starry sky, Tomoya reflected on his past life. Compared to the loneliness he once carried, his new life had given him companions and happiness he never expected. As those thoughts surfaced, Misaki openly expressed feelings she had been unable to share before. Hearing her words, Tomoya decided it was time to stop hesitating. Determination replaced uncertainty as he prepared to reveal his true feelings. Beneath the moonlit sky, he proposed marriage to Misaki. The sudden declaration completely caught her off guard. Instead of immediately celebrating, Misaki became overwhelmed by another concern. Thoughts of the other women close to Tomoya quickly entered her mind. After hearing Misaki's concern, Tomoya confidently explained that he intended to take responsibility for everyone who had become important to him. What began as an ordinary existence had gradually turned into a future surrounded by people who cared about him. Rather than choosing between them, Tomoya resolved to make everyone happy. His decision came from a sincere desire to protect the bonds he had formed. Although she criticized his reasoning, Misaki could not hide her joy. The proposal itself meant far more to her than the awkward explanation behind it. In the end, happiness won over embarrassment. Smiling through her emotions, Misaki accepted the moment. After making up his mind, Tomoya decided to use one of his special creation abilities. Holding Misaki close, he prepared a gift to symbolize the promise they had just shared. The item formed a spiritual bond between them and strengthened the connection they already felt. Rather than stopping there, Tomoya attempted to follow a marriage tradition from his previous world. Caught completely off guard, Misaki froze as she tried to understand what had just happened. The significance of the moment slowly began to sink in. Overwhelmed by joy, she threw her arms around Tomoya and held him tightly. At last, her happiness could no longer be contained. Still holding Misaki in his arms, Tomoya decided that if he was going to make a commitment, he would eventually do the same for the others who shared his life. Hearing his decision, Misaki expressed her gratitude. Beneath the glowing night sky, the two quietly shared a heartfelt moment together. Later, they returned to the mansion. Inside, several members of the household were already waiting, creating an unexpectedly lively scene. Strange reactions from those around him suggested that something had changed while he was away. To his surprise, every woman present was already wearing a ring identical to Misaki's. The discovery left him wondering how the rings had appeared so quickly. Before long, the truth became clear as everyone realized the effects of his proposal had spread far beyond Misaki alone. Because of the divine blessing linked to the ring, identical rings appeared on the fingers of the other women connected to him. Along with the rings, the feelings and words from Tomoya's proposal had somehow reached everyone directly. Although the explanation sounded unbelievable, the evidence left little room for doubt. Tomoya could only accept that the strange event had really happened. New title and powerful bonuses activated within him. The massive increase in strength left Tomoya stunned by yet another outrageous upgrade. The sudden growth left him wondering whether the world's rules had completely broken around him. What was meant to be a personal ceremony soon expanded into a massive national event scheduled for 3 months later. Meanwhile, peaceful days returned to the mansion. Surrounded by the people closest to him, Tomoya enjoyed a calm and happy life, while waiting for the future to arrive. One day, a young girl quietly approached him, with a serious expression. Something important seemed to be on her mind. Gathering her courage, she expressed a sincere desire to stay by Tomoya's side and support him as much as possible. Before leaving, the young girl gently shared her feelings with Tomoya. Holding onto his hand, she wanted him to remember that someone would always care deeply about him. With that farewell, another chapter in Tomoya's extraordinary journey came to a close, while the next adventure waited just beyond the horizon. Tomoya visited the pioneer village and observed how it had grown through the arrival of many immigrants. Soon after, he met Sharo, a former mercafolk immigrant. She reported that the village was peaceful and that everyone had enough work. Meanwhile, the discussion turned to transportation. Current plans focused on solving the shortage and supporting future growth. After reviewing the situation, an immigrant management system was implemented to help organize and protect the women living in the settlement. Rather than expanding his harem, Tomoya chose to share the benefits of his abilities and improve opportunities for the village's children. Tomoya explained that he had already proposed to everyone and had no intention of increasing the number of love slaves carelessly. Suddenly, villagers rushed in with alarming news. A large group of magical beasts was advancing toward the settlement. Panic spread across the area as non-combatants were ordered to return home, while the fighters prepared for battle. Seeking accurate information, Tomoya asked about the enemy force. Reports estimated nearly 300 Fenrirers moving toward the village. Without hesitation, he headed out with Isis. Although Fenrirers rarely attacked people, recent incidents suggested this pack could not be ignored. Tomoya and Isis observed the approaching Fenrirers from a distance. While confirming the threat, they noticed something unusual among the front ranks. Closer inspection revealed 3 wolfkin riding the beasts. Their behavior showed no signs of hostility. Rather than preparing for an immediate fight, Tomoya decided to redirect the group. Allowing the Fenrirers to continue would put the village's hard-earned farmland at risk. As they moved forward, a loud howl echoed across the plain. The leading Fenrir appeared to signal the rest of the pack. Moments later, the wolfkin stepped forward from the formation. Surrounded by towering Fenrirers, they calmly waited as Tomoya approached to learn their purpose. Standing before the wolfkin group, Tomoya examined the 3 girls who had arrived with the Fenrirers. Without warning, the youngest girl rushed forward and embraced him. Her reaction left Tomoya completely stunned. Soon afterward, the other 2 joined in, surrounding him with affection. Confusion quickly spread as Tomoya struggled to understand what was happening. Amid the unexpected welcome, the girls continued clinging to him. Their excitement contrasted sharply with his bewildered expression. The wolfkin had not recently arrived in the area, revealing that the situation was far more complicated than Tomoya first believed. Still overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Tomoya denied having children. Isis suggested learning the girls' identities before jumping to conclusions. Realizing they had startled him, the 3 wolfkin stepped back and prepared to explain themselves properly. First, they revealed that their connection to Tomoya came through their mothers, who had conceived after receiving his help in the past. Shirayuri introduced herself and stated that she was searching for a husband to bear his descendants. Next, Priscilla cheerfully declared her intention to have children with him. Finally, Charlotte identified herself and thanked Tomoya for assisting the werewolf tribe long ago. Charlotte finally revealed the truth behind their origins. Her explanation connected the 3 girls to powerful figures Tomoya had encountered in the past. To Tomoya's shock, they were descendants of the former Silver Wolf Emperor and the Phantom Silver Wolf Emperor. For a moment, he could only stare in disbelief. Even Isis was left speechless by the unexpected revelation. After recovering from the surprise, the group moved to the village hall. There, they prepared to hear the full story behind the girls' journey. During the discussion, Charlotte explained that both she and Priscilla had once died. Their survival, she claimed, was linked to Tomoya's past actions. The 3 girls explained that their return to life was connected to Tomoya's awakening. His divine powers had unknowingly influenced events long after his previous encounters. Hearing the explanation, Tomoya immediately noticed contradictions in the timeline. The details did not seem to match what he remembered about the former wolf emperors. As the discussion continued, the girls pointed toward a sacred forest and identified Tomoya as Priscilla's father, adding another layer to the confusing story. Without hesitation, Priscilla announced her plan to have children with him and strengthen her bloodline. Charlotte admitted teaching her descendants, prompting Tomoya to blame her for the strange family education. According to ancient rules, those carrying exceptional potential were naturally drawn to his lineage. To support her claim, she explained that fate itself guided these individuals together. Their meeting was not coincidence, but the result of forces beyond ordinary understanding. Although surprised, Tomoya listened as she pointed out several talented people already living around him. After giving it some thought, he began naming candidates. Maria stood out because of the dormant Dragon Ken power hidden within her. Next, attention turned to Ariel and Soniel. One possessed remarkable growth potential, while the other carried sealed transcendental abilities from a lost nation. Charnalot continued listing the extraordinary individuals connected to Tomoya. Among them were Misha, a rare divine beast, and Tina. The explanation expanded further as she mentioned Lululu, Alicia, and Zahark. Each possessed an unusual background that set them apart from ordinary people. Attention turned to heroes and reincarnated individuals. Their arrival in the same world seemed to follow an invisible path leading toward Tomoya. Even Lucia was included among those linked by destiny. Her connection strengthened the idea that many important figures had gathered around him. After reviewing every example, Tomoya reflected on the pattern. What once appeared to be random encounters now seemed guided by fate itself. According to the story, her previous life had been tied to someone who deeply loved both him and Shirayuri. Curiosity quickly shifted to another mystery. Tomoya questioned why the girls had come seeking him, and what they meant by wanting children. A past catastrophe had wiped out most of the pack, leaving only a small number of females alive. Faced with the consequences of his earlier actions, Tomoya agreed to hear them out. Their affection had already grown remarkably strong, despite meeting him only recently. Finally, Shirayuri explained that spiritual beings like herself faced unusual circumstances. Because of that, she believed having descendants with Tomoya would not be difficult at all. A new divine blessing suddenly activated, removing the restrictions that had limited Shirayuri and Charnalot. Before Tomoya could fully process that revelation, another notification appeared. The blessing of the Creator God continued to evolve, suggesting even greater changes ahead. Additional improvements soon followed, increasing various effects tied to Tomoya's abilities. Encouraged by his response, Shirayuri promised to support him as a wife. Meanwhile, Priscilla enthusiastically declared that she would do her best as well. With the atmosphere growing more serious, the girls presented their request. They asked Tomoya to form an official bond with them. After listening to the Wolfkin's explanation, Tomoya was interrupted by Maria, who had quietly arrived and learned about the situation. Soon afterward, she reported a surprising discovery. The Fenris that had accompanied the three girls had transformed into women. Meanwhile, Tomoya considered how the newly transformed Fenrirs could contribute to the village. As the discussion continued, the three Wolfkin waited calmly. Attention gradually shifted toward the future, and the changes their arrival would bring. Tomoya gathered the group and suggested using Fenrirs instead of horses for transportation. Several princesses supported the proposal, and believed the Fenrirs could work well with his plans. Concern arose about whether the Fenrirs would accept the arrangement, prompting further discussion. Attention shifted to Priscilla, who was expected to become empress in the future and held influence among the Fenrirs. With responsibility resting on her shoulders, Priscilla agreed to handle the matter and ensure the decision reached the Fenrir community. After discussing the Fenrirs, the group decided to meet Hilda and arrange for several mothers to stay near Tomoya. Back at the mansion, Tomoya learned that the Fenrirs were growing quickly and adapting well to village life. Meanwhile, observations showed that the Fenrirs were helping communication among residents and contributing to the village's development. Using collected records, Tomoya reviewed population trends and confirmed that recent growth remained manageable. Later, Tomoya approached him with another matter, shifting attention from village management to the upcoming nighttime visit. One of the Fenrir women eagerly approached Tomoya, hoping to strengthen their bond through a special ritual. Soon, the planned activity began, with several companions assisting, while Tomoya fulfilled their expectations. By morning, the exhausting session had finally ended, leaving everyone satisfied despite their fatigue. The following day, Kaede arrived with urgent intelligence about suspicious military movements involving a noble house. After reviewing the report, Tomoya concluded that the noble was holding Hildegard's son hostage and preparing to create unrest to seize power after the war. Tomoya analyzed the report and discovered that one of Hildegard's adopted children had taken hostages and was gathering forces for a rebellion. Further investigation revealed that several respected nobles were being pressured because their families were held captive by the rival faction. Meanwhile, IMA proposed eliminating all hostile nobles at once, believing it would secure Hildegard's position. Rather than accepting the idea immediately, Tomoya carefully considered the political consequences and the balance of power. In the end, he realized the opposing nobles would likely act first, encouraged by those above them, and convinced they were protecting their authority. After weighing the situation, Tomoya decided the rebellion presented a chance to weaken the hostile nobles in a single operation. Soon afterward, he assigned the 8 Blood Riders to the mission and ordered them to suppress the enemy without unnecessary casualties. With the plan approved, the 2 warriors accepted their task and departed confidently to carry out the operation. Under the moonlit sky, the capital remained calm while its people were unaware of the danger approaching. Inside the palace, members of the Atmire faction celebrated their plan to seize control of the kingdom and end the queen's rule. Suddenly, a dark portal opened behind them. A terrifying scream echoed through the hall, causing everyone to turn in shock. Fear spread across their faces as the strange phenomenon grew larger. Confusion replaced their confidence within moments. Then, an unfamiliar figure stepped forward from the darkness and calmly identified the head of the house and his associates, signaling the beginning of an unexpected confrontation. 2 skilled warriors appeared before the intruder and quickly surrounded the area, leaving no route for escape. Meanwhile, dark energy spread through the hall and overwhelmed one of the conspirators, forcing him into panic. After the operation ended, the captured members of the Atmire house were delivered to the authorities. Later, the warriors received recognition for their success and renewed their pledge of loyalty to their lord. That night, their devotion deepened further, as they remained by his side, grateful for the chance to serve and support him beyond the battlefield. Their lord entrusted the 2 warriors with an important duty, asking them to continue supporting Rinka and remain united in the future. Happiness filled the room as both women expressed their gratitude and stayed close to the person they admired most. Later, one of them approached him privately and prepared to share a personal request that had been on her mind. The following morning began peacefully. While spending time together, he informed Rinka that several special guests would soon arrive. Soon afterward, the 2 warriors appeared with confident expressions, leaving everyone curious about what they intended to reveal. The 2 warriors dismissed the attendants and offered to help Rinka with a personal matter, creating an atmosphere filled with anticipation. Preparations were completed soon afterward. Rinka's excitement became impossible to hide, while her companions carefully guided the situation forward. As time passed, the tension faded into comfort. Watching the others rest peacefully, Rinka reflected on how much her life had changed. Their lord reminded her that the women's devotion came from genuine affection and a shared desire to see her happy. Hearing those words, Rinka finally realized she had never truly been alone and quietly accepted the support that had always surrounded her. Rinka finally expressed her true feelings, acknowledging how much her lord and the members of the 8 Blood Riders Assembly had changed her life. Although embarrassed by her emotions, she admitted her gratitude and newfound happiness. Her lord encouraged her to share those feelings openly. Soon afterward, she thanked the 2 warriors whose support had helped create stronger bonds within the assembly. The connection between them continued to grow, becoming a source of trust that neither hardship nor time could easily break. Later, their lord praised the group for successfully resolving another matter, while the warriors humbly accepted the recognition and prepared for future duties. Following the investigation, the intelligence unit uncovered a counterfeit operation connected to a mafia group and successfully dismantled the organization behind it. To prevent similar crimes, the company introduced a royal magic seal that allowed customers to verify authentic products with ease. During the crackdown, several children who had been exploited by the criminals were rescued. The discovery reminded everyone that many war orphans had suffered similar hardships after being forced into labor during the conflict. Concerned by their situation, the group began discussing the creation of an orphanage to provide shelter, care, and opportunities for children left without families. After deciding to establish an orphanage, their lord explained that the children would be protected until they were capable of building independent lives. Responsibility for organizing the project was entrusted to a trusted subordinate, who immediately began preparing a system to receive and support the orphans. As the plan moved forward, some members wondered why their lord cared so deeply about abandoned children. They soon learned that he had experienced profound loss in a previous life, making him especially sensitive to the suffering of those left alone. Understanding the reason behind his actions, his followers admired him even more and strengthened their resolve to serve him with unwavering loyalty. After a long day, Tomoya rested alone and enjoyed a rare moment of peace while reflecting on recent events. Suddenly, overwhelming emotions filled his heart, leaving him confused by the intensity of his feelings. Later that evening, several companions noticed his troubled state and gathered to support him with sincere care and concern. Through the night, they remained together and strengthened their bond, helping him regain his composure. Tomoya soared through the sky at high speed, heading toward the royal castle with a souvenir he had prepared for the queen. While approaching the destination, he estimated the remaining distance and continued forward without slowing down. Moments later, the castle came into view. Seeing that the queen had finished her official duties, he considered the timing perfect. After landing on a balcony, Tomoya entered the royal chamber and found the queen resting inside. Without delay, he presented the souvenir. Although she reacted with her usual annoyance, he calmly placed the gift on the table for her to inspect. The queen examined the gift and quickly realized it was a legendary elixir treasured by the royal family for generations. Surprise spread across her face when Tomoya casually revealed that he had created the medicine himself. Instead of stopping at one bottle, he disclosed that he had produced around 150 and stored them away. Even greater shock followed as Tomoya mentioned keeping nearly 1,000 bottles in shared storage for future use. To prove his claim, he presented an even more advanced version. The upgraded medicine possessed extraordinary restorative effects, leaving the queen completely speechless. Tomoya handed over the upgraded medicine and encouraged the queen to test its effects for herself. After drinking it, a brilliant light surrounded her body as the medicine's power spread through every part of her. Moments later, her appearance changed dramatically. Youth returned, her condition improved, and an overwhelming vitality filled the room. Seeing her reaction, Tomoya explained that the transformation was only temporary and designed to restore her closer to her prime years. The unexpected change left her wondering what outcome Tomoya had truly intended with such an extraordinary medicine. Rather than keeping her on the throne forever, Tomoya suggested that the queen enjoy a peaceful retirement while she still had the chance. When the topic turned to successors, she explained that although she had no children of her own, 3 adopted sons remained under her care. Expecting that answer, Tomoya revealed that he had already investigated a noble house causing trouble behind the scenes. Evidence soon followed. He exposed a conspiracy involving rebellion, hostage-taking, and a plan to seize control of the kingdom. With the threat removed and the truth uncovered, Tomoya encouraged the queen to choose one of her capable sons to inherit the throne. The queen fell silent for a moment, caught off guard by Tomoya's unexpected proposal and concern for her future. Soon afterward, a genuine smile appeared on her face. For the first time in years, the idea of retirement no longer seemed impossible. Tomoya explained that helping her settle her affairs was simply his way of repaying a long-standing debt of gratitude. As the discussion continued, sadness surfaced beneath her smile. Most of her old companions were gone, leaving only a few people she could still trust. Not wanting her to face loneliness, Tomoya hinted that another important person remained by her side. Without warning, Tomoya opened a dark portal inside the chamber. The queen turned toward the unfamiliar presence with growing curiosity. From the portal emerged a woman from the queen's distant past. The unexpected reunion left her frozen in disbelief as old memories resurfaced. Tears gathered in the queen's eyes when the visitor expressed a wish to stand beside her once more. As a trusted friend, unable to hold back her emotions, she rushed forward and embraced the woman she thought she had lost forever. As the reunion settled, warmth returned to the room. The long separation finally ended, and the queen found herself surrounded by a precious bond once again. Watching the reunion unfold, Tomoya quietly stepped back. Seeing the two women together confirmed that his plan had worked perfectly. Meanwhile, the queen's happiness continued to grow. Reconnecting with a cherished companion filled a void that had remained for many years. Although pleased with the outcome, Tomoya had not expected events to develop so favorably or so quickly. After reflecting on everything that had happened, the queen finally made her decision and resolved to step down from the throne. With her future no longer burdened by duty, she looked forward to peaceful days ahead, spending time with friends and enjoying the freedom she had long been denied. Just as the queen began looking forward to her new life, a divine blessing suddenly activated and restored her body to the age of 16. While discussing future plans, a new problem emerged. Her youthful appearance made participation in Tomoya's upcoming wedding seem unavoidable. To address the situation, Tomoya called upon one of his trusted companions, an ancient elf with extensive magical knowledge. After listening to the circumstances, the elf proposed a special solution and began preparing a spell to assist the queen. Moments later, powerful magic filled the room. An astral form separated from the queen, marking the start of an unusual method to resolve the dilemma. Examining the astral form, the elf suggested using it during the wedding, so the queen's youthful appearance could attend without causing complications. Drawing on advanced spirit magic, she explained that independent copies could now be created and controlled with ease. A detailed method followed. By transferring a soul copy into an artificial body, a duplicate capable of acting on its own could be produced. Hearing this, Tomoya realized the technique could solve several problems at once, including concerns involving his growing family, As the number of copies increased, new possibilities emerged. Though the idea left everyone wondering how far the process might go, Tomoya clarified the nature of the copies, explaining that although multiple bodies could exist, their memories eventually merged back into a single consciousness. With the technical details settled, he asked which version of Hildegard would continue acting as queen after the wedding. Rather than deciding alone, the younger Hildegard requested that her original counterpart retain the position, and the proposal was readily accepted. Soon afterward, attention shifted elsewhere, when a familiar maid appeared, carrying refreshments while observing the unusual situation. Having witnessed countless extraordinary feats from him, she considered such developments perfectly normal. By now, the queen had grown accustomed to Tomoya's extraordinary actions. Treating every surprise as normal seemed the only way to keep up with him. Soon, another attendant welcomed the younger Hildegard. Accepting her new role, she prepared to learn how to live as a wife rather than a ruler. Meanwhile, discussions turned toward the future. Some jokingly suggested that if Tomoya wished, instead of pursuing power, attention shifted to practical matters. Training, preparation, and adapting to a new life became the immediate priorities. With her decision firmly made, Hildegard embraced the path ahead, determined to devote herself to a peaceful future beside the person she cherished. Leaving the castle behind, Hildegard spent time with Sharna, riding across the open fields under a bright sky. Together they raced through the grasslands, enjoying a freedom neither had experienced for many years. A warm smile spread across Hildegard's face as old memories returned. The familiar speed and scenery reminded her of happier days. For Sharna, the moment felt just as precious. She never expected to carry her longtime companion on her back again, after such a long separation. As the journey continued, Hildegard entrusted part of her future to Sharna, side by side once more. The two looked ahead to the peaceful days waiting for them. After returning to the castle, Hildegard resumed her official duties using her older appearance while preparing for retirement. Later, she publicly announced her retirement and revealed plans to pass the throne to the next generation, avoiding confusion among the citizens. Meanwhile, preparations began for a major ceremony that would include both the coronation of the new ruler and Tomoya's wedding. Until those events arrived, everyone remained occupied with arrangements, making the transition period especially busy for the kingdom. A few days after Hilda became his wife, she made an important decision and asked Tomoya to listen to her feelings. With growing determination, Hilda revealed her wish to become closer to him and deepen their bond as husband and wife, leaving behind her duties as queen. She chose a life driven by love and hoped to understand him better. Surprised by her honesty, Tomoya accepted her feelings. Their distance disappeared as they shared a tender kiss. Warm happiness filled their hearts while they reflected on their unexpected meeting. Fate had brought them together, and their relationship continued to grow stronger. After sharing a tender moment, Hilda admitted that she had loved someone before and quietly wondered if Tomoya wished she could forget that past. Caught off guard, she waited for his response while holding on to her feelings with uncertainty. Instead of asking her to let go of those memories, Tomoya reminded her that her previous love was an important part of her life and should be cherished. Hearing those words, Hilda felt relieved. Beside her, Tomoya admired her honesty and strength filled with affection. He accepted every part of her past and present. Their embrace marked a deeper trust, bringing their hearts even closer together. Wrapped in Hilda's embrace, Tomoya felt her overflowing happiness. The warmth between them made the atmosphere gentler than before. Embarrassment quickly appeared on his face as she continued holding him close. Even so, he accepted her affection without pulling away. Amused by his reaction, Hilda treated him with unusual tenderness. Her caring behavior reminded him of the comfort he had long been missing. Gradually, Tomoya reflected on his painful past and the loneliness he had endured. Memories of others who suffered similar losses crossed his mind. Because of those experiences, his feelings naturally drew him toward many people, creating bonds that filled the emptiness left by the past. Listening carefully, Hilda explained that many people had helped heal the emptiness in Tomoya's heart, yet one important need still remained. As the conversation continued, she realized that what he lacked was the warmth of maternal affection, something he had never fully received before. Believing it was fate, Hilda chose to support him in that role and offered the comfort and care he had been missing. While resting beside her, Tomoya reflected on everything he had accomplished. Hilda praised his efforts and expressed gratitude for all he had done, gently reassuring him. She promised to stay by his side whenever he felt exhausted, even as more people continued to depend on him in the future. As they rested together in peace, Hilda expressed her love once more. The quiet moment left a lasting warmth in Tomoya's heart. A week before their wedding ceremony, an unexpected summons arrived from the royal palace. Curious about the reason, Tomoya hurried to the meeting. Upon arrival, he found himself surrounded by a large group of female knights. Confusion quickly replaced his earlier curiosity. Stepping forward, the knights reminded him of an incident involving them and demanded that he take responsibility for what had happened. Further accusations followed as more voices joined in. Faced with an entire group making the same demand, Tomoya could only stare in complete disbelief. Before the argument could continue, a firm voice interrupted the gathering. Tomoya quickly tried to explain himself, but the newcomer demanded everyone's attention. Moments later, a young woman appeared and ordered the knights to lower their weapons. Her presence immediately changed the atmosphere, and the crowd obeyed. While introducing herself, she revealed that she had been waiting for a chance to meet Tomoya. Confusion spread as neither he nor Hilda recognized her. Standing proudly before them, the woman identified herself as Liliana, the queen of the Blumfeld Magic Kingdom. As the revelations sank in, Tomoya learned that Liliana was connected to another person who had summoned him. After introducing herself, Liliana expressed disappointment that Tomoya did not remember her. Her confidence left him even more confused about their connection. Rather than giving a clear explanation, she began listing unusual details from a past encounter. Struggling to recall the event, Tomoya searched his memory while Liliana patiently waited for him to figure it out on his own. Soon she mentioned a treasure obtained from ancient ruins. That single detail finally gave Tomoya a direction to follow. A sudden realization began to form as Liliana referred to a supreme jewel connected to that adventure, piece by piece. The forgotten memory started returning to him. The forgotten memory finally returned. To Tomoya's surprise, Liliana revealed that she had once been the emperor of the Sacred Peak. Hilda immediately challenged the claim, recalling the terrifying legend of a dragon powerful enough to threaten the entire world. Calmly, Liliana admitted that the stories were exaggerated. Even at her strongest, she believed her limits had been far lower than the rumors suggested. After confirming her identity, Tomoya learned that her current power was only a fraction of what it had once been. Having taken on a new body, Liliana explained that most of her former strength had vanished. Explaining her situation, Liliana revealed that much of her original power had disappeared. Even so, she rebuilt her strength by hunting monsters and gradually raising her level again. Curious about her survival, Tomoya asked how a legendary dragon had ended up living as a human. Liliana admitted that she had once truly died. When consciousness returned, she found herself inside a royal underground tomb. A completely different life awaited her there. Further details revealed that the original owner of the body, Liliana Silk Blumfeld, had passed away years earlier. Others nearby had experienced a similar fate, making her story less unique than it first appeared. To explain further, Liliana introduced two royal sisters. Both revealed that they had once been powerful dragons before reincarnating into human bodies. With sincere gratitude, the sisters thanked Tomoya for helping rescue them from a terrible fate and restore their freedom. Answering his questions, they explained that their human memories had merged with their dragon memories. The fusion strengthened both their magic and physical abilities. They then described how dragons willingly exchanged their original bodies for new lives, while preserving their memories. Over time, the two identities blended completely. Any confusion faded away, leaving them as a single person with both pasts united. Continuing their explanation, the two sisters revealed that they were not only princesses of Blumfeld, but also daughters of the kingdom's queen soon. Tomoya learned that every female knight gathered there shared a similar past. The truth became even more surprising when Liliana explained that many of those women were actually dragons who had lived at the Sacred Peak. Some inherited fragments of their former memories, while others remembered very little compared to Liliana and the princesses. Finally, Liliana revealed that their reincarnation had a greater purpose. For reasons still unknown, they had been reborn to serve the god of destruction. When Tomoya questioned her title, Liliana clarified that the name Emperor of the Sacred Peak had only been a position. The discussion soon turned to the dragons of the Sacred Peak. Tomoya realized that many of them had reasons to resent him after their clan's destruction. Rather than seeking revenge, the reincarnated dragons seemed influenced by lingering memories and emotions from their past lives. Curious about her earlier words, he asked why she had wanted to meet him for so long. The question finally reached the heart of the matter. Smiling confidently, Liliana explained that she had sensed his power from afar for many years. Just as the discussion seemed settled, Liliana prepared to make a request. Before she could continue, an urgent report suddenly interrupted the gathering. The message brought alarming news. Forces from the Kaisler Empire had crossed the border and resumed their advance. Despite resisting bravely, the defenders were struggling against overwhelming enemy numbers. Situation grew even stranger when witnesses reported powerful monsters fighting alongside the invading army, including rare and highly evolved creatures. Faced with this unexpected crisis, Tomoya and the others immediately turned their attention toward the Empire. A larger conflict was clearly beginning to unfold. Far from the battlefield, a mysterious man reveled in the chaos spreading across the world and eagerly anticipated meeting Liliana. Seated confidently upon a throne, he embraced destruction as his goal. With dark ambitions growing stronger, he prepared to push the world toward greater conflict. Across the Castral continent, the powerful nations of Drumro, Blumdeld, and Kaisler maintained a fragile balance. At the center of that peace stood Emperor Muspel VII, whose affection for Princess Liliana strengthened relations between the kingdoms. Everything changed after Liliana's death, as Kaisler launched an invasion against Blumdeld. Months later, a mysterious man appeared within the Demon King's army, while Liliana and the other princesses unexpectedly returned, helping restore a ceasefire. Soon afterward, Blumdeld faced invasion once more when the man seized control of Kaisler and subdued its strongest warrior. Dark clouds hung over the imperial capital of Kaisler, as the occupied nation remained under new rule. Inside the palace, the mysterious man sat upon the throne and questioned the slow progress of the invasion. Frustration soon surfaced as he demanded greater results and revealed an unusual interest in a young girl from Blumdeld. Rather than obeying quietly, Kaisler's strongest warrior challenged the order and showed clear disapproval. Without hesitation, the warrior rejected the demand and prepared to lead an immediate campaign against Blumdeld instead. As the warrior left the throne room, the man who controlled Kaisler mocked his resistance and threatened punishment for failure. Meanwhile, his twisted ambitions became clear as he dreamed of dominating the world and gathering powerful girls under his control. Dark energy surged through the hall while he celebrated his growing influence and confidence. Far away, Tomoya and his companions discussed the worsening situation and agreed that returning home could no longer be delayed. Although the journey would take months, determination spread through the group as they prepared to depart despite the dangers ahead. Determined to return home quickly, Tomoya contacted Alicia and searched for a way to reach Blumdeld without a long journey. After explaining the situation, he asked whether teleportation magic could be used despite never having visited the kingdom. Unfortunately, Alicia revealed that Blumdeld had already fallen during the Demon King's campaign, leaving Tomoya without a destination he knew. Soon, a hidden function expanded his teleportation ability, allowing travel through locations stored within shared memories. With a new solution available, Tomoya immediately used the required method and gained access to the information needed for teleportation. After obtaining the necessary memories, Tomoya completed the final step and unlocked a direct route to Blumdeld. Without wasting time, he gathered everyone and announced that the entire group would travel together through teleportation magic. Ancient magic circles appeared beneath him as a powerful spell activated across the area. Moments later, a massive portal formed, connecting their location to a distant destination. Beyond the gateway, the group discovered the royal palace garden of Blumdeld and confirmed that they had arrived successfully. After arriving in Blumdeld, the group moved through the portal, while one princess quickly took charge of the situation. Observing the surroundings, Tomoya realized the enemy forces had grown stronger than expected and began assigning tasks. Several companions volunteered to assist the front line, while others prepared to support the kingdom's defense efforts. Meanwhile, Isis accepted responsibility for analyzing the battlefield and developing strategies for the commanders. Recognizing that a major conflict was approaching, Tomoya decided to gather additional allies and bring everyone together before the battle began. Before leaving to gather reinforcements, Tomoya listened as a companion offered support and asked to accompany him. Considering the scale of the coming war, she proposed assembling the Fenrir forces to strengthen their side. Accepting the idea, Tomoya prepared a teleportation gate and arranged for a journey to the Fenrir territory. After assigning responsibilities and entrusting the others with their tasks, he encouraged everyone to continue their preparations. Even so, an uneasy feeling lingered in his mind as he looked across the sky and sensed that something was about to go wrong. The peaceful Blumdeld Magic Kingdom stood protected behind its massive walls as its people carried on with daily life. Meanwhile, alarming reports arrived at the royal castle. Enemy Kaiser forces had advanced, bringing many powerful Grand Kaiser variants into the battlefield. Concern spread among the officers. A mixed enemy formation had appeared, and their forces were too widely deployed to identify every threat. Faced with growing uncertainty, the commander worried that the kingdom lacked the strength needed to respond effectively. Suddenly, reinforcements entered the room. Their arrival interrupted the tension, and attention quickly shifted toward reporting the latest battle situation. New intelligence revealed that 30,000 enemy troops had crossed the border and were advancing directly toward the royal capital. Further reports confirmed the presence of countless monsters within the army. Their unusual coordination suggested someone had gained control over them. After assessing the threat, the young leader accepted command of the defense force and began planning the kingdom's response. Although lacking military experience, she recognized the urgency of the crisis and sought help from a trusted subordinate. Without hesitation, the loyal warrior stepped forward and pledged to drive back the invading forces for her master's sake. The maid recognized traces of another world around the young ruler, and revealed that she had encountered similar people in the distant past. Hearing the explanation, the ruler understood the reason behind the maid's certainty and accepted her words. Setting the mystery aside, she redirected everyone's attention to the approaching battle and the kingdom's defense. Confidence filled the maid's expression. With her master leading the army, she believed complicated strategies would not be needed. Soon afterward, enemy monsters emerged across the battlefield, charging forward as the long-awaited clash finally began. A swordswoman rushed into the enemy ranks, unleashing a rapid series of strikes that cut through multiple monsters at once. Nearby, another warrior spun forward with a powerful wind attack, sweeping away enemies that tried to surround her. At the same time, a mage launched a devastating barrage, causing explosions that shattered the advancing monster force. Watching from behind the lines, several soldiers were stunned by the overwhelming strength displayed on the battlefield. As the enemy formation collapsed under the relentless assault, hope spread among the defenders that victory might still be within reach. 3 hours after the battle, reports confirmed that the Kaiser army had withdrawn from the area. Despite the victory, Tomoya warned that hidden monsters could still appear inside the city, so the kingdom could not lower its guard. He admitted that defeating such enemies would have been simple in the past, but his current strength was no longer enough to handle everything alone. At the same time, he explained that relying solely on personal power would prevent the kingdom from learning how to face future threats. Understanding his reasoning, the ruler accepted his support and prepared to strengthen the nation with his guidance. Following the victory, a maid presented an unexpected proposal before the kingdom's leaders and suggested a new relationship with Tomoya. The gathered warriors reacted with surprise, questioning whether such an arrangement was truly appropriate despite their gratitude. Rather than ordinary servitude, the proposal described a unique bond connected to Tomoya's special abilities and influence. As the details became clear, interest spread through the room when they learned the sacred dragons could grow stronger through that connection. After careful consideration, Liliana accepted the proposal, bringing the discussion to an unexpected conclusion. Liliana respected the pride of the sacred dragons and declared that she alone would accept the burden rather than forcing others to follow. Before the matter could be settled, Tomoya stepped forward and objected to the proposal, drawing everyone's attention. Instead, he suggested creating special equipment that could strengthen soldiers without requiring anyone to sacrifice their freedom. Furthermore, he proposed a fair agreement in which the kingdom could obtain support through proper cooperation and compensation. Hearing the plan, the Allied forces agreed to provide supplies, resources, and additional military assistance for future battles. Tomoya acknowledged the pride of the dragon race, but pointed out that the kingdom lacked the strength and manpower needed to continue the war alone. He proposed defeating the current threat first, then training local soldiers so they could stand alongside neighboring nations in the future. After considering the suggestion, Liliana viewed it as a generous offer and asked the others for their opinions. One by one, the dragon warriors agreed, recognizing that their own strength was not enough to protect the people. With everyone finally in agreement, Tomoya felt relieved, knowing the kingdom had chosen a path toward lasting security. Far away in the Kaiser Empire, news of the failed campaign reached the imperial capital. The emperor reacted with anger after learning that the invasion force had been nearly wiped out and demanded an explanation. His commanders reported that an unexpectedly powerful opponent had appeared on the battlefield, forcing the army to retreat. Further investigation pointed toward a mysterious noble from a distant land, a man rumored to have defeated the Demon King alongside his companions. After hearing the report, the emperor concluded that such achievements could only belong to someone whose strength rivaled his own. Seeking more information, the emperor questioned his subordinate about the powerful individuals who had accompanied the mysterious noble. The report revealed that the group included renowned heroes and adventurers from several races, all possessing remarkable reputations. Descriptions of their battlefield performance showed overwhelming power, with even high-ranking monsters falling almost instantly before them. After hearing the details, the emperor recognized them as dangerous opponents and decided that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Nevertheless, resentment remained in his heart, and he resolved to deliver retaliation before considering any future course of action. While preparations continued elsewhere, the emperor decided to leave personally and head toward the battlefield, determined to act on his own. Dark energy gathered around him as he departed, and his followers could do nothing but obey his command. Meanwhile, peace briefly returned to Blumdeld Castle. Tomoya spent the evening resting in his assigned guest room. Before long, an unexpected visitor arrived at his door. The woman introduced herself as Liliana and requested permission to enter. Once inside, Tomoya quickly noticed her unusual appearance and began to wonder if she was truly the same Sacred Peak queen from before. Inside the guest room, the mysterious visitor revealed that the real Liliana remained asleep, while she had only recently awakened through an external influence. She explained that Liliana's heart had become exhausted long ago, causing her consciousness to fall into a deep slumber. Lowering her head, the woman expressed gratitude to Tomoya, acknowledging that the kingdom would have been destroyed without his intervention. Tomoya accepted the thanks calmly, insisting that he had merely acted according to his own beliefs and intentions. As their conversation continued, he questioned how someone who had died centuries earlier could stand before him once again, but no clear answer was given. The woman admitted that she did not understand why she had returned to life, but believed it was connected to the kingdom's growing crisis. After revealing her uncertainty, she explained that her visit had a purpose, and came forward with a request for Tomoya. Kneeling before him, she earnestly pleaded for the protection of the Sacred Peak, its ruler, and the people of the nation. He listened as she described years of silent concern for Liliana, whose struggles had weighed heavily on her heart. Remembering Liliana's devotion to the kingdom, she concluded that such unwavering determination was likely the reason their fates had become connected. The mysterious woman lowered her head and desperately asked Tomoya to save Liliana, placing her hopes entirely in his hands. To explain her faith in him, she revealed that Tomoya possessed a rare divine power and carried the qualities of a chosen savior. Although surprised by the claim, Tomoya listened carefully as she connected his unusual abilities to that extraordinary origin. With unwavering determination, she pleaded once more for the safety of the kingdom, Liliana, and her daughters. After a moment of thought, Tomoya finally accepted the request and agreed to help them. Relieved by Tomoya's promise, the woman thanked him sincerely, while he assured her that he had no intention of abandoning Liliana. Just as the atmosphere calmed, she suddenly made an unexpected request and asked to become his servant. Embarrassment quickly followed as she admitted that meeting him in person had awakened unfamiliar feelings within her heart. Caught off guard, Tomoya tried to stop her enthusiasm, but she continued moving closer despite his objections. The awkward exchange ended with both of them stumbling onto the floor, leaving Tomoya flustered and the woman staring up at him in surprise. Accidental fall left Tomoya and the woman face to face, creating an awkward silence neither of them expected. Before either could react, the room door opened, and another woman arrived just in time to witness the scene. Shock immediately spread across her face as she misunderstood what had happened, and jumped to the worst possible conclusion. No matter how hard Tomoya tried to explain, the panicked accusations only made the situation appear even more suspicious. Moments later, more people entered the room, turning a private misunderstanding into a public embarrassment for Tomoya. Before Tomoya could escape the situation, the newcomers found him in a position that looked far worse than reality. Both women immediately assumed the worst. Their disappointed reactions left Tomoya struggling to defend himself against the misunderstanding. By the time the truth was finally understood, an entire hour had passed, leaving Tomoya exhausted from clearing his name. A massive army filled the frozen plain, spreading across the battlefield in countless formations. From a distant ridge, Tomoya and his companions observed the overwhelming force while monsters gathered among the enemy ranks. After assessing the situation, they estimated nearly 50,000 enemies, including monsters and human soldiers, making a direct clash impossible. Meanwhile, the warriors prepared for battle with powerful weapons, armor, and magical equipment provided by Tomoya. To strengthen their strategy, the Fenrir unit assembled as cavalry, ready to charge across the battlefield when the attack began. Tomoya listened as the warriors expressed their gratitude for the support and strength he had given them, despite their past misunderstandings. Recognizing how his help had freed them from a terrible curse, the knights reflected on their former hostility and offered a sincere apology. Even after overcoming their suffering, the women remained determined to protect their homeland and sought Tomoya's aid for the coming battle. In response, he agreed to assist while outlining a strategy to strike directly at the enemy commander and weaken their forces. Inspired by the plan, the army raised their fists and renewed their resolve, preparing to march into battle with confidence. As the army began its advance, Tomoya moved out with his companions to support the operation from the front. Ahead of them, fierce fighting erupted as the warriors engaged powerful beasts, like enemies in close combat. At the same time, the Fenrir cavalry launched a charge, driving deep into the enemy formation and disrupting their ranks. From a nearby vantage point, Tomoya noticed the army pushing directly through the center, despite the enemy commander leading the force. Rather than remain spectators, he decided to join the battle personally, while allied troops secured the center and attacked from both flanks. Following Tomoya's orders, his allies avoided unnecessary casualties, while identifying soldiers who had been forced into the battle. Without hesitation, the Fenrir leader rushed into the enemy ranks and cut through multiple opponents in a swift assault. Soon afterward, Tomoya joined the attack, overwhelming hostile monsters that attempted to block their advance. Using his ability to observe the entire battlefield, he tracked enemy movements with ease, until a sudden explosion drew his attention. Far from the front lines, confusion spread through the Kaisler headquarters, as commanders realized their plan to gather monsters and crush the enemy was beginning to fail. At the headquarters, the enemy commander was stunned as reports of the battlefield's collapse reached him one after another. Unable to accept the situation, he blamed the disaster on the existence of an unexpected reincarnated warrior who had changed everything. Determined to recover control, the commander left the camp and prepared to gather every powerful monster still under his command. Before departing, he ordered his remaining soldiers to abandon the battlefield and retreat from the conflict. Even as he withdrew, anger lingered in his mind as he remembered the name of the man responsible for ruining his plans, Tomoya Sadojima. While observing the battle, the enemy commander realized Tomoya's combat ability far exceeded his own, and that victory through strength alone was impossible. At the same time, jealousy consumed him as he fixated on the companions traveling alongside Tomoya. Frustration quickly turned into obsession, leading him to convince himself that everything Tomoya possessed should belong to him instead. Soon, a new scheme formed in his mind as he considered using a special ability capable of stealing another person's power. Believing the plan could change his fate, he prepared to risk everything on a single opportunity to take Tomoya's abilities and claim his advantages for himself. As the battle ended, the defeated commander retreated with resentment, vowing to settle the score with Tomoya in the future. Meanwhile, the surviving soldiers struggled to believe the war was truly over, and that victory had finally been achieved. Once the result became clear, celebrations erupted across the battlefield as the army welcomed its hard-earned triumph. After confirming every monster had been eliminated, Tomoya reported that the Kaisler Empire had completely withdrawn. Although the conflict was won, attention soon shifted toward uncovering the source of the magic that had controlled the monsters from the shadows. After the victory, the kingdom's leaders thanked Tomoya, acknowledging that their country would have fallen without his support and guidance. While discussing reconstruction and future aid, they praised his generosity and prepared a special request for him. To Tomoya's surprise, the ruler proposed gathering the women of the nation and placing him on the throne as their king. Caught off guard, he struggled to respond as further arguments were made about his qualifications to lead the country. Before the discussion could continue, the ruler presented another challenge and requested a direct match against him instead. Although surprised by the request, Tomoya agreed to the match after hearing the ruler's sincere desire to prove herself and stand beside him. Even so, he pointed out that the large difference in strength would make a fair contest impossible. Rather than give up, the ruler suggested creating special conditions that would allow both sides to compete on equal terms. After considering the proposal, Tomoya accepted and left the details of the match in her hands. Several days later, preparations were completed as the promised contest drew near. A few days before the promised match, Tomoya noticed unusual behavior among his companions and suspected they were hiding something from him. His doubts were confirmed when a large group suddenly gathered and blocked his path with determined expressions. Rather than hostility, their goal was to challenge him, believing they had never truly measured their strength against his one. By one, the women explained their reasons, hoping to test the limits of their abilities, despite their respect for him. Soon, the gathering turned into a friendly competition as everyone eagerly prepared to face their master firsthand. When the match finally began, Tomoya discovered that all of his companions intended to challenge him together instead of one at a time. Before he could properly react, the group launched a coordinated attack and surrounded him from every direction. Confident in his usual defenses, Tomoya prepared to withstand the assault while magic and attacks closed in around him. Suddenly, he learned that special rules had reduced his defensive abilities to 0 as part of the handicap. Caught completely off guard, Tomoya hurried to evade the attacks while wondering why such a critical detail had been revealed so late. As the battle continued, Tomoya was reminded that his overwhelming strength had often made him careless in dangerous situations. Meanwhile, his opponents advanced confidently, working together under Isis's plan to keep constant pressure on him. Watching their coordination, Tomoya realized the match was becoming far more difficult than he had expected. Relentless attacks forced him to keep moving, leaving little opportunity to recover or launch a counterattack. Over time, exhaustion accumulated while the imposed handicaps disabled more of his abilities, turning the contest into a grueling test of endurance. Despite the relentless pressure, Tomoya noticed that his opponents continued recovering and returning to the fight without slowing down. As fatigue mounted, he began questioning why Isis had deliberately designed conditions that placed him at such a severe disadvantage. Suddenly the battlefield shook as a massive surge of energy gathered at a single point and transformed the atmosphere. At the center of the phenomenon, Isis revealed that all the power generated throughout the battle had been collected for a greater purpose. Moments later, the stored energy awakened the Sacred Peak's Emperor, and an enormous dragon emerged before the stunned spectators. As the gathered energy poured into her body, Isis stood calmly at the center of the storm while her power continued to rise. Watching from nearby, Tomoya was shocked as the blessing of the Creator God activated and accelerated her evolution. Moments later, Isis completed her transformation, reaching a level of strength far beyond that of an ordinary ruler. The ground shattered beneath her feet as waves of energy erupted outward, reshaping the battlefield around her. Facing the transformed Emperor, Tomoya sensed a presence even more overwhelming than anything he had experienced from her before. Standing in her transformed state, Isis realized she had forgotten the weight and danger that came with overwhelming power. After witnessing Tomoya's struggle, she removed every restriction placed on him and restored his ability to fight at full strength. At the same time, all of the experience gained throughout the battle was transferred to Tomoya, causing a tremendous surge of energy. Empowered by the accumulated strength, he underwent a dramatic increase in power that shook the battlefield. With his abilities restored and enhanced, Tomoya expressed his gratitude to Isis as he prepared for the battle's next stage. After gaining immense power, Tomoya reflected on how he had relied on strength granted by others without fully understanding its burden. Facing an opponent of equal might finally made him realize the responsibility and growth required to control such power. With renewed determination, he accepted the lessons learned and resolved to continue improving through his own efforts. As the battle reached its conclusion, Tomoya and Isis stood facing each other, both recognizing how much they had grown from the experience. On the night before the battle, Isis proposed that Liliana fight beside Tomoya to support his growth. According to her, Tomoya often solved every problem himself, which slowed his development. As a result, Isis suggested that Liliana become Tomoya's rival and push him to improve. Unlike ordinary opponents, she believed only an equal rival could challenge him, since his overwhelming power left little room for growth. After hearing the plan, Liliana accepted the proposal, while also wondering whether Misaki and the others would agree to take part. Isis pointed out that Tomoya's greatest weakness was his inability to resist temptation. Rather than opposing him directly, Hild accepted the harem situation and volunteered to challenge him for his own growth. Meanwhile, Elsie and Lindsay agreed that the plan had merit. Both decided to support it, believing it would benefit Tomoya in the long run. Soon after, Yae, Hilde, and the others pledged to take on difficult roles, even if it meant becoming targets of criticism. Seeing everyone unite so quickly, Isis felt satisfied, convinced that Tomoya was deeply loved by those around him. Isis explained that strength alone was not enough. For partners who would spend their lives together, genuine feelings were equally important. After hearing her reasoning, the group agreed to unite their efforts for Tomoya's sake and move forward with one purpose. Soon afterward, they discussed helping Tomoya awaken more of his true potential through cooperation and rivalry. Before long, the plan was put into action as Liliana launched a powerful attack, shaking the battlefield with tremendous force. In response, Tomoya rushed forward without hesitation, meeting her charge head-on as their clash erupted with godlike intensity. Liliana exchanged blows with Tomoya, and was amazed by the overwhelming power he now possessed. As the battle continued, she realized they had both reached a level far beyond ordinary beings, making the fight feel destined. Amid the clash, Liliana reflected on how Tomoya had saved her from despair and changed her life. Because of that gratitude, she chose to face him with all her strength, driven by her own determination rather than obligation. Once the exchange ended, the intensity faded. Standing across from Tomoya, Liliana asked to be called Lilia, marking a new step in their relationship. After accepting the nickname, Tomoya listened as Lilia presented a proposal that caught him off guard. Without hesitation, she declared that victory would allow her to form a bond with him and become his husband's partner in life. Rather than being surprised by the promise itself, Tomoya questioned how her condition differed from what she had already offered. In response, Lilia explained that success would make him hers alone, separating him from his current wives and changing their relationship entirely. Determined to achieve that outcome, she resumed the battle, while Tomoya charged forward, confident he would not be defeated. Lilia unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks, forcing powerful shock waves across the battlefield as she pressed Tomoya without pause. Despite the overwhelming assault, Tomoya endured every strike and remained focused on the fight. While exchanging blows, he explained that the battle was not about victory alone, carrying the pride of those who trusted him. He resolved to answer Lilia with everything he had. Hearing his determination, Lilia welcomed the challenge and urged him to prove the strength of that resolve. Moments later, she launched another powerful attack, but Tomoya seized an opening and caught her by surprise. Seizing the opening, Lilia landed a direct strike on Tomoya's chest, and believed the battle had finally been decided. Instead of collapsing, Tomoya calmly surrendered the match, explaining that he preferred not to injure her, despite being able to recover from the damage. Surprised by his response, Lilia could only stare as he praised her kindness and composure even in the middle of battle. A moment later, Tomoya revealed that he had arrived in time to complete what he intended to do. Without warning, an immense divine power erupted from his body, and the destruction god descended, transforming the battlefield with overwhelming force. After awakening the destruction god's power, Tomoya's injuries rapidly healed, restoring him to full strength in an instant. At the same time, additional blessings enhanced his abilities, causing his battle power to rise far beyond its previous limits. Before Lilia could fully react, Tomoya seized her arm and disrupted her attack, forcing her onto the defensive. Moments later, he overwhelmed her with superior speed and strength, launching her through the air and taking complete control of the battle. Tomoya unleashed a decisive strike, determined to bring the fierce clash to its conclusion. Refusing to hold back, Tomoya unleashed a devastating divine technique that engulfed the battlefield in overwhelming power. Seeing Lilia caught in the attack, he immediately realized the strike could prove fatal if it continued unchecked. At the last moment, Lilia activated her ultimate skill and restored her life force, refusing to accept defeat. Driven by pride and determination, she rose into the sky and declared herself the ruler of all dragons, gathering immense energy around her. With her power surging once more, Lilia summoned a sacred blade and launched a final assault, forcing Tomoya to face her strongest challenge yet. Gathering the last of their strength, Tomoya and Lilia unleashed their strongest techniques and collided in a brilliant explosion of power. Neither side backed down as the clash pushed both fighters to their limits, forcing them into a direct struggle at close range. Once the attack subsided, Lilia admitted that her final strike had been delivered with everything she had, while Tomoya shared the same feeling. With little time remaining, she proposed one last match to settle everything between them. Although exhausted, Tomoya accepted immediately, ready to see the battle through to its conclusion regardless of the outcome. Facing Lilia one last time, Tomoya declared that he loved all of his wives equally and had no intention of letting any of them go. With his feelings made clear, he vowed to defeat her and remain true to the promises he had already made. Rather than backing down, Lilia praised his determination and insisted that she would still make him hers. Amused by his confidence, the Dragon Queen admitted that such a strong-willed man suited her tastes perfectly. Even so, Tomoya pressed forward, determined to become a man worthy of everyone who had placed their trust and affection in him. Advancing through the shattered battlefield, Tomoya openly admitted that he wanted Lilia because of the person she was, leaving no room for doubt about his feelings. Behind her, the retainers placed their faith in Lilia as she prepared to face the final battle. With unwavering resolve, Lilia accepted their support and devoted everything to the coming fight. Before advancing, she declared that the victor would earn the right to stand beside their master, strengthening her followers' determination. Meanwhile, Tomoya anticipated her strongest technique and calmly prepared a response. Activating a newly acquired skill, he gathered his power and decided to confront the attack directly with everything he possessed. Drawing upon every source of strength, Tomoya merged divine power, fighting spirit, and magic into a single force. Energy surged through his body as he stabilized the overwhelming power and prepared for the clash ahead. From a distance, two girls watched anxiously, hoping he would return victorious and remain by their side. Elsewhere, more companions offered their faith, each trusting that he could overcome the battle before him. Their encouragement strengthened his resolve, carrying the hopes of everyone who believed in him. Tomoya stepped forward. As the battle reached its climax, Tomoya's companions cheered him on, placing their hopes on his safe return and future happiness. Across the battlefield, Lilia sensed an immense power gathering within him and realized his determination had grown even stronger. Without further hesitation, both sides accepted the final confrontation and unleashed their ultimate strength. A devastating attack erupted from Lilia, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. As Tomoya stood his ground, rather than retreat, he drew courage from the promises awaiting him and resolved to protect everyone who believed in his victory. As the clash intensified, Tomoya awakened a new divine skill. The blessing responded to his determination and transformed his gathered power into a devastating attack. Without hesitation, he unleashed Extinction Burst, pouring every ounce of strength into a single strike. A massive beam surged across the battlefield, colliding with overwhelming force and shaking the surrounding area. Both fighters struggled to endure the impact. Even Lilia was astonished by the power standing before her, while Tomoya refused to yield. Determination drove them onward as their attacks continued to collide, neither side willing to surrender the final battle. The prolonged clash pushed both fighters to their limits. Tomoya sensed Lilia's destructive power weakening, yet she remained determined to continue the battle. At that moment, the hopes and prayers of his companions flowed into his heart, strengthening his resolve to see the fight through. Drawing upon that support, he gathered an even greater amount of energy and forced his power beyond its previous limits. A brilliant explosion erupted across the battlefield, swallowing the surrounding landscape in blinding light. When the shockwave finally spread outward, a massive crater remained, marking the terrifying scale of their final exchange. As the light faded, Tomoya caught the exhausted Lilia before she could fall, ensuring her safety after the fierce battle. While carrying her across the ruined battlefield, he reflected on how close he had come to losing someone important. Laughter replaced the tension of combat as he confirmed that Lilia's power had been completely drained by the final exchange. Suddenly, a dark force erupted from his chest. An ominous presence emerged from the lingering energy, catching him completely off guard. Before he could react, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, revealing that the true threat had been waiting for this moment all along. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure emerged from the lingering darkness and set his sights on claiming the spirit link for himself. Meanwhile, peace briefly returned, as Tomoya spent time with one of his devoted companions, enjoying a rare moment away from battle. Although embarrassed by her strong feelings, she expressed her affection through sincere actions and remained close to his side. Rather than rejecting her emotions, Tomoya reassured her and accepted the bond they had built together. Encouraged by his kindness, she gathered her courage and stepped forward, ready to deepen their relationship. Despite her lingering nervousness, filled with joy, Maria felt her bond with Tomoya grow stronger and treasured the happiness they shared together. Overwhelmed by emotion, she openly expressed her devotion, no longer hiding the depth of her feelings. As time passed, Maria reaffirmed her wish to remain by his side, believing their connection would endure into the future. Tomoya responded with warmth and reassurance, strengthening the trust that had developed between them. Watching from nearby, another companion smiled at their happiness, pleased to see the pair enjoying a peaceful moment after so many hardships. A young girl quietly watched her reflection and thought about someone important, while a companion noticed her growing anticipation. Later, encouragement eased her worries. Holding on to that hope, she gathered her resolve and prepared herself for the meeting ahead. While everyone focused on Tomoya and Lilia's battle, their attention remained fixed on the fight, leaving the surroundings unnoticed. Meanwhile, Isis watched closely, but a brief lapse in vigilance allowed an unseen force to strike Tomoya's spirit link. Suddenly, dark energy pierced his chest, and an enemy appeared behind him as the attack took effect. Realization spread among the observers when Isis identified that someone had stolen the spirit link. Soon after, an unsettling presence entered the area, causing discomfort among the girls as they sensed the intruder's approach. A painful disturbance spread through the bond connected to Tomoya, prompting the girls to steady themselves and resist the intrusion. Before anyone could react, the attacker revealed himself and claimed control over Tomoya's contracted companions. With confidence, the stranger introduced himself as Kisamachi Taneo, another Japanese person who had arrived in this world. After boasting about his success, he prepared to leave, believing Tomoya would recover too late to stop his plans. Then, a shocking truth emerged as Taneo recognized Tomoya's abilities, realizing that he too was a reincarnated user blessed with cheat powers. As Taneo prepared to leave, he noticed several of Tomoya's companions approaching the battlefield. A cruel smile crossed his face as he decided to let the enslaved girls finish off the wounded Tomoya. Despite his injuries, Tomoya struggled forward and watched helplessly, while the controlled companions gathered around the enemy. Without hesitation, Taneo approached one of the enslaved girls and attempted to claim her as his possession. Greed quickly overcame his caution as he imagined a future surrounded by devoted followers. The moment Taneo reached for the cat-eared girl, a powerful strike sent him crashing backward across the ground. Shock spread across his face as the girls gathered before him and openly rejected his authority. Confusion quickly turned into panic when they identified him as the thief responsible for stealing the spirit link and harming Tomoya. Standing calmly, one of the companions explained that Tanio had misunderstood the nature of their connection from the beginning. Soon after, Isis revealed the truth. Spirit link bound hearts and souls together, but it could never seize control of another person's will, leaving Tanio speechless. The girls firmly rejected Tanio's belief, explaining that their feelings for Tomoya came from genuine affection, rather than the spirit link itself. Several companions then challenged his claim, pointing out that none of them showed any attachment toward him despite possessing the same connection. Before Taneo could respond, Tomoya appeared behind him, fully recovered, and ready to continue the fight. Disbelief filled Taneo's face, as Tomoya revealed that his abilities had completely restored both his body and Lilia's condition. Finally, the others condemned Taneo's actions, declaring that true love could never be stolen through a simple skill. Fury erupted among Tomoya's companions, as they condemned Taneo for corrupting the bond they treasured with him. United by the same feelings, the girls unleashed their power together, directing an overwhelming attack toward the stunned intruder. Their emotions resonated through the spirit link, causing the connection to strengthen and release a surge of energy that struck Taneo head on. At the same time, the amplified bond awakened a new ability within Tomoya, greatly enhancing the power shared between him and his loved ones. Moments later, Tomoya faced the fallen enemy with calm confidence, while Taneo realized that his entire plan had completely failed. Instead of accepting defeat, Taneo burst into laughter and praised the strength of the bond shared between Tomoya and his companions. Moments later, his expression darkened as admiration twisted into disgust and resentment. Driven by hatred, he unleashed a final threat, vowing to drag the people of Blumfeld and Keisler into destruction. A sudden report then arrived, revealing that countless monsters had appeared across Blumfeld, creating a crisis on an enormous scale. With a sinister grin, Taneo mocked Tomoya's responsibility, expecting him to watch helplessly as chaos spread throughout the land. Just as Taneo celebrated his scheme, magical restraints wrapped around his body and left him completely unable to move. Rather than gloating, Tomoya reflected on how easily he could have fallen into the same darkness without the support of those who cared for him. Soon after, Lilia asked him to save the people threatened by the monster invasion. Without hesitation, Tomoya accepted and reassured her with a gentle gesture. That heartfelt exchange further strengthened their bond, granting Tomoya additional power and a renewed reason to fight. Meanwhile, new reports arrived from Keisler, revealing diplomatic changes that offered hope for ending another conflict. After hearing the latest reports, Tomoya resolved to protect both Blumfeld and Keisler without sacrificing either nation. Determination surged through him as he released an immense amount of magical power, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Countless magic circles then appeared across the sky, gathering energy for a spell on an unprecedented scale. With his preparations complete, Tomoya activated the technique and poured every ounce of strength into the attack. Moments later, divine pillars of light descended across the land. The spell known as Goddess Judgment struck the monster horde simultaneously, bringing destruction to the invading forces. Across the battlefield, countless monsters were struck by the descending pillars of light, and the invasion force was rapidly wiped out. Witnessing the overwhelming display, Tomoya's allies praised him as the savior who had protected the kingdom from disaster. As the battle ended, new titles and blessings merged into Tomoya's growing power, elevating him to an even greater existence. Attention soon returned to Taneo, who remained bound and unable to escape, despite everything that had happened. Although defeated, the bitter enemy refused to surrender his hatred and swore revenge, while Tomoya and his companions prepared for whatever challenges awaited next. To everyone's surprise, Tomoya cast a restoration spell and completely healed Taneo's damaged body. Confusion replaced Taneo's anger, as he struggled to understand why the person he had wronged would save him. Memories of the battle resurfaced, while Tomoya explained that he had witnessed the pain, frustration, and loneliness hidden behind Taneo's actions. Although still angry, Tomoya believed that Taneo had already suffered enough after being defeated and exposed before everyone. Rather than acting out of mercy alone, Tomoya revealed that the decision was for his own convictions, choosing a path different from hatred and revenge. Looking at his companions, Tomoya admitted that without their support and trust, he might have followed the same path as Taneo. For that reason, he refused to abandon the defeated man and chose to reach out instead. Standing before him, Tomoya offered a chance to leave his old hatred behind and begin life again as a different person. The proposal shook Taneo deeply, forcing him to confront years of loneliness, rejection, and resentment that had shaped his actions. As painful memories surfaced, he quietly wondered whether having someone who truly accepted him could have changed everything from the beginning. Listening to Taneo's bitterness, Tomoya acknowledged that life could be unfair, but he refused to let that become an excuse for harming others. Even so, he offered a path forward, insisting that true redemption required taking responsibility for past mistakes. A special reincarnation spell then surrounded Tanio, giving him a chance to be reborn after earning enough virtue to start over properly. As the light carried him away, Tanio admitted that he still disliked Tomoya, yet his anger had already begun to fade. Silence returned to the battlefield while Tomoya watched the sky, knowing that the long conflict had finally come to an end. With the battle finally over, Tomoya watched Tanio disappear toward a new fate and gained another blessing for easing a burdened soul. Afterward, he decided it was time to return home, while one of his companions quietly reflected on everything that had happened. Soon, the entire group rushed toward Tomoya, relieved that the crisis had ended and eager to accompany him on the journey back. The conflict surrounding Kisamihachi Teneo finally ended, allowing the town to return to normal life. Stability gradually spread across the region. Following negotiations, the Kaisler Empire accepted reparations and expressed its desire for peace. To conclude the war, Queen Liliana summoned Emperor Ospel VII to Blumdeld. With their mission complete and peace secured, the young hero and Liliana decided it was time to return to their homeland. Back home, both finally relaxed after enduring months of tension and responsibility. As the pressure faded, Liliana faced unfamiliar feelings. Although confident during the war, she felt uncertain when confronting a more personal step in their relationship. His teasing left Liliana embarrassed, yet the tension between them slowly eased as they spent time alone together. Without warning, he moved closer and caught her off guard. Surprise froze her for a moment before she gathered herself. Rather than retreat, he encouraged her to take the next step. Nervousness lingered, but she accepted the challenge. Drawing on her courage, Liliana responded sincerely. Their distance disappeared as mutual trust deepened. Determined not to remain passive, she took the initiative. What began as uncertainty gradually turned into confidence as their relationship entered a new stage, growing more comfortable together. Liliana cautiously explored unfamiliar feelings, while Toya encouraged her and eased her worries. Curiosity gradually replaced hesitation. Through gentle guidance, she gained confidence and became more relaxed around him. Despite lingering uncertainty, Liliana chose not to turn away. Trust allowed her to face her fears and move forward. Gathering her resolve, she openly expressed her wish to deepen their bond and share her future with him. Although she admitted she did not fully understand love, Liliana sincerely accepted her feelings and decided to cherish them from then on. Liliana openly devoted herself to Tuya, promising to stay by his side. Their bond had grown beyond partnership and into something deeper. Remembering the battles and hardships they overcame together, both recognized how strongly they understood and trusted one another. Tuya accepted her feelings wholeheartedly. Determined to protect their future, he reassured her of his commitment. Hearing those feelings returned, Liliana could no longer hide her happiness. Relief and joy filled her heart. Reflecting on her unusual fate, she felt grateful for finding love, while also wishing happiness for the person whose place she had inherited. As the night continued, a blessing from the Creator, God, suddenly activated. Tuya hoped to grant Liliana a happiness she had long been denied. A brilliant light filled the room. The shared body that had existed until then began separating into two independent individuals. Shock spread across the room as the transformation completed. Lilia and Liliana now stood as distinct people for the first time. Staring at the newly appeared girl, Tuya quickly realized the miracle before him. The long-awaited separation had finally become reality. Outside the palace, Ash and Lulu tearfully reunited with their mother, as Tuya and Yumina watched the long-awaited family reunion peacefully. Overwhelmed with relief, the reunited sisters embraced their mother, while she welcomed both daughters after their separation through death finally ended. Meanwhile, Tuya explained that Ash and Lulu retained their former personalities, despite becoming dragons. Afterward, Tuya decided the Emperor of the Sacred Peak would be called Lilia, while the Queen would bear the name Liliana. Finally, Lilia expressed heartfelt gratitude toward Tuya for granting her another chance at life. Leaving him quietly reflecting upon her sincere appreciation, Lilia asked Tuya to accept her as one of his servants, revealing her desire to remain beside the man who restored her life. Instead, Tuya gently declined and encouraged Lilia to dedicate herself to protecting the kingdom before thinking about anything beyond her current responsibilities. Explaining his decision, Tuya affirmed his commitment to every wife he already had while gradually building mutual trust with the newly revived Lilia. Although Lilia looked disappointed, Tuya insisted accepting her immediately would disrespect both his family and someone he had only recently met. Before departing, Tuya promised Lilia she could visit his mansion any time through a teleportation gate. Lilia accepted Tuya's decision with a bright smile, promising to become someone worthy of his affection while Ash and Lulu admired their mother's happiness. Meanwhile, Liliana entrusted Ash and Lulu with Blumdeld's future, asking them to support the kingdom and remain beside their mother. Both daughters gladly accepted the responsibility, promising to protect their mother and offer assistance whenever unexpected trouble threatened the kingdom. Afterward, Tuya confirmed the knights' plans before Liliana reminded everyone they should rely on one another during difficult times. Finally, the knights divided their forces, leaving half to defend Blumdeld, while the remaining members prepared for another important mission elsewhere. Several loyal knights requested permission to become Tuya's personal knight order, leaving him surprised by their unexpected devotion, despite recognizing the political advantages. Although Tuya considered the proposal unnecessary, the knights insisted their combined strength already rivaled the kingdom's army, and accepted his decision without complaint. Hearing their sincere pledge, Tuya realized the knights entrusted their homeland, ruler, and futures to him, making their loyalty feel unexpectedly overwhelming. Later, Tuya arranged a teleportation gate, connecting Blumdeld with the Sudojima Principality. Tuya reflected on how former enemies had transformed into dependable allies who now served him with complete trust. The knights accepted Tuya's conditions, promising to restrict the teleportation gate's use only to authorized people entrusted with official permission. Grateful for his support, Liliana thanked Tuya for rescuing the kingdom and vowed that Blumdeld would repay his kindness in the future. Smiling warmly, Tuya encouraged Lilia to reassure her citizens, because rebuilding the kingdom would become a difficult task after the recent conflict. Before leaving, Tuya presented Lilia with a special pendant, while Yumina promised continued assistance whenever Blumdeld required additional support or military strength. Lilia carefully examined the pendant, wondering what purpose the mysterious item would serve in the days ahead. Tuya explained that the pendant allowed Lilia to contact Shizune through its enchanted gem before leading everyone back toward their home. His companions cheerfully gathered together as preparations for Tuya's upcoming wedding began. By the day before the ceremony, the entire town had transformed into a lively festival filled with decorations, crowds, and growing excitement. Across the bustling streets, cheerful residents celebrated together with food and drinks, filling every corner with joyful anticipation for the wedding. Meanwhile, Tuya quietly observed the festivities from a peaceful spot, appreciating the happiness shared by the people surrounding his future celebration. Tuya quietly reflected that both Brunhild and the Satojima Principality had entered a festive mood as preparations reached their final stage. While enjoying a quiet drink, Tuya realized tomorrow's ceremony would officially make his beloved companions his wives. Unlike modern Japan, this world required neither household registration nor complicated paperwork, allowing marriages to proceed through traditional customs instead. Meanwhile, officials prepared to update Tuya's status to married during the wedding ceremony, completing every remaining administrative arrangement before the celebration. Left alone inside the mansion, Tuya admitted his boredom, because every bride had already departed for the royal palace to prepare together. Waiting alone, Tuya wondered how everyone was preparing while knowing he could not see the wedding dresses before the ceremony began. Inside, the Drumrow royal palace, elegant dresses and sparkling jewelry awaited the brides as every final wedding arrangement neared completion. Ye happily confirmed that everyone remained cheerful and reassured. Sud had no reason to worry about Isis or the celebration. Maria focused on supporting the wedding preparations, trusting Tuya's instructions, while quietly wondering whether he felt lonely without everyone beside him. Smiling gently, Maria reminded herself to trust her master completely, prompting another maid to notice her brighter expression and renewed confidence. Excitement filled Ariel's heart as she admired her wedding dress, eagerly looking forward to walking beside Tuya during tomorrow's long-awaited ceremony. Meanwhile, Maria shared the same anticipation, happily imagining the wedding, while everyone around her enjoyed the cheerful atmosphere inside the royal palace. Yumina mentioned that a traditional Japanese-style wedding would be wonderful, but the ceremony's many brides made such arrangements impractical. Later, Shizune reminded Lady Isis that one important condition still needed to be fulfilled before Tuya could complete the wedding preparations. Isis, Su, and Yei realized only a single remaining requirement stood between Tuya and the official wedding ceremony. Su explained that certain conditions once allowed free interference with the physical world, but only one unexplained requirement now remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Maria revealed the final condition had unexpectedly changed overnight, leaving even her unable to identify or confirm the missing element. Despite devoting immense computational power to the investigation, the system still failed to determine the mysterious condition blocking its manifestation. Lean suggested the creator god might have arranged everything intentionally, while Yumina expressed gratitude despite wishing they could join Tuiya's wedding. Although disappointed, deciding their true purpose was supporting Tuiya, rather than participating in the ceremony itself. Meanwhile, Su quietly accepted the final outcome, believing everything had been settled as the long-awaited wedding day finally arrived. Wedding morning began as Tuiya prepared in formal attire, entrusted Queen Hilda's care to others, and confidently stepped toward the ceremony. Reaching the venue, Tuiya admired every bride in their elegant wedding dresses, feeling grateful to stand beside the women he cherished. Facing the gathered crowd, Tuiya solemnly vowed to protect his wives, kingdom, and everyone under his care for the rest of his life. Thunderous applause echoed across the ceremony grounds as the audience celebrated Tuiya's heartfelt promise. Tuiya proudly vowed to overcome every future hardship, alongside his brides, earning thunderous cheers and heartfelt support from the gathered crowd. After the celebration settled, the queen summoned Tuiya forward and announced an important proclamation before the assembled nobles and citizens. Recognizing his achievements, the queen praised Tuiya for developing the principality, accepting refugees, and making outstanding contributions to the nation's prosperity. Furthermore, she acknowledged Tuiya's remarkable political leadership before ordering the Principality of Sadojima to become the Kingdom of Sadojima from that day onward. Finally, the queen officially declared the birth of the new kingdom as Tuiya stood proudly before everyone, receiving another wave of enthusiastic applause. Citizens celebrated enthusiastically as the Principality of Sadojima officially gained independence from Drumro and rose proudly as its own sovereign kingdom. After the declaration, the queen approached King Tuiya with an unexpected request, catching him completely by surprise during the grand ceremony. Soon afterward, the kings of Regelstein and Blumdeld appeared, leaving Tuiya confused because he had received no prior notice about their arrival. An official messenger then presented Tuiya with an important document, signaling that a major diplomatic announcement was about to be revealed. Tuiya learned that Drumro, Blumdeld, and Regelstein had agreed to establish the Castral Federation. The queen requested that Tuiya add the kingdom of Sadojima to the Castral Union and lead the Allied Federation as its central ruler. Hearing the unexpected proposal, Tuiya reacted with complete shock as his astonished voice echoed across the ceremony hall.